Republic of Iran. Dr. Tawila received all her graduate and postgraduate training at the American University of Beirut in Lebanon. She's a medical doctor by training and specialized in family medicine. She also holds a master's degree in public health with a focus in health services administration. She started her career with WHO in 1990, serving in Lebanon, where she established and managed the National AIDS Control Program. In 1997, Dr. Tawila worked with UN AIDS first as a consultant and then as the inter-country regional advisor for the Middle East and North Africa region, after which she was appointed by WHO as regional advisor on HIV/AIDS and sexually transmitted diseases, and was based in Egypt at the WHO Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office for 5 years. She's also served as WHO representative in Djibouti from 2003 to early 2007, and then till end of December 2011 as the World Health Organization representative in Oman. In January 2012, she was appointed as WHO representative of Iran. And so please join me in welcoming Dr. Jihan Tawili and this session.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rima. Good morning, everybody. I really welcome you back to this session. It is a session which is very close to my heart. It's a story of my life, very global. So, and I guess also my guests who are sitting also on the table today. I hope you have enjoyed yesterday as much as I did. It was a great day yesterday. It was a great celebration, but also challenging questions were heard today, especially from the Dean of the faculty. He has challenged our understanding of simple public health in terms of persons, places, and time. And I think he was calling for a different practice of public health, which is more related to the realities and the complexities we are living in today. And to add to this complexity, today's subject is about global health. So this is another dimension of complexity that we have to deal with when dealing with public health. And my task is very simple, but the task of the discussants and the task of the presenters is a bit more difficult to tackle this area, which is a very complex area. I just need to keep the time and to keep a good order of questions and maybe give you some of the summary at the end of this session. So we'll benefit from our colleagues' wisdom, and I would like to introduce our guest this morning. I would like to introduce Dr. Wimkin Nguyen. I hope I pronounced well. And Dr. Nguyen is a physician treating HIV, basically, and a medical anthropologist, a very interesting combination. And a professor at the School of Public Health of Montreal University and at Amsterdam Institute for Social Science Research. As both a practitioner and a researcher, he's concerned with the relationship between science, politics, and practice in global health, as detailed in an Anthropology of Biomedicine in 2012, which was where he was a co-author with Margaret Locke. And since 1994, he has worked extensively as a trainer and physician with community organizations responding to the HIV epidemic in West Africa. And in 2010, and he authored a critical study of the response of the epidemic entitled The Republic of Theory, Triage, and Current and Sovereignty in West Africa's Time of AIDS. He also practices emergency medicine in Montreal and Paris, and Dr. Nguyen's current research is funded by the ERC Consolidator Grant and examines HIV eradication efforts globally with a comparative focus on the Ebola epidemic in West Africa. Thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen, for being here. Let us welcome him.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the organizers for inviting me. It's really an honor to be here. And at the École de Santé Publique de l'Université de Montréal, we're the other program that's CEPH accredited outside the US. So AUB for us, and as you know, in Montreal, there's a very large Lebanese diaspora. We have many students from Beirut. And so it's almost like home for me to be here. So thanks again for having me. I'm going to keep it fairly simple. I want to talk today a little bit about anthropology in global health and infectious diseases, the Ebola epidemic, and introduce some concepts which might be useful for us in thinking through these questions of uncertainty in public health. The first thing, a few remarks, general remarks on uncertainty. Uncertainty is a concept that has to do with unpredictability, as we heard yesterday. Uncertainty is both a natural and a social phenomena. And what we know from anthropology is that uncertainty, it's not new. It's something that is just part of life. It's nature is uncertain, so social relations are uncertain. And in fact, when you look cross-culturally, this is one of the very important things that medical systems do, whether it be biomedicine or traditional Chinese medicine or other forms of witchcraft, is that medical systems are there to help manage uncertainty. And more generally, we can say that social order requires the taming of the randomness of biological existence. So with that being said, we can think a little bit about things like kinship systems, which are a really good example of how social order is produced out of the fact that you don't know who the father of the child is, right? You can't know that. And in fact, when we look cross-culturally, one of the interesting things about what kinship systems do is they inscribe the child in a form of social relations that fixes who the parents are, who the uncles and aunts, and so on and so forth. We've been trying to manage uncertainty, even these basic biological, the uncertainty of the basic biological fact of who is the father and perhaps who is the mother to some extent, since we basically crawled out of the jungle, or I don't know, but my metaphor is right here. So the new thing, as we heard yesterday, is that the state has emerged in the last few hundred years as the historical event which is new and which manages uncertainty. States manage uncertainty by allowing us to project into the future reliable calculations about buying houses, about sending one's children to school, and so on and so forth. So what I want to introduce here is two things. One is that it's just a basic principle of human existence. We've always sought to manage uncertainty. And uncertainty is often seen as coming from the natural world, and social order is about managing that uncertainty. Second thing I wanted to say is that medical systems play a crucial role in this, because the most radical forms of uncertainty we encounter in our lives are illness. And this third thing is that the state has come in and becomes a very powerful guarantor of certainty, of ability to project over time. And this is important in light of our discussions, which is that since yesterday, which is that when you have state failure, or as Hassan Abu Sita said, when you have states without sovereignty, that reintroduces radical forms of uncertainty. And so the fourth and final point is that increasingly complex biosociotechnical configurations generate radical new forms of uncertainty. Okay, that's a very condensed sentence, but what I'm trying to refer to here is something that's been observed and studied by sociologists and anthropologists in the last 2 decades, is that our lives are increasingly embedded, particularly in the North, in these complex socio-technical systems: internet, nuclear power, et cetera, et cetera. These are socio-technical systems. They're technical systems that are embedded in social relations. You know, the internet didn't just appear. And they produce social relations. So the internet produces Twitter and social media and, Arab uprisings or whatever. And these systems are also biological because they produce biological change, agriculture, genetically modified, the industrialization of agriculture, et cetera. So I'm just referring to these complex assemblages that generate radical new forms of uncertainty. Okay, so an example of that is the accident, right? So Fukushima. Nuclear power has been a staple of sociologists who worked on uncertainty. That's how they started in this business. But we can also think about food insecurity, about mad cow disease, about pandemics, viral pandemics that can spread very quickly because we're all linked through travel and various things. So we've always had uncertainty, and then we had medical systems that evolved, and we have the state, which sort of guarantees the future in a certain way, and now we have new forms of uncertainty. And biomedicine plays a role, paradoxically, in generating uncertainty because, as some of you may have personally experienced, when you get diagnosed with something, so I'm going to have a confessional moment. I was recently diagnosed with a little frisson, don't worry, it's nothing nasty, high blood pressure, right? So I have hypertension. So what does that mean? That generates a new form of uncertainty in my life. Do I have to stop eating salt, which is tragic for me? What are the chances I'll have a stroke? If I take medications, what will that change? So the only thing my doctor can answer me, and I'm a difficult patient because I'm also a doctor, is, and I know this, is in percentages. But if I have 30% of something happening to me, that's uncertainty, right? It seems certain, but it's very comfortable for you public health people, because of 1,000 people diagnosed with hypertension, 300 will have a stroke. But for the individual, that creates a radical form of uncertainty. And this is what clinicians have to manage all the time. So I wanted to just sort of introduce these kinds of concepts around uncertainty before turning to the question of epidemics, because I'm going to focus a little bit on Ebola here, because Ebola is a great, is a powerful lens for revealing contemporary forms of uncertainty. So the first thing we have to remember is that epidemics are always already biological and social events, that the way we respond to epidemics changes them biologically and socially. We give drugs, organisms develop resistance, and so on. So biomedicine is has to be part of the picture, part of the way we look at epidemics. And epidemics generate, because biomedicine is part of the mix today, they generate novel biological and social processes. And that refracts and differentiates uncertainties at multiple levels. I'm going to unpack that statement a little bit, but essentially it's very simple. An epidemic generates a form of uncertainty because you don't know who's going to get sick, and then you intervene and you change risk and you change outcomes, and that refracts uncertainty at different levels. So these are the basic sort of ideas I wanted to put forth here when we start to think about Ebola. Now, what do we know about Ebola? As this has been, I think, is a watershed event in global health. It's a game-changing event, and what do we know about it so far? Well, certainly what we do know is that the epidemic has taken root in two countries, Liberia and Sierra Leone, that were model cases of structural adjustment in the 1970s and 80s. And in fact, it's not too much of a stretch to trace a direct line between these structural adjustment policies, which basically led to a form of state collapse, including, my colleague Guillaume Lachenal, who's a historian, found these World Bank and IMF reports written 30 years ago, where they're actually boasting about the fact that they've been able to fire 6,000 people from the Ministry of Health in the last 2 years. So we have structural adjustment, and the literature, the historical literature, is quite clear that this hollowing out of the state created a fallow ground for civil wars that were not ethnic civil wars. They were basically, and I don't know enough about the Middle East, so perhaps this sounds familiar, perhaps this doesn't. But what happens is that people organize themselves, and the trope of ethnicity, the theme of ethnicity, becomes an organizing principle to try and extract and control resources that the state no longer controls. So we have state failure is actually a product of structural adjustment, civil war, and so on and so forth. So that has been said. I mean, there's a lot. I think everyone recognizes that, and to a secondary extent in Guinea, that this epidemic took hold here on the basis of state failure. One of the interesting things we've learned from the epidemiological research is that, in fact, Ebola virus disease is endemic in the region. because we didn't know that before. But when you actually do antibody tests, it seems like many people have been exposed to Ebola. So clearly, and we know this from epidemiology, epidemics, you know, they're constantly, it's like throwing a lit match into a forest, right? And it doesn't trigger, it doesn't déclencher, it doesn't trigger an epidemic all the time, but when the circumstances are right, you have a flare, you have a forest fire. We know about burial practices, we know about migration, we know that people have been very suspicious of outside interventions to control Ebola, and perhaps less spoken about, but it's going to come, is the role here of changes in ecology, deforestation, urbanization, and bats, which seem to be the vector here. So there's a lot we need to, there's a lot that's already been opened up in terms of understanding Ebola, and I think it points to the relevance of this model, the One Health model, that when we do global health, we have to look at ecosystems, we have to look at animals. But what are the lessons so far? What can we learn already? Well, certainly we know that state retrenchment generates uncertainty and biosocial instability. So the state, through the health system, through social security regimes, it stabilizes things. It means people can plan for the future. It means diseases get treated. It means there's basic hygiene in hospitals. When states are hollowed out, it actually produces biosocial instability that can trigger things like epidemics, but other things as well. The second lesson, and here I'm going to be controversial, is that we see here the colossal failure of two regimes of global health. And I'm going to, you know, I'm a member of Médecins Sans Frontières, but you know, we're known Médecins Sans Frontières for being very self-critical. One is the failure of medical humanitarianism. Certainly, MSF has been on the front lines for Ebola, and heroically so. But what I mean here is this broader model that health is a human right, and health and the humanitarian impulse to intervene when diseases arrive has took our eye off the ball of basic public health, okay? So basic hygiene, staffing hospitals, and so on. And the other failure is that of pandemic preparedness. Since the 11th of September, we, in the sense mainly in the US, have spent billions of dollars on preparing for epidemics. This is the amazing thing, right? Is that huge amounts of money have been poured into preparation for pandemics, the flu, bioterrorism. And really, this is a security model of global health, right? Global health has to follow this security model. We have to prepare for threats. Well, clearly, it doesn't work. So we have to learn this lesson. We have to, and one of the reasons I think the other story here is that much of that money for pandemic preparedness is going into the US defense industry, is going into high-tech labs and so on and so forth. And that's not how you prepare for an epidemic. You prepare for an epidemic with very unglamorous things, soap, bleach, and so on and so forth, clean sheets, healthy food, and so on and so forth. A couple of remarks in the 3 minutes and 22 seconds that I have left. And here I want to reintroduce an anthropological gaze on Ebola. One of the things that's fascinating about Ebola is that it's a fast epidemic. And HIV is a slow epidemic. And so what's happening in Ebola is like a really fast forward AIDS movie. The second thing I think so this means it limits in a way the ability to compare, I think, between epidemics, but it's just something I've been thinking about. The second one is that, you know, these fears people have had of outside intervention, right? These very highly mediatized accounts of, you know, villagers killing health workers kind of thing. Well, these forms of suspicion have a historical basis, and I'm going to come to that in a second. Actually, I've inverted these terms. Hysteresis is a very interesting concept here, which is used in the physical, biological, and social sciences with slightly different nuances, and the doctors here will recognize it from pulmonary physiology. Hysteresis is the capacity of a system to continue to change according to an initial input, even after that input has disappeared. So it has to do with lung compliance. When you expand the lung, you can use it more generally for all kinds of things. One of the things that I think we're starting to see now with Ebola, because it's such a fast epidemic, is you have this kind of very slow response that lumbered to the scene, to the theater of operations, and is starting to build and open hospitals, and the epidemic has vanished in some places and is appearing in others. So there's something here about nimbleness and about the rigidity or hysteresis of our responses that's, I think, useful to think through. And then now I'm going to, sorry, I inverted those, talk about the historical rationality of suspicion. This is a...
We have very limited time.
Yes, I know. I can see it's right there. In this, these are inverted. In this area, you can see here, I can't really point, but over here. This is the epicenter of the epidemic. And this is the region of Gekedu in Guinea, which was also the site of major trypanosomiasis epidemics. Oh, thank you. I don't need to point anymore, actually. So that's okay. This is hysteresis, exactly. Thank you. Now I know you're paying attention. And so this is a publication, thanks to Guillaume Lachenal, about things that were being done in this very region in the 30s and 40s around these trypanosomiasis or sleeping sickness epidemics. And the way the French responded to these epidemics was they would go from village to village, and they would round up villagers, and they would inject them with a drug that some of us know, have used, called pentamidine. They would give deep intramuscular injections of pentamidine or lomidine, and this was called lomidinization. So here are the figures of the lomidinization of these villagers. Lomidine injections are very painful, were actually ineffective, and were complicated by gangrene and death. There were epidemics of gangrene and people were. So now you can imagine why people in this region are a little bit suspicious. Plus, people show up in these spacesuits. You put people into these camps, and what some people don't know is that in these camps, there's no treatment, right? People aren't given IVs. Just because the people are too busy, it's too dangerous, and so on and so forth. And roughly the same amount of people die in these camps as would die at home. So there's a rationale. It makes sense for people not to go into these camps. I'm going to go over by 2 minutes. I'm going to be naughty here. So another thing we have to think about is borders and boundaries. One of the reasons there's so much migration in this area, you see it's a kind of a niche where there's three states that come together, is people started moving to not pay taxes, right? The tax collector would come once a year, and so people would just go across the border and then move back, okay? Another thing that's happened is that Médecins Sans Frontières, that we found in Gekedu recently that Ebola victims were being buried in unmarked graves. Now, this is a real problem for the families because they can't mourn. And the ability to mourn requires knowing where the body is, which has led, and this is my colleague Frédéric Lemarcy who reports this, which has led now to a second epidemic of people being haunted by unhappy ancestors who haven't been mourned properly. And Médecins Sans Frontières' response is, well, our job is to save lives, it's not to bury the dead. I think we fixed that, but it shows the importance of understanding that, we as doctors or public health people may think that the boundary of our intervention stops at death, but it doesn't for people. I won't go into the rest, and I'm just going to finish with a few remarks. We're working now on various trials of antivirals, plasmapheresis, and vaccines. And I'm just going to talk about the plasmapheresis trials because this is very interesting. symbolism, understanding symbolism and how it informs the practices people have and how practices produce symbols is very important. And I'm going to say a few, just to give a little anecdote about the plasmapheresis trials. These are very, very problematic. I won't go into the biomedical reasons they're problematic, but one of the answers that the clinical trialists say, well, that's fine. We'll use, it's like organ donation. We'll use the language of the gift, right? That the survivor, this is the gift of the survivor to the patient. But what they don't know is that gifts are poisoned things, right? Gifts are very dangerous things because gifts create debt. And if you don't have a kinship relation or a social relation to encadrer, to manage the gift, they become very unstable and dangerous. The other thing that's problematic with transfusions is that there is a belief out there that the people survive Ebola because they're witches. So when you take their blood and give it into people who are sick, you can see that creates all kinds of problems. So I'm going to stop there, but I wanted to give that example of how the intervention can produce, if we take an anthropological perspective, radical new forms of uncertainty. Sorry for going over time.
Thank you very much. That was exciting dimension of health. And what I learned is that probably it's all about people rather than treaties and international health regulations. Being a WHO is very difficult to admit this, but we have to admit it. I have the pleasure and really the honor to introduce our discussant this morning, Dr. Carla Makhlouf Obermeier. I knew her from WHO for many years, which I will not reveal how much, but she's now at the Faculty of Health Science. She's the director of the Center for Research on Population and Health at the faculty at AUB. And she was a scientist in HIV/AIDS. This is where we met at the WHO in Geneva. And prior to that, she was a faculty member in the Department of Population International Health at Harvard University. Professor Obermeier's research deals with issues at the intersection of epidemiology, demography, and medical anthropology. And she has led several multi-site collaborative studies, including the Decision at Menopause study, and compared health at midlife among women in Massachusetts, Spain, Lebanon, and Morocco. And she worked at the study at a multi-country African testing and counseling for HIV study, and investigated the scale of HIV testing and counseling in 4 sub-Saharan countries. Professor Obermeier has published about 100 articles, 4 books on international health topics, including HIV prevention and treatment, safe motherhood, reproductive health, client perspectives on health services, medication use, gender and aging, population policies, female genital cutting, and the ethics of research, as well as the human rights dimension of HIV policies and programs. So let's welcome Dr. Carla.
Thank you, Jehan, for this kind introduction. In my remarks this morning, what I will do is reflect on the Ebola epidemic, but from the point of view of HIV, which, as Jehan mentioned, I worked on for over a decade at WHO, and where I was both a participant and an observer of... Are people hearing me? And in fact, the question has been asked, is Ebola the next HIV? And it was asked by the head of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and there were lots of reactions because the 2 diseases have some similarities and some differences. And there were a lot of implications to the question that I can't get into now. But just in the spirit of thinking about epidemics and global health, I'll just give a few points about the two diseases. There are similarities between the 2. They are both transmitted by a virus. They are both fatal if left untreated. They both jump the species barriers from animals to humans. They are both transmitted by bodily fluids, and they're both very scary. There are, however, differences between the two, and Vin Kim has mentioned the different scale that the incubation period, the latency period for HIV is decades, whereas for Ebola it's very fast, which is quite important for the epidemics. But very importantly, both have emerged in Africa in the context of extremely dysfunctional societies, states, and public health systems, which is really an important point. Both have paralyzed health system by killing health workers, which is another very dangerous and serious problem there. And the reactions to both, people have drawn attention to the similarities in the reactions of hysteria to a certain extent, but really fear of what does this mean, and the difficulty of protecting yourself, especially in the early days of HIV. You can take this. Also importantly, and here I would like to cite Dr. Wafa Sadr, who we had hoped would be with us today, and unfortunately could not join us precisely because as a global health expert on HIV, somebody who has contributed to really putting hundreds of thousands of people on treatment for HIV, she is now working on Ebola. So let me read a quotation of Wafa in one of her many, many talks. She said, if you look at who dies in an outbreak, it shows you who has power and who doesn't. In a way, it holds a mirror to societies. It shows the schisms and the vulnerabilities that exist in a society. It brings to the fore the plight of people who have been disenfranchised, and maybe the lessons learned from HIV can help with Ebola. And I think the notion of these epidemics being at the fault lines of society, of really exposing vulnerabilities, is quite an important one. And that has been a major contribution of social scientists writing on HIV, was really to expose that this is not a random event. It's just like now we refuse to talk about accident, road traffic accident, because they're not accidents, they're predictable. And epidemics and the disasters that they cause are predictable and they are preventable. And social scientists have drawn attention to the colonial legacies that Vin Kim has mentioned, the ways in which states have collapsed, the ways in which historical connections between the clients, the patients, the public, and the managers of public health programs, government officials, these relations were actually not relations of trust, such that you couldn't just come and make recommendations because those would be interpreted in a certain way in light of historical experiences. So this is an extremely complicated area. And in fact, Guillaume Lachenal, whom I also worked with on a scientific committee, he had a very nice way of referring to all these preparedness things, because he talked about simulated fights against fictitious threats. And in fact, all these simulations for preparedness against epidemics were not really addressing the real threats of epidemics, which come from very basic things related to food, water, safety, transportation, and what societies should ensure. Let me say a few things about how it is that the HIV epidemic mobilized so much attention, and think and open maybe a reflection about to what extent that might or might not happen in the case of Ebola. First, it's in the history of the scale-up of treatment and prevention for HIV were some very determined groups working in very impoverished areas who demonstrated what is called the proof of concept, namely that you could treat HIV. This happened in the slums of Haiti, in very impoverished areas of South Africa with Médecins Sans Frontières, Partners in Health, who worked very tirelessly with very disenfranchised populations, but with the hope that treatment could happen. Once there was a proof of concept, another point that's important with HIV, and we need to think about to what extent it is possible with Ebola, is that because HIV did not only affect the very poor and the disenfranchised, but it also affected groups of very affluent people on the west coast of the US, there was a much greater potential for mobilization against the stigma and the discrimination that was part of the response against HIV. So you had groups who were made up of educated, influent people who really changed the course of what was happening and fought against the discrimination, the labeling, and the stigmatization against the disease, which we are seeing now in the case of Ebola, where people discriminate not only against the sick, but also against the health workers who have been in touch with them, and against, I mean, you have rather dramatic stories that we don't have time to go in now. But what happened with HIV as well is that once there was this mobilization at the advocacy level among activist groups, then somehow there was a global dynamic that was set in motion, in part because the affluent societies were afraid of the threat to them. So the security consideration entered into it. But then there was a mobilization of funding. There was a mobilization of drugs and procurement of drugs, and lots of fights that happened in order to ensure that the pricing of the drugs was not the same in rich countries and in poor countries. And this was a contribution of many international organizations that fought with the pharma companies so that they would provide drugs at lower cost and therefore help spread treatment not just to those who could afford it, but through health systems. Another thing that happened is that governments in Africa, yes, I will conclude, mobilized, and they put in place a number of strategies such as task shifting, making sure that the necessary care could be provided by lower level professionals because those countries did not have the higher level professionals. I want to conclude with two questions, which are actually part of the same question. So the big question, I think, in these epidemics and in how we address them is, what are the connections between those who are in positions of managing and providing care and thinking about programs and those who are the targets of these programs? How do they communicate? What are the understandings? What are the behaviors that we are trying to change in the case of these illnesses? We're trying to convince people not to bury their dead in their old-fashioned ways. We're trying to convince them to, and this is some innovation that have been done in the case of Ebola, where families figured out, okay, let's designate one person to take care of the sick rather than everybody being at risk of being contaminated. So there are questions that have to be asked that are behavioral and social questions. And the last point is that it's not just behaviors, but it's also communicating about risks. And this takes us back to the question of uncertainty. How do you communicate the risks when the science is not very clear? We don't know why some people are immune to Ebola. We don't know why some people don't die. There are lots of questions we don't know, and yet we're trying to communicate behaviors. So I think I just want to leave us with these questions about the client perspectives, the notion of risk, and communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it is clear from the presentations, both speakers have really pinpointed some of the issues. I'd like to highlight two issues very quickly before we can take, are we taking questions now? At the end of the session, but just to give you information, discrimination is something that happens with uncertainty. It is really stigma and discrimination is something which is unbelievable. And we talk about Ebola epidemic, but we talk about also the epidemic of fear and the epidemic of stigma and discrimination. And these are things that mostly the governance of these interventions, whether at the local level or global level, talking about WHO, is an incredible, difficult thing to really work with. Discrimination happened in WHO because even WHO has rushed 300 of its staff to the areas that are affected by Ebola, to the point where returning WHO staff to the office in Geneva were faced with discrimination. People will not want to shake hands with them, they wouldn't want to sit with them, although they are there in very good protected conditions. And there is a protocol upon returning to follow before they could join the office. And to the point that the Director General of WHO had to make a townhouse meeting of all the staff globally, those who are in the office and those who are connected by video conferencing, to talk about to give value to those who have put their lives at risk and go to the field, and also to talk about this unnecessary stigma and discrimination. So this is real, this is reality, and we have to face it. So I will not speak too much. I want to thank our speakers. I think at the end of the session, we'll take all the questions needed for the sake of time. Thank you very much. We give them I would like to invite Dr. Orkide Beruzan to join us. You switched? Orkide and Omar. So, as our speakers take seats, I would like to present Dr. Orkide. She's an assistant professor at the Department of Social Science, Health and Medicine at King's College, London. She's a physician. Thank you. And medical anthropologist specializing in anthropology of biomedicine and biotechnologies with a focus on psychiatry, mental health, and memory work in the Middle East. Her doctoral dissertation was the winner of 2011 Malcolm Kerr Dissertation Award in Social Sciences, and she received honorable mention for 2011 Best Dissertation Award from the Foundation for Iranian Studies. Currently, she's working on the manuscript of her first monograph, Prozac Diaries, based on her doctoral dissertation. Let us welcome Dr. Orkide Beruzan.
Mamnoona. Good morning, everybody. It's an honor to be here, and it's quite intimidating to follow Professor Nguyen and be on a panel with basically my gurus. It's also amazing to present this particular work here in Beirut because it's the first time not the first time, but it's one of the very few times that I'm presenting this work to an audience for whom I don't need to explain for 10 minutes what happened in the region over the past 30 years. So that's quite refreshing. And I believe that the audience here would resonate with some of these stories. I would want to take our attention away from some of the concerns, some of the immediate concerns that we've been talking about yesterday and today that are happening at the moment in the present, and to ask us to think about the long-term effects of when the dust settles. This is the context of this story is contemporary Iran, and I'm going to also ask you to think about the less attended area of mental well-being as opposed to physical wounds that rightly so take our immediate attention. Most of the time, mental health falls through the cracks of immediate problems. The context is 1980s and 1990s Iran, right after the revolution, and also in the aftermath of the Cultural Revolution in Iran. And during the Iran-Iraq War in 1980 to 1988, or what in Iran has been called the Sacred Defense, there was a rise in, and this is a speculation by doctors and the Ministry of Health, that there was a rise in anxiety disorders during the war, which was then replaced in the 90s with a rise in dysphoria, and what was short called basically as depression. In the 1980s and 90s, there was also a recovery taking place for psychiatry as a previously marginalized discipline within medicine, but also in the society at large, especially in the aftermath of the revolution. And now suddenly there was actually need for psychiatry, because now the concept of the shell-shock soldier and sarboz emoji and basically PTSD, which are all the terms that I will problematize in a minute, had become a story on the streets of the city. In the media, there started a campaign for raising awareness about mental health. And one of the main explanatory models that doctors and media commentators started to use was neuroscience. Basically, the problems were happening in people's brains. This was about chemicals. And when I interviewed the doctors who were on these programs, some of whom are my former professors, they had a huge role in the 1990s in changing the public image of the field of psychiatry, but also in creating some sort of relief and certainty in the midst of uncertainty by providing some diagnosis, by providing names for what people were struggling with. They would tell me that one of the main reasons that they used the language of psychiatry, apart from the fact that they genuinely believed in raising awareness, was that it was the only language that was allowed in the media, in the absence of the possibility of talking about the war, basically. And there were suddenly columns in newspapers and programs on TV that were talking in a very, very clinical language, talking symptoms and signs and when to seek help. Now, in the 1990s, and this was the beginning of this was what started to shape my ethnographic question, what was happening both in the virtual world, which Iranians are extremely keen on in the blogosphere, but also on the ground in daily life, on the streets, was that in the Persian language emerged a set of vocabularies that were psychiatric. Terms such as estress, trauma, depression, depzadan, and words that were signaling some degree of progress and scientificness, which has its own history in the Iranian thought, in terms of seeking symbolic capital, but also for social mobility. You use the scientific language, and particularly medical language. But also it was a language that was becoming normalized because it resonated. Then when I started collecting, I think I skipped this slide where I also showed that there was a huge rise in the use of antidepressants between the 90s and 80s, between the 80s and 90s in Iran. And Iranians self-prescribe a lot. And I hear that this happens in Lebanon as well. People would tell you stories of people who do identify as depressed, would tell you that, well, everyone is depressed here. How can you not be depressed here? If you've never been depressed, try living like a Shia for 2 weeks, and jokes about being depressed and the fact that depression becomes a way of life, depression becomes a way of navigating through the uncertain maze of daily life. And this is in the Reconstruction era. This is during the time where people are gaining some semblance of social liberties back, and everything's relative, of course. But they're trying to find a language to make sense of what happened. And it's a very simple thing to try to understand what happened to you. At the same time, the language of Porozak also signals progress. So there's a generational, and this is the missed slide, there's a generational element here, because people also tell you that, you know, we're not like our parents. Now we know that this is depression. But my question is, given that we medical professionals in Iran use the DSM as the gold standard diagnostic tool, what happens when the DSM travels south and travels into different cultural contexts? And I particularly like this conversation between public health and anthropology, because a lot of times my medical colleagues would tell me, you know, all this narrative thing that you talk about and all this cultural stuff that you talk about, there is an appendix in the DSM for cultural compatibilities. And I always say, well, it's not enough to say that in our society we don't have alcoholism, and that's a cultural adjustment. Cultural adjustments start with questioning the terms that we take for granted in these diagnostics. Loss is a socially constructed concept. Function is a socially constructed concept. And in the DSM, for those of you who are familiar with it, you have to lose function to be diagnosed. What is function? When you have lost a son in a war, or you've lost a son to an execution, which you have not been allowed to mourn for 30 years. What is that loss? And if you have symptoms beyond 2 weeks or 2 months, is that clinical depression? And so my main question is this depression, the word on the street, the same thing as clinical depression? Now, just to go quickly through this, and to emphasize the importance of ethnographic insight and the situated knowledge of practitioners, I give you some of the explanatory models that doctors give me doctors who are citizens of the same society, doctors who are historians and diagnosticians and patients themselves. And then I give you the narratives of patients who tell you what they mean when they say, I am depressed. Doctors talk about infrastructural problems, the most basic level of problems. Of course, therapy takes time, but medication is a quick fix, and we have a culture of quick fix, yada, yada, yada. Then they talk about hope, that by medicating patients, first and foremost, I'm giving them hope because they come to my office in desperation. Then they talk about immediately, well, Doctor, Khanum Doctor, you are a doctor, you know it happens in the brain. It's the final common pathways in the brain. After all, whatever happens in the society, it manifests through the brain. So it is about chemicals. So we're not really far off. And then they become social commentators. And this is usually after months of talking to them. Well, we live in a post-war society. We've experienced the Cultural Revolution. How many levels of trauma can a society sustain? And for me, this is really important to use the term trauma the way they use it, because it's not the same thing as trauma, or it's not the same thing as, it's not the same catastrophe that Dr. Abusita brilliantly put yesterday. It's not the major, it's not the war, it's not the ISIS, it's not Daesh. It's the everyday, it's those moment fragments during each single day that you wake up and you have to navigate and navigate and navigate, and that's exhausting. And that's the level of uncertainty that I would like to highlight here, because it's completely different from what's happening in most parts of the region, which rightly so asks for our attention. But then when the dust settles, we usually forget and we shift our attention to the next immediate crisis, and we forget that, as my mentor just put it, when death happens or when wars end, the pain doesn't end. So, narratives of patience. Patience, and I use the word patience a bit cautiously because the main question is whether they are clinical patients. They use uncertainty as an explanatory model. And this is a fascinating engagement also with the concept of time, which kind of problematizes the DSM and its use of time in its particularly Western incarnation. This is a melange of past and present and future, and the mix of, and not knowing where you belong, because memories of the past seep into the present and create uncertain futures.
3 minutes, please.
Keep talking. People have this urge to talk about the past, the sedimented anxieties of the 1980s. And the 1980s, Dahir Shast, is a particularly traumatic decade, not just, not in the least because of the Iran-Iraq war, but because of the Cultural Revolution, because of the, in one of my favorite novelists has this phrase that she says, we were thrown from one era to another without being warned. People have different narratives about that decade. But then it's about the present too. People talk about bright young things, about being, having to navigate between their public and private lives. The serendipity of regulations that are imposed on them because they keep changing. And unlike the image that we have from the outside, that this is a monolithic, society with a set of rules, these rules keep shifting and people push back and forth. And that takes a lot of energy. People talk about the fact that their friends are leaving. Everyone is leaving. I'm lonely. We're isolated from the world. And the sanctions always come up. One way or another, it becomes about sanctions. It becomes about the isolation. It becomes about loneliness, and loneliness on an individual level, but also at the social level. And then the futures, tomorrow is not another day. Tomorrow is another bloody day, just like today. But then who knows what happens? What if there is a war on Iran? What if Bush is, because this is, most of my interviews were happening at that time. What if he attacks? What if someone attacks? What if the sanctions get worse? These are real questions. And they seep into the explanations that people have for their medication, for their depression. So back to the conversation between public health and anthropology, and to my medical colleagues who always ask me, why does this narrative thing matter? And at the same time, we have this narrative turn in medicine, and particularly in American psychiatry, that we have to listen to patients' stories. Now, what do we do with them? What are these stories telling us? They show us how illness can become a way of life. To be depressed in a particular time and place can be a way of navigating through life. But it also becomes a way of negotiating history, because Iranians feel, and this is something that applies to the entire region sooner or later, Iranians feel that the entire world turned a blind eye to their pain. Iranians feel that they're forgotten. And when I say Iranians, of course, I'm not representing a nation, but the fear of forgetfulness, to quote Mahmoud Darwish, the fear that you are forgotten, the fear that no one cares what happens to you, and accountability and justice and truth-telling, all of these things, they are not separate from this psychiatric moment. And my answer to my medical colleagues is that psychiatry cannot possibly single-handedly deal with mental well-being until we address social justice, until we address historical accountability. And then to move beyond this paradigm of trauma and PTSD, and I mean, I don't even know what PTSD means anymore in this context, and to pay attention to the burden of remembering, because a lot of this depression also is a way of telling the story of a past, is a way of witnessing to history. And in anthropology, there is a huge debate on medicalization. We've talked about at length about how medicalization desocializes and depoliticizes what is essentially a social and medical problem, i.e. illness. But in this particular case, medicalization of depression, and those doctors who showed on TV were the only way actually that this discourse could have been resocialized and publicized. And so that's a lesson for theory, for anthropology, but there are also lessons for, there are pedagogical lessons for medicine, for psychiatry, and for policy. Because first of all, to pay attention to doctors and practitioners and public health practitioners as patients and citizens and historians. And so to problematize the binary, the doctor-patient binary is extremely important. A lot of my psychiatrists who I interviewed had served in the Iran-Iraq War, had fond memories of the solidarity of that decade, of the hopes of the revolution. And then finally, there are lessons for practice, to pay attention to memory and not trivialize it. And this is, again, it's become one of my day jobs to constantly fight for the things that my medical colleagues do trivialize, such as memory and narrative. And to look at narrative not in its individual form, but as shared and situated in the political economy of hope and fear and uncertainty, uncertain futures, but also uncertain presents, and unworked pasts. And how to teach medical students and psychiatric residents to listen, both medically, clinically, and socially, and how to listen to the pain of others in general. And one last word, that you cannot, basically this is a lesson for psychiatry as well, that you cannot map history onto the DSM or ICD. And on that uncertain note, I leave you. And I want to use this moment to also do a quick thing, which is we've just launched a project to talk about these things across the region and in a comparative way, and some of our participants and collaborators are in this room, including Dr. Dawachi and Professor Giacomo. I would very much urge you, if you have an interest in this discussion, please go to our website and be in conversation with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. خیلی ممنون. عالی. Merci. I was wondering all through the presentation how this applies to Beirut and Lebanon, and it's amazing the similarities of normalizing the abnormal and also of being always in a fight and flight situation, which is not really a crisis by definition, but living in a crisis situation all the time, chronic crisis situation. Yeah, so it's quite amazing this also divergence between the professional perception and the people's realities. And I'll stop here because we have a great discussant, Dr. Omar Devashi. Did I pronounce well? Devashi. Are you Iranian as well?
No, I'm Iraqi. I'm the enemy.
Okay. I'm having Iran and Iraq here. Dr. Devashi is an assistant professor of anthropology and global health at the American University of Beirut. During the 1990s, he trained as a medical doctor in Iraq, and in 2008, he received his PhD in social anthropology from Harvard University. He teaches a variety of courses on social medicine, global health, medical anthropology. He leads the War and Global Health Working Group at AUB and is one of the contributors of the Cost of War project at Brown University. He has a forthcoming book titled Ungovernable Life, Lebanese Life, Ungovernable Life, War and Mandatory Medicine in Iraq. And the book is based on archival and autoethnography research that chronicles the story of medicine and statecraft in Iraq. He's currently conducting an ethnography on the ecologies of wounds and wounding in Iraq and Syria. I welcome Dr. Omar.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Orkide, for this incredible presentation. Orkide and I know each other from a long time ago, actually from our graduate studies. And when we met, it was a very interesting kind of experience. Both of us are medical doctors. Both of us are doctors who are kind of almost disenchanted a little bit with medicine and the limitations of understanding the kind of consequences in our lives and understanding kind of the scale of injury that our societies have kind of gone through these kind of long processes of war. And we actually we had this unfinished project that we started and never finished, where we started writing letters about the time that we were kind of living during the Iran-Iraq war, and telling each other kind of what was the kind of the experience of kind of listening to the sirens or hearing the bombs falling, and how cross borders these things are, kind of how much similar these experiences were, but at the same time how different they were. So I'm really happy to be kind of the discussant, but I'll try to start from here and maybe kind of expand into a broader kind of intervention. Now, so I think one of the things that is incredible about the Iran-Iraq war, it's when very few people kind of realize that it is the last conventional war of the 20th century, and maybe even the last conventional war of our life. In our lifetime, because since that, I mean, in conventional war, what I mean by that, the kind of classical form of war that we understand in the First World War, Second World War, two armies fighting on borders, and tanks, armies that are almost symmetrical in terms of their power. And then after the end of that war, it's not surprising, it was kind of a new world order that came to exist after the fall of the Berlin Wall, the end of the Cold War, and the beginning of a complete different kind of process of war, of warcraft in a way. And what we see from the 1990 onwards is that a country like Iran, under a lot of the international pressure, still goes into it goes into a mourning phase, dealing with the consequences of 8 years of war and all the kind of transformations that are happening in that society. Iraq, on the other hand, goes into another kind of war excursion story, and invades Kuwait, and then of course we all know the consequences of that, with the sanctions and the destruction of Iraq's healthcare, and the effects of that period kind of culminates into 2003 occupation, and of course right now civil war eventually, and right now dealing with the different militant groups and militarization of society at many levels. But what is really interesting for me has been, and especially this region, has been really a story of war that, in a way, very much ignored as in its history and its processes in global health discourses and global health kind of gaze. And I think maybe it is, for us, many ways, it's time to bring back that story to be thought through in a much deeper way, historical way, and looking at all these layers of the kinds of processes of war that has taken place in this region, but also on the kinds of wounds that people have suffered, and the kind of wounding processes and the wounding technologies that have been tried out in this place, experimented with in this place. So I think Ghassan Abu Sitta yesterday mentioned his work on injuries, and we can see how the effects of the consequences of the war in Iraq on these injuries is very clear. Iraqi healthcare system, for example, is not able to cope with the burden of with the burden of these wounded bodies and injured bodies because of the suicide bombing, the American bombing, the Iraqi state bombing. There's a consistent production of bodies that are disabled, bodies that are injured, bodies that are constantly are seeking help, seeking care for these different kinds of wounds. These wounds are not just about physical wounds, obviously. These wounds are also about psychological wounds. They're deeper wounds, and Rita's work has been really trying to push us to think about the wounds inside, the deeper wounds inside. And I think we see a different kind of scales of these wounds manifesting under these processes of war. There are other kinds of wounds that are not necessarily that are not really necessarily visible, or like the physical wounds. Of course, let's say the experiences of trauma themselves are forms of wounds that are deep inside. But then also the environment, the ecologies, the biosocial ecologies that people exist in have been transformed through these forms of wars. I mean, think one of the things that, let's say, I work on also right now is the consequences of the use of depleted uranium in Iraq, the toxicity of everyday life that people in places like Fallujah and people in Basra have experienced over 20 years of continuous bombing, and the rise of number of cancer cases and congenital anomalies in these places that people attribute in many ways to the toxicity of these wars. And I think then we also see how these wounds themselves, conditions like cancer, becomes wounds that not only mutate the genetic, but affects the generations to come. It kind of descends into the genetic level of populations and societies. So what I would like to suggest is that maybe I'll conclude so we can have more time for discussion, is that one of the global health stories in the region is a story of wounds and wounding, a story that really kind of transcends different kind of scales, different kind of technologies of war that has affected it. And the way we see the manifestations of these wounds is through everyday life, through the physical, the social, the biological, and I think the consequences of this will need to be understood much deeply and understood in a broader sense, in a historical way, because it is so multi-layered. In a place like, let's say, a place like Iraq, where do you start when you begin to talk about war? You need to talk about the Iran-Iraq War, the first Gulf War, the second war, the war of ISIS, or just the kind of cruelty that of militias or of politicians on everyday life, or of structural readjustment in different parts of the world. I mean, so I'm trying maybe to wrap up here very quickly, but I think we need to think further into the future of this place, the uncertainties that we're going to be facing, not just to have these Band-Aid solutions, but to think deeply and reflect deeply about the kind of wounds that we've been, that our bodies have been kind of taking in, and the kind of scars that will remain with us for a long time to come.
Thank you both for this. I know maybe we are running a little bit over time, but I just want to tell you this is really a very deep session, and I think it's a good food for thoughts, because this is where the problems are. We are not addressing these issues, and this reminds us not only of the crisis, but about chronic crisis, aftermath of crisis, and the stories that we are ignoring in global health, as we have heard from our speaker. I would like to invite our last speakers, Professor Julie Livingston, and she's a visiting professor of history, and I will tell you her, and I would like to invite Professor Rita Jacquemin. Thank you very much. Hi. Would you like to?
We left the wrong one. Sit down. Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Julie Livingston. She's a visiting professor of history and social and cultural analysis at the New York University, and she's a professor of history at Rutgers University. She received her master's of public health from Boston University and her PhD from Emory. And in 2013, Dr. Livingston was a recipient of the Victor Turner Prize of Ethnographic Writing, Royal Anthropological Institute's Wellcome Medal in 2012, and the American Association for the History of Medicine's William Welsh Medal in 2014. In 2013, she was named as MacArthur Fellow, and from 2010 to 2011, Dr. Livingston was a fellow and co-director of a research group on contemporary dilemmas of clinical practice in Africa at, that is very difficult to say, something
For
in
me
Berlin. You can correct me later, but please read what is written in your little books. And her publications, including Improvising Medicine, an African Oncology Ward in an Emerging Cancer Epidemic and Debility, and the Moral Imagination in Botswana. With this introduction, I think we are expecting a very exciting presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I can't see you and my paper at the same time, so I'll stick with my paper. Good morning. I wanted to thank the organizers for including me in this conference. I'm really happy to be here and to celebrate the 60th anniversary of health sciences here at AUB. I learned so much yesterday. I'm an Africanist. I work in Southern Africa, and I confess that I don't know nearly as much about the Middle East as I should. So yesterday was a tremendous eye-opener for me. Like my fellow panelists this morning, I'm an ethnographer, but unlike them, I don't also have that dual expertise of being a medical doctor that they bring to their work. I see my own job as paying close attention to people, to human beings and their experiences, so that practitioners and policymakers, like many of the people in this audience, can better understand and serve their needs. And to me, I think sometimes that may mean changing ourselves rather than changing them. Sometimes the patient is what's right, and the problem are the practitioners and the policymakers. So I see it as being a two-way street. I wanted to try to find a way to center some piece of our discussion around those human beings, the patients who are the subject, but not the object of our collective work. And so my talk today is not, in fact, about uncertainty, but instead about something that is unmistakably certain, and that is the problem of pain. It's a continuity across all sorts of unfolding conditions of uncertainty, and yet something which in its obvious presence is nonetheless usually overlooked and marginalized, both in public policy and daily practice. So I guess what I want to do today is to try to turn the question of uncertainty on its head and ask, what does it mean when we fail to recognize the palpable certainties in our midst? As I've said, my work is in Southern Africa, and I'll be referring to the context there most, but pain is clearly a problem that transcends borders. So let me begin. Actually, I'm going to grab some water first. I'm also not really this tall, but they've given me a little stool to stand on. So I feel like Sylvester Stallone, because I know that he also has this when he talks. Okay. A few years ago, I was sitting in an examination room in an oncology clinic in a large public hospital in Zimbabwe. The room was thick with anxiety. An older man, approximately 75 years old, with prostate cancer, was sitting awkwardly on a white plastic chair in the clinic room. His jaw was clenched shut, and even though it was relatively cool that day, he was sweating terribly as his fingers were gripping the arms of the chair. His wife sat next to him, and she kept her hand across his back throughout the clinical meeting. His two sons and a daughter-in-law stood opposite him in the small room, leaning against the exam table as the doctor spoke to them. 2 years previously, this man, the patient, had undergone an orchiectomy, or the surgical removal of the testes, to stem the progression of his cancer. If he had been in a wealthier context like the US, where I come from, he could have taken an expensive hormone therapy instead of undergoing this procedure. The surgery had helped him, but it couldn't hold the cancer off forever, and so now he was entering the final stage. It would be several months before he died, and already metastases were pushing pain through the marrow of his bones. This pain was exquisite, and he remained quiet during the conversation, totally absorbed in the struggle to maintain his composure. Palliative radiation could have helped him, but the linear accelerator in this hospital, one of only 2 sites for radiation therapy in the entire country, was broken, and it looked like it would be months before it could be fixed. There was paracetamol in the hospital pharmacy, and the patient was eating it, but it was clearly inadequate to provide him with relief. Morphine could have helped him, but it wasn't available. Out of stock in the hospital pharmacy, and in all of the private pharmacies in this city of 1.5 million people. Morphine is not a very expensive drug. It's off patent, so his family could have purchased it for him if only it had been available. Most pharmacists were fearful of running afoul of the thicket of laws that surround illicit distribution and possession, which carry very steep penalties and open them to harassment and extortion by the police, so they simply don't stock opioids at all. Even money, it seems, cannot guarantee relief. The oncologist was all too aware of this. Her own cousin had died the previous week in her home, and despite her professional position, she had been unable to provide any appropriate pain relief for her. There were rumors that a hospital in a neighboring city several hundred kilometers away had recently received a shipment of morphine. So the clinical conversation turned into a strategizing session. How to put funds together to send a family member to collect the morphine. Who among them could spare 3 days to make the round-trip journey by bus? Where would they stay the night in this other city? Which clinician should they contact at this other hospital to confirm the supply of the drug and to ensure that it would be released to this relative without the patient present? For our purposes today, I want to ask a different question. What does this man's experience say about the logic of global health and what I call the salvation industrial complex more broadly? This man was not alone. A national survey of terminally ill patients and their caregivers conducted in Botswana, where I work, found that 64% of respondents listed severe pain as the most crucial problem of the terminally ill. Another study that contrasted the experience of dying of cancer in Scotland and in Western Kenya found that, quote, the emotional pain of facing death was the primary concern of Scottish patients and their caregivers, while physical pain and financial worries dominated the lives of Kenyan patients and their caregivers. The cancer epidemic that is rapidly emerging across the global south reveals the critical stakes of palliation. But pain is not limited to a particular disease. And we might ask, as Ethiopian doctors have in a recent study, what kind of medicine, what kind of public health is on offer if surgeries are regularly performed, yet post-operative patients are not given proper pain relief? So yes, sometimes it's an elderly father with prostate cancer, sometimes it's a young child with burns, a sister who suffered a terrible road accident. Patients squirm or clench or writhe or moan in tremendous and constant pain. Again, this is not uncertainty. They retreat from social interaction. Some patients in Southern Africa have told me that before they were able to access relief, they fantasized about suicide as the only promise of relief from their torture. One AIDS hospice in Vietnam had no HIV or TB medications and no opioids when they first opened in 2001. So they built what's called a screaming room, where, as palliative care specialist Eric Krakauer explains, staff could tend to patients in extreme distress while also maintaining the well-being of their fellow patients who didn't have to listen to them. In other words, in the years before gaining access to effective medications, this screaming room was a necessary functional aspect of this hospice. Relatives spend wakeless nights massaging patients, witnessing their agony, and yet they're essentially helpless to assist their loved ones, whose care weighs upon them as a grave moral burden. For the lucky few in this situation, relatives are able to determine where opioid analgesics are available, deploying tremendous personal resources to access these very simple and effective technologies, morphine and its equivalent drugs, sometimes only succeeding in providing them for a few days at a time. This pain, as you can well imagine, is awful for the patient. But ethnographic research also reveals that the importance of pain supersedes its effects on the individual subject. Pain, it turns out, is tremendously social. Think of this man with prostate cancer. His wife can't leave him to attend to her fields during the day. His son is going to lose 3 days of work in order to procure that morphine. This family, who's already gone around collecting money for a unit of blood a few weeks previously, thank you, structural adjustment, must now raise funds for the son's bus fare and the morphine. Think of the screaming room and the many contexts where clinical staff must choose to ignore the agony that surrounds them, given that they have no relief to offer. What effect does that have on clinical staff over time and their ability to sustain a commitment to their patient? And think of all the resources and attention that are spent trying to get patients to come to biomedical sites for their health care instead of quote unquote traditional healers. And yet the irony that these very same programs ignore this fundamental bodily experience of pain as the most primary of patient motivations. This isn't rocket science. If someone has a tumor in their nasopharynx that's so big it's pushing their eyeball out of the socket, you don't need a doctor or even an anthropologist like me to tell you that that person is in pain. You also don't need me to tell you that the ibuprofen available at their local hospital is inadequate to the task. And yet I've just described a real patient who I've met in the course of my work. These patients have problems that will not necessarily be solved by the development of new technologies or the generation of new sources of funding, so much as they would by the improved circulation and increased use of long-standing, very inexpensive, and highly effective technologies. The problem of pain lies at the nexus of a tremendous amount of activity and import, because it reminds us that the experience of illness is much broader than the demographic outcomes of disease. The patient might die, they might be cured, and this matters tremendously. But so too do the months of extreme bodily distress and the conditions of care they endure during the time of serious illness. The scene I've described of managing pain without medicines is an all too common one in hospitals and private homes throughout Africa, in fact, throughout the global South. I can also describe the situation statistically, if you like. In aggregate, quote unquote, developing countries, which represent approximately 80% of the world's population, accounted for only 6% of global consumption of therapeutic morphine. In 2008, according to data from the International Narcotics Board, and I apologize, the new statistics just came out, but I didn't update them for you. In Germany, per capita consumption of therapeutic morphine equivalents, so whether it's all strong painkillers, whether they're morphine or fentanyl, et cetera, was around 413 milligrams per capita. That's only 2/3 the amount in my own country, the US, where consumption was about 648. But Germans nonetheless consumed nearly 10 times the amount as their neighbors in Poland at 45 milligrams per capita, or patients in Iran at 51 milligrams per capita, and about 2,000 times the amount as in India or Mali. So clearly there's a problem, unless you actually believe that life in Germany is 250 times more painful than it is in Botswana. And I have lived in both places. While I greatly prefer Botswana, I nonetheless authorize myself to say that that is simply not the case. So that's the situation in its starkest frame. All this pain is a problem, one with tremendous moral, economic, and social consequences, and yet it's hiding in plain sight. If I had started my talk by asking you to name the pressing problems of African healthcare, you probably would have said HIV, malaria, TB, maternal mortality. You might have, if you were really on the ball, said cancer and diabetes. Surely you would have said Ebola, and you would be absolutely right, as we just heard from Vin Kim earlier. But pain itself probably wouldn't have occurred to you, even though each of these conditions is shot through with pain, and even though it's the dimension of the illness experience that is the easiest one for you to grasp, since pain unites us as human beings. Many activists are working to politicize this pain, to render it visible. There is an African palliative care movement underway, part of a global palliative care movement. We might think alongside these activists to ask what it says about global health as a historical institution, that it has taken so much hard work by so many people to bring pain to the attention of policymakers, funders, or even clinical staff. Until the past decade or so, the kinds of statistics I just gave you were aggregated by the Narcotics Board, but not discussed in public health outside of the small worlds of global cancer and palliative care. For many years, other issues have seemed more pressing in what is often rendered as a zero-sum world of public health, where various diseases and tools and ever-new technologies compete for attention and resources. And laws and policies governing the distribution of opiates have been far more concerned with halting drug abuse and trafficking, which are admittedly important problems, than with the other use of opiates, pain relief. But how could institutions which are charged with promoting health and providing care have ignored such a fundamental experience as pain for so long? Well, from a policy and planning perspective, it starts to make sense. Most health systems historically are evaluated through a system of metrics that counts the transmission of infectious disease, mortality, live births, life expectancy, et cetera. And in that macro system of metrics, the experience of illness itself is rendered invisible. It's not a box that exists. And if pain relief isn't available, and if doctors and nurses aren't trained to prioritize it, then patients don't expect to receive it. They don't ask for it, relatives don't demand it, and so pain remains depoliticized, invisible in healthcare, even as patients writhe in certain agony. Pain management, therefore, can appear to be something of a frill rather than an imperative in policy formulations, and this in turn manifests itself in the logic of daily practice. I want to be careful in what I'm saying here. Pain relief is not a substitute for effective medical care or for effective public health systems. What I'm saying is it's an integral part of effective health systems. And this too is something ethnography reveals. Simply pouring morphine into a collapsing health system doesn't make sense, nor should morphine be offered as a substitute for more expensive drugs like antiretrovirals, let's say, which attend to the root cause of pain. Pain relief technologies need to be provided alongside training. Most practitioners, be they clinicians, nurses, health assistants, or pharmacists, rightly fear the power of these drugs. Palliative care, thank you, particularly as I'm reducing it here to the availability of opioids in the interest of time, is not a substitute for dealing with illness at its roots. Nothing palliates better than cure or effective disease management. But as pain relief is bundled and built into health systems, it does a number of things that strengthen health systems in critical ways. It cuts across disease categories, as illness so often does, or as Omar's description of wounds do. It points to the need for broad-based infrastructure and care, not an archipelago of disease-specific programs that patients must desperately try to swim between. Pain relief humanizes the medical process and its institutions by paying attention to people and not only to diseases. Palliation assists caregivers, both at home and in hospitals, in the psychic load of their work. This is critical given that healthcare for the very sick depends on the commitments of staff that often prove hard to sustain over time, particularly in resource-poor contexts. And of course, the experience of relatives in caring for one patient shapes their willingness and indeed their ability to care for the next patient who comes along. And most of all, pain relief releases human beings from tortuous circumstances. These are phenomena that are hidden in the statistics, a hidden epidemic of certainty, you might call it, but they guide the way to perhaps saner, more effective health care that people deserve. Care that's not only for some diseases but not others, care that is not punitive, but rather human. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was a great presentation and also very passionate about people, which is very important. It is now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rita Jamakan. She's a founding member of the Institute of Community and Public Health at Birzeit University. She is a researcher. She was a researcher practitioner in the Palestinian social action, which led to the development of the Palestinian primary healthcare model, which is quite a successful model that we all know about. And since 2000, she has been focusing on identifying factors associated with the emergence of chronic diseases in the OPT, and including exposure to violence, distress, and human insecurity, and the development of measures suitable for assessing health in conditions of protracted violence. In 2011, she was also awarded an honorary PhD from LSE for having made an outstanding contribution to the increased understanding or appreciation of the causes of things. Dr. Jamakan has published locally and internationally many publications and books. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Well, Julie played a trick on me. She changed, that's quite all right. I love it but more that way. She changed the topic of her discussion. I had a brief paper. I read it yesterday. I prepared my note this morning. It's something completely different, but it's more interesting. And so, she talked about something extremely important called pain, physical pain. And now, in 10 minutes, my task is try to link that pain with what I call the pain of living in uncertainty and insecurity, in order to get back to the topic of, or the theme of the conference at large. And Julie, so many people suffer from pain because they don't have access to palliative treatment. And the question is why? And for us, we in the region do learn from the HIV/AIDS story, from your cancer story of yesterday, from Wim Kim's work, definitely. And we learn, even though the causes of our turbulent situation is so-called war, in fact, there are quite a few similarities related to why the social suffering that we face, we feel, the wounds inside, Omar, the stuff that people don't recognize, the living daily with insecurity, uncertainty. By the way, ambiguity is bad stuff, okay? And we go on trying to figure what else is there in the social suffering domains that make us feel ill but not yet sick, where over the life course we can actually get sick because of that stimulus or that insult over time. Now, I know most people, I think maybe we need to link to what we've been doing the last 2-3 days. By now, everybody recognizes the social determinants of health. WHO in 2008 produced a wonderful report about how the social roots of ill health. I want to tell you that we have published just about that in 1981, but it took that long for a world recognition. Right now, we're out to demonstrate that ultimately there are political determinants of health. And I'm saying we because it's a collective thing. It's the discussion that we've been having for maybe over 20 years with people, quite a few people here and people who are not here. And I'd like to say that the pain of dying with cancer without palliative and the pain of living with depressé or kidé, I know that also because we use almost the same term back home. That pain of living and the root causes, the causes of such pain go back to what I call the political. And that's what have been omitted so far to a good extent, although not totally in the literature. And I'd like to say, of course, people have biological predispositions, that's normal. But remember Darwin, genetics are the potential, environment is the actual. And of course, the social determinants of health, of course, it's very important, but those do not come out of a vacuum. They are created by something else. And that something else, in one word, is called unequal distribution of power and money, full stop. And now we can break it down to all sorts of things like north-south, center-periphery relations, and the Arab world is so peripheral and so dependent. I can't even begin to tell you and explain the way in which this dependence reflects very negatively on health in all sorts of ways. And then there are all sorts of structures of domination that rule us and that produce not only wars, but different kinds of pains, including the physical pains, i.e. the lack of attention to the poor and the big gap between poor and rich, whether it's within nations or across nations, leading to that suffering that you were talking about. And we can talk about biopower and biopolitics, that's Foucault, and I suppose Vinkim, who must live and who must die. And we can talk about necropolitics, Mbembe. I mean, we have the example of Gaza, kill, kill, kill. It's much more than just controlling the body. And we can talk about market forces, my goodness, and neoliberalism, where to me, the state is no longer responsible for its citizens. That's what it means. And in your previous paper, you had something very important to say about Botswana, that there's a robust social contract between citizen and state. I wish we could say something like this about the Arab world. What social contract? I mean, we have states of control, but no social protection. So at least they're one up. Huh? And then we have, of course, colonialism, we have Palestine, and we have neo-colonialism. Structural adjustment, what Vinkim was talking about in Africa, is exactly what's happening in Palestine right now. Neoliberalism, economic peace. Everybody is trying to get loans from banks, and as a result are stuck in terms of agency. And now more and more people have loans, they get into debt, the banks are taking over homes, you have these all sorts of problems related not only to the social suffering related to war, but the social suffering related to the market forces having arrived even inside a colonized place. I mean, it's quite remarkable, right? And eventually, country-level policies are also included in terms of what causes social suffering, whether it's pain or the pain of leaving the winds inside. I think I will stop there and allow the chance for discussion. Thank you very much.
It was very well said in a very short and precise time. So thank you very much, Dr. Rita. Well, she has made my job easy because I'm supposed somehow to conclude, but I guess you have done a great job in linking all the presenters and all the discussants together. Now, how do you wish to do that? We can open the discussion for a few questions. That was an exciting, yes, if you can, yes, we can bring some chairs, if you could join us, and we can open the floor for some discussions.
Okay. So,
no, you,
no, I can stay here and they can, okay, you can.
Okay, trying
Can
to
you?
arrange ourselves. How much time we have for discussions? 10 minutes, 50, 30 minents? No, it's very good.
20 minutes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Now I have to leave without a smoke for them. If they start talking, maybe I can go out and come back, do you think? Is that bad?
It's okay. No,
Because without...
I can't say that. Let's go and smoke. I'm a WHO person.
No, but
You have to take that one on.
I'm saying I just sneak out.
You take your own responsibility.
I do.
No problem
But you
with
can
your
under-
manners, we're just worried about you.
But you know, I got from other causes, honestly. Plus, you will understand that it improves the quality of my life. Your WHO answer.
And we live under duress. I live in Iran, so
There you
can
go,
and smoke.
depressé with orchidea. Yeah.
Depressé.
Depressé, not depressé.
Okay, I think everybody is in place and we can open the floor for questions and discussions. How many hands I will see during this discussion? 1, 2, 3. Come on. No? No more? Okay. Please, Doctor.
Okay, I'm Brigadier General Qasim Jammour from the Lebanese Army. My question is to Dr. Van Kim. You did, in the context of uncertainty that we are speaking on, you did mention about some billions of dollars that were spent in labs in terms of security research for many viruses, and one of it, maybe you would mention about Ebola. So taking into consideration that this epidemic was first found in Congo, in a river of Ebola, about maybe 10 years ago, and then later on, just suddenly we did know or press mentioned about the outbreak of this epidemic in Guinea and later on in Liberia and Sierra Leone. So please, can you elaborate about this specific issues about these tests and is there any relation between this research and the tests in these labs and the outbreak of this epidemic?
May I take maybe 2 more questions and we can answer 3 questions at a time if it's okay with you? The second question, please.
Hello, my name is Zabir Hassan. I'm from James Strickland School of Public Health, Brack University. So my question is to Dr. Orkide. So when you are expressing the narrative of the patient and the doctors' narratives are very, very biomedical, but the patient narratives are totally dependent, social determinants of health. So there is a discourse, there is a difference between two discourse. So, and you are also telling that doctors are actually medicalizing the problems, but they took 1 month before they start talking about the social determinants like the war. And why this 1 month gap? One question. The second question is about right now. Previously the patient was dependent on the doctors to give them a reason why this is happening to them. But right now, the patient can go to or the young people can go directly to the web and find all the discourses that what are the reasons. So and that that different kind of discourses can create more uncertainty regarding their state of mind. So can you shed a little bit of light towards that notion that how right now the young people are actually adapting regarding this context?
Thank you very much. We'll take a third question and then we'll listen to some answers, please.
Thank you very much. I'm a medical anthropologist, and it's such a pleasure to be in a public health conference and have so many narratives from a medical anthropology perspective. I was just wondering, in running a school of public health, how do you break down these silos and ensure such narratives form the crux of how we do interventions or even understand development, or how we understand the way we approach patients, as we call them? Because even though we hear these narratives, we're still marginalized, and public health still operates in silos. So I'd like some feedback or some ideas on how do we move beyond just being on the margins.
Thank you very much. I think we can start listening to answers. May I ask Dr. Guyan if you can give us your...
So the question of preparedness, what I was referring to was that a lot of money has gone to biosecurity preparedness, US labs, P4 labs, and so on. And we actually have very little that's been done, for example, on rapid diagnostic tests for Ebola or for treatment modalities. So I was referring more to that. And I just want to say, for the medical anthropology question, I'm in a school of public health, and I sort of got stuck there because I'm a doctor and an anthropologist, so it seemed kind of in the middle. But what I've seen with Ebola is that there's an incredible openness and eagerness to bring anthropologists in from the get-go. And I think maybe one perspective is not to think in terms of disciplines, but in terms of problems, and that any medical problem or public health problem is a biological and social problem. So I think from that angle, we're all here to address a problem. It might be one way to think about going about these, bringing in anthropologists.
Thank you very much. May I ask Dr. Orkide?
So the question about the doctor-patient binary, because we had such little time, maybe I wasn't very articulate. Actually, it's not the case that patients use the history narrative, and it's mixed, because patients do adopt this psychiatric language. And again, I don't like to say patients, because all young people do that. People write blogs and they call themselves the depressed poet or things like that. And the point is that whatever language or tools that are available, you make use of them, you incorporate them to make sense of, to make your experiences intelligible and make sense of your experiences. Similarly, for the doctors, they do use the biomedical explanatory models, but they also talk about the historical and social problems. And this is not just in this encounter. It's not, I mean, you pointed to the 1 month. I mean, it's not exactly 1 month, but what I was referring to is that it takes time to open up. It's a quick answer to say, well, it's the final common pathways in your brain. And then if you talk more, you can talk about, well, you know, there's been trauma in the past. People incorporate this language in art and literature. The picture that I put up is by a young artist, Iranian artist, who does these amazing paintings and reflecting on memory and childhood growing up during the Iran-Iraq War. And I've written about her, and I've had conversations with her about depression. And she has this beautiful way of, you know, incorporating this language into her art even, and using the medical language. Which is, can I just say?
What's her name?
Her name is Golokh Nafisi. And the point about this is that this takes me to the point about PTSD and trauma, and the fact that trauma is not this singular event that happens to you, but it has a life of its own in the aftermath. I use the metaphor that the very famous Iranian novelist Sadegh Hidayat has used when talking about these mental wounds, these wounds that eat from within, the corrosive wounds. And he uses the example of khore, which the closest English translation to that I've found is canker. It's like this cancerous wound that eats from within, and it has a life of its own. Now, if the psychiatric language helps articulating it, I use it. If a political language helps articulating it, I use it. And so it's not that there is no separate narratives. People mix and mix and match, yes.
Thank you very much. I think on the same issue of silos and separations and how narratives can really relate to science, I would like to hear more maybe interventions, Omar, Carla, and our colleague Julie. And anyone would like to say something?
So, as somebody who's really tried to bridge the gap between different disciplines, I think that it's not an easy enterprise in terms of the system, because the incentives and the structures are made for disciplines, and the rewards and the publications are all disciplinary. And therefore, the challenge for, quote, multidisciplinary approaches is that you have to survive two systems rather than one, and that makes it not that easy. On the other hand, I think that the Faculty of Health Sciences has had a tradition of being open to multidisciplinary approaches, and that is what the Center for Research on Population and Health, as it was defined and as it functioned all its life, was multidisciplinary. So I think it's a mixture of having an administration that welcomes the multidisciplinarity, but also having problem orientations, as Vin Kim mentioned, where several disciplines could come together. And it's about having resources so that people can work together. And that's what makes it happen. Otherwise, it's a very, very difficult enterprise where there are risks of isolation.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I guess I would add to that when I studied public health, which was over 20 years ago, anthropologists were expected to bring the culture piece and to help fix that little box in the narrative. And anthropologists have bristled at wanting to open that and to say that public health itself, bureaucracies, the state, biomedicine, none of these are outside of culture. They also have a culture themselves. And I think that that's the piece of it that winds up being corralled into the silo somewhat. So I think we have a little bit of a problem in clarifying and narrating what it is that we do and what we bring to the table. And sometimes that means realizing that there are enlightened people that we work with who recognize those things, but they're pragmatists, and so they need to black box them when they work. And other times, to keep pushing at it, even if it's being black boxed, and eventually you see things shift. I mean, the number of anthropology texts or critical theory texts that have been cited at this meeting are quite extraordinary. So the silos look different than they did before. And I guess the last thing I would say, in addition to, I think Vin Kim is quite right about the problem-centered approach, and I think Carla is quite right about the way that things are funded and the path dependencies that are created within the bureaucratic structures of public health. But ethnography as a research modality of anthropology offers something very, very important to public health, and that is it operates as an early warning system. Because people who spend a long time in close proximity to people on the ground understand what their problems are, and systems are very, very slow to come and respond. I know this because I'm from the US and we're busy taking our shoes off because 20 years ago somebody tried to put a bomb in a shoe. It's as though they can't see that we take our shoes off. You know what I mean? Whereas or yes, the biosecurity thing, which clearly doesn't work, and a guy comes from Liberia with Ebola. It turns out we have no protocol for that. We're busy dealing with a protocol based on swine flu from, however long ago. But ethnography as grounded is an early warning system because people know what their problems are. And they will tell you what they are. So you can go because you've been told you're researching TB, and if they tell you my problem is diabetes, you can see it long before the public health apparatus does. So we need to find a way to explain that to our colleagues who want that knowledge. They're open to it. If we can find a way, I think, to make that case a little bit more clearly.
To challenge you more, maybe Omar, do you have something to add on this?
Well, I mean,
this is exciting because this is really the barriers when we are working at the community level and even at WHO, because we think that there is a way to do it and one way to do it. But we guess with all these presentations, there are different ways to do it and more adapted ways to do it if we take into consideration the people themselves and to be closer to the to the first level and to listen to what people are saying. So this is why I'm taking my time, because maybe you can solve some of my issues that I need to know about how to do work better and more efficient.
Well, I mean, I think I just echo the voices of my colleagues. The idea of focusing on the problem is definitely one of the main issues, rather than focusing on these disciplines, is one way of rethinking the interconnections between these two fields. I think there is also an inherent assumptions in terms of putting value on methodologies and thinking about the kind of methods different people use and to approach things. So the notion of objectivity and subjectivity. This is subjective research. This is objective research. I think this is one of the things that we need to kind of go beyond. In the last during the Lancet launch, I was asked by one of our students, presenting the material on the articles. I was asked, what are the evidence of the work that you're talking about, when I mentioned kind of the effects of war, or the displacement, and the assumption was that if you actually let's say construct a questionnaire and go and spend 5 minutes with someone filling the questionnaire, or 10 minutes with someone with the questionnaire, and then spend all the rest of that time analyzing it on a computer, on a software, and then making these assumptions is that's actually more objective than spending, let's say, a year in a place, understanding what are the interconnections between different processes, between how people live or how people experience everyday life, or how they experience kind of is somewhat kind of ingrained in the education system. So, I mean, as also a medical doctor trained in public health, also an anthropologist, and working between these fields, it has been always kind of navigating these assumptions in many ways, and just trying to constantly challenge them all the time. And hopefully, you know, we have definitely moved beyond the 10 years ago or 20 years ago when these things were a little bit more confusing. But I think the role also of social science and anthropology is very important in conceptualizing a lot of what we do. And I think this is something that now is becoming stronger and stronger. I mean, I think the conference, the RESCAP conference, that was one of the most important messages that were put forward during that conference.
Just to continue on the same line, I'm sure that also Rita has something very challenging to say and revolutionary.
I don't know. I don't know. I have something to say. How to break the silence, yeah? Basically, you need to be a bulldozer. And I have a personal story. Maybe there's time and there's no time. But I can tell you that first we need to deconstruct to reconstruct our own thinking. That's the first thing we need to do. Because, for example, I come from the biomedical sciences. I did pharmacy at AUB once. And then the dissolution rate of potassium dichromate crystals in simulated gastric acid. I mean, look where I've got to. So.
Yes, we're very upset.
Yeah. It's so funny, I know. And then, I mean, all of what these people, these good people said, but really reading everything in sight. And most of what we've learned came from anthropologists and sociologists, actually. Kleiman, Das, Locke, Yuval Kim, Omar, everybody, but not only, also political scientists, engineers. You really need everything inside to be able to critique, to deconstruct and reconstruct. And I want to tell you something about the difficulty of institutional difficulties. You're quite right about that, but maybe at Birzeit, because it's small, we've got into somewhere. For example, for 10 years, I absolutely refused to apply for promotion because we did multidisciplinary work and they wanted to evaluate me based on the pharmaceutical business. But they couldn't throw me out because I was bringing in too much money. So they kept renewing the contract, renewing. Niveen says, yes, we're laughing. Until we changed the law. In 1998, a new set of so-called departments at Birzeit University called institutes and centers were by law part of the academic process, with institutes clearly defined as places with multidisciplinary research and teaching taking place. So maybe we can win if we are bulldozers.
Professor Armenian, you had something to say. To be bulldozers in everything, practically, in this context.
Just to address the pain issue, for information, in the late 1970s and early 80s, we did some studies on pain here at AUB. And it was an opportunity to compare wartime needs of analgesia and pre-war, and we took the same conditions, uncomplicated appendicitis and women in labor, and post sort of appendectomy, requirements of analgesia equivalents were significantly lower during wartime compared to the normal periods. So this brings up two things in my mind. One is the importance of epidemiology of pain, studying that as a end problem and looking at determinants. And number two, that this is contextual very much. And the context here was war. We were able to address that and find something which had not been discussed or had not been reported before, except by a military surgeon in the US Army during the Second World War, which was a clinical observation only. So I would beg that before we become very active activists, we also have very strong epidemiology in our hands to be able to make the case.
Dinoye, do you want to say something? It looks to be a very exciting session. How many hands I have still? Halasna, but Carla has something to say, so. No? Who?
Which means 2 minutes.
The one in the back.
Two more.
If I may, I'm a bit concerned about the discussion always of the dichotomy, and this is something that Omar and I always discuss since he's a member of the faculty, and it's not a dichotomy of medicine versus public health, nor a dichotomy between public health and anthropology. I think the examples that have been used where medicine actually became, or biomedicine, agent of the state, and hence perceived by communities as something to be fearful of. Actually, also anthropologists and ethnographers were agents of the state. Actually, they were sort of set the stage for colonialism. They are the people who actually studied the cultures before the armies came in. So the reality is, it's not about we also working together. It's not about all public health, we're talking to all anthropology. It's about public health, medical people, anthropologists, ethnographers who are committed to a way of looking at life and to a way of looking at society. And I think that's the cross-cutting. And what will bring these disciplines together is not that public health they become sort of, because public health people who are committed to certain issues realize that they cannot actually make that impact if anthropologists of like-minded anthropologists cannot do that. That's a reality. There's a political division and political affiliations that divide public health field, that divide the medical field, and I also divide anthropology and sociology and all other fields. It's not like sociology is those group of people and anthropologists that do it right and understand the society. They're actually worse than medical people, if you think about it, because they sometimes give the sort of the ideological basis for most of these horrible things that happen around.
Absolutely.
I beg you for, because somebody was having the hand all the time. Please, can we have your question?
There is somebody with a microphone way back there. Too.
Also, okay, I'm blind. Okay, how many more hands? 1, 2?
No, they don't want. No, that's it. That's it.
Okay, all right.
Everybody's around. Find each other. Talk to each other.
Thank you. Okay.
This one.
No more questions then. Okay, I'm very sorry for this, but please let us discuss outside the... I just want to say that I came with the impression to this session that I'm going to discuss global health from WHO perspective, of course. And so that it is a challenge, it's a transboundary issue, it is something that we need to deal with. Now I find that really it's true that everything transcends boundaries, not only talking about physical boundaries, but definitely about understanding boundaries of many, many things. And that was very, very interesting for me. So since I don't have time to dwell more, although I was very prepared to do so, but it is really, I want to finish with one thing that Julio Frank has said in 2011, and he said that global health and public health are indistinguishable. I want to add people-centered health as well, and to have a better look and a better sense of what are the conditions of people, and to
to take again what Dean Whitehead has said, is that we need to really not only look at cross boundaries, but not let the structures deal with our approaches to different things. So thank you very much for your attention. We had great speakers, so we give them thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We are taking a break until 11:15. Please be back at 11:15. Sorry, 11:30. 11:15 is now 11:30. One announcement: there is a trip being arranged to Jbeil and Jaita tomorrow. This is unfortunately not paid by us, but for those of you that are interested in taking that trip, please connect with the registration desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So nice to meet you. Great having you. You're so great.
We all say the same thing, basically. Carla, I'm sorry.
I'm this third one here. You have a presentation? Yes, it should. Well, I gave it to the lady, or it should be there.
Wait.
It should be on there.
خلي هيدا هون تصير عم تفيد.
Can you go take one of those and get the chocolate? Oh, is that going backwards? Oh, sorry. That's it. I hope I'll have to apologize to anybody from UNHCR here. That's it. That's good. So, and also, it doesn't have a pointer. The pointer works. And you just show me. That's all I need. And that's forward and that's backward. Okay, that's lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a script, I'll have to do your code in just a second.
Name?
My name is H.P. It's the same as or Alison. Just Dr. Alison. A doctor at my university left there.
Done?
It just needs to open. No, third one. Shall I drag it to the desktop? So this is the presentation here. This one. So if I just drag like that, does that work?
So Dr. Andrew, I'm Monique. I'm the
Monique.
moderator. Yes, I wanted
Nice to meet you.
to introduce myself, but it was too busy
Don't
the
worry.
last time. So everything is.
It's not there. It's in the.
Let me check.
Can you just minimize? Is it already there? No. Can you minimize here? Okay, it's So we need to reopen. Okay. I just want to open that. So it's this file here. Wonderful. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. Can I just try one thing with this? Oops. Could you just open that presentation for me? See what I can see from here.
Not now. But you can see it.
Okay, but I'm just checking. Okay, I'm just checking this. Okay, that's fine. And this laser point. That's great. Okay, thank you so much.
لا سيرش.
That's great.
Done.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend.
For Anthony's wing. أخذت الألستر إجا هو أوكي. لا هي ديسكسنت. يلا هو هلا جاي أنا قلت ما أدري. عندك لأنه كل شيء شكل. رامي نجيب لك؟ Yeah, you did. He has a flash drive.
So it's Ebola. Yeah. Not Ebola.
حياهم.
No. Just go back.
ثلاثتهم.
Yeah.
ماشي الحال.
Seven.
You can have a look at it if you want.
Yeah. Just nice picture. Thank you. So you do it from here with the down button. It's just the down button from here. Okay, those are just extra slides. Sorry. Okay. Right, thank you. Oh, no, that doesn't look right. Excuse me. Let me just copy something else onto this, because this looks wrong. Just eject it, I can see the title is wrong. So just go into my computer and do it here again.
I delete it.
Take this out. Take it out.
Medical science, engineering.
Sorry? Yeah, but it's not talking from the left up to there, but this is good.
Hi, Dawn. I was looking for you.
Ah, okay.
So you're here.
I'm here. I'm here. I started to get a copy, and then I thought,
So you can get the
this is
coffee.
good.
Go get the coffee. Go get the coffee. People are still outside. Go get coffee.
Is there time?
Yes, yes,
Because
yes.
it looked like there was.
أنا هجيبها أساس
Do you want us to sit?
It's okay. You have your names. So here's.
Okay.
شو ما أراها هاي
This means full.
This one?
اوكي بس انا هيك عم فهمت منهم. اوكي اوكي انا سالونا. اوكي
مين حيبلش هلا؟
Wait, sorry.
It's broadcasting online.
So do you want me to indicate when you start after 3 minutes or you can look at it? So you can see it.
I can see
So I
it,
don't have
but
to-
you can still throw things
Okay,
at me
okay,
if
I'll
you
throw
like.
things at
You can
you.
throw
When you have-
roses.
When you have you're left with 3 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes is fine. Anthony, 3 minutes. The last 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yes.
We've got 15 minutes.
Yes.
Just, but we will go to the full time from whenever we start.
Yes,
I mean,
yeah.
Hi.
Your signature, so when you can publish your.
Yeah,
So
sure.
how's your stay so far? So did you have a chance to do something last night other than meeting with the students?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we just went to Swanky Place for dinner. We have the old city.
Oh, nice.
But seemed very few people around in the middle.
Yeah, this is where you have the parliament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of area.
Yeah.
So maybe we should have gone somewhere else, but anyway, that's where we went.
Okay.
This time, perhaps you can give us advice.
Advice.
Where to go, where's nice, interesting.
No, you have many restaurants. We'll talk about it later. I can give you some tips. And if you have a chance to go outside Beirut, going to Byblos would be great, which is the most ancient city, 6,000 before Christ. It's beautiful. There's a castle and all. It's beautiful.
And what's
It's
there's a trail on Tour, is there?
The what?
Tour?
Ah, you have a tour, so you're
Yeah,
going.
so
Yes,
which one
you
is
will
it?
have. Yes, so you are going. I think to Lagos. You're taking that tour.
What's the other one? Is there another one?
I don't know.
There was one to different type of services.
Did you finally get some coffee?
No, you didn't get your.
You're already going like that, but it's kind of psychological. Yeah. You need to have a bit of coffee in the morning. Generally just have decaf. I'm just so tired.
I mean, you're working till midnight or past,
Yeah. Well, because I thought it would just take me a few minutes to do. And I think I'm still working on it until about 2. Because, you know, it's 15 minutes. And it's just so
Male.
And also, I think you get a sense of the audience more as time goes on.
Yeah. And good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you're pleased with how things are going? I need.
So you saw more Bedouin
I
during
need your
your trip, or
dean's
you had
signature.
some
There's
rest from
another, there's another document I
Actually, I wanted to
actually.
go because
Mohammed
I
is.
want some of the Bedouin in the Bakan near
That
the
would be
farm
fine.
there.
Actually, this piece of paper, because it's also counterfeit signed by Mohammed. This is a hard copy that I'd like to give you to sometime today. I'll grab it.
I think that's not very safe. Especially now, yesterday, I think they executed one of the.
Yeah, no worries. That can be.
So I don't
Yeah,
know
that's
what
fine.
they're going to do, block roads up in the Bekaa Valley. So I think it's safer.
I have one person who's going to come and meet me at the Shtora Park Hotel.
Yeah, it's
I think that's still okay.
Yes,
you
it's
know.
okay.
But
So we can see the clock. Can you see the clock from there?
can you see it from there?
I think.
No, so unless you
I'll
want
do a
to, you
little
want to sit
stretch, but I
down.
think you can.
No, I'm just saying if we can see the time.
The time, yes, I think you see, yes. But I will still remind you of the time at least.
Okay, I think we're going to get started.
Just checking the clock.
Sort of.
All right, welcome back. The session right now is on ethics and concepts and thinking through the words that we use and how we work with people, which has been, I think, a theme that's come through this whole conference, amazingly. It was a wonderful morning start, and this will continue our morning in a wonderful way. Can you hear me in the back? Yeah, kind of not. Okay, so I was told that for all the speakers, if you could speak up because the back is not hearing as well. So we can maybe raise the microphone a little bit and also speak right into it. All right, so I'm going to introduce Monique, who is the moderator of this session and a very, very good friend, and then give it over to her. So Monique Shaya is a professor and chair of the Department of Epidemiology and Population Health at the Faculty of Health Sciences, American University of Beirut. Dr. Shaya is an epidemiologist with a specialty in mental health. She's a 1998 graduate of the Johns Hopkins University with a DRPH in mental hygiene. In the past decade, her research has been devoted to psychiatric distress and postpartum depression in women of reproductive age, as well as maternal smoking, and she got an NIH grant to study dementia in Lebanon. She's interested in research around war and mental health in older adults, and sort of psychiatry and public health in general, psychiatric conditions and public health. She's also a member of the multidisciplinary team at AUB, whose research agenda is on tobacco control, with particular emphasis on water pipe smoking. And I'm going to turn it over to Monique to moderate this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Rima. I think you missed that. I'm an FHS graduate, and I know all the deans, starting from Dr. Gangarosa, so you can guess my age. So let me start first by welcoming you all to all our distinguished guests, alumni, students. And before I start introducing the speaker, I would like to remind you of the objective of that session. So this session, which is Ethics on Assessment, Problematizing Concept and Adapting Method, has 4 objectives. So it's to discuss ethical consideration of public health research and practice in time of crisis, to highlight challenges pertaining to research oversight, accountability and responsibility, and giving back to affected population. It's to examine assessment approaches and intervention prioritization methods in time of crisis, and to problematize concepts such as refugees, vulnerability, as well as methods for establishing rigor and quality of generated data. I have one issue also. I want to remind Dr. Nwayhed that we also worked during the war, not only during the Israeli invasion, but later we worked on assessing the health of children. And this, we had two books, one in Arabic, one in English, and it was called In Wartime, The Status of Children in Lebanon. And this was actually edited by Dr. Harutun Armenian and Jennifer Bryce. So this should have been also mentioned. And Beirut 1984 was on the slide of the. So it's a real pleasure to start with our first speaker, Dr. Dawn Shatti. She's a university professor in anthropology and forced migration and former director of the Refugee Studies Center, Department of International Development at the University of Oxford in the UK. Her research interests include forced settlement and forced migration, nomadic pastoralism and conservation, gendered and development, health, illness, culture, and coping strategies of refugee youth. Among her most recent books are Children of Palestine, Experiencing Forced Migration in the Middle East, Handbook on Nomads in the Middle East and North Africa, and Displacement and Dispossession in the Modern Middle East, Cambridge University Press, 2010. And I also recently knew that Dr. Shatti was also professor at AUB, assistant professor in 1975. She's somebody who's not strange of the region. She's been in Syria and Lebanon. She works on Bedouin. So you're most welcome. Oh, she's Syrian. Okay. Thank you. Shatti. It's not Shatti. Okay.
I don't know. I don't really need to stand up here, but I will. Yes, I often attend conferences in the Middle East, and they write my name as Dawan Tashati, which is the translation from English, which is an interpretation of the original Arabic, and I can leave you to guess that. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here today. This is the fourth day I take part in an activity related to the Faculty of Health Sciences at AUB, and I see a few familiar faces who heard me speak on Thursday. I can promise you that some of the slides may sound familiar, but I promise you I'm going to take this further and relate this to my topic, which is looking at the humanitarian crisis and the way that it's being implemented in northern Iraq. I need do I have them? Oh, there it is, sorry, okay. Okay, so let me just go over what I'm going to try and do, how I'm going to do it. You've had a bit of an introduction about my background. I'll say a little bit more in a minute. I'm then going to try and anthropologize a little bit more about the human tendency to label, to categorize, to separate and define, which I think will help explain why we have some very serious problems to consider in terms of humanitarian aid regimes and the way in which we identify who is worthy for assistance and who is not. That will mean I need to spend just a few minutes discussing some definitions in forced migration. Then I'll move to the case study in northern Iraq of those people displaced. I will then summarize with what I consider are the most significant ethical challenges in aid delivery. So overall, what I'm going to be trying to do is to bring about a recognition that all displaced people, whatever definition or label we assign to them, should receive the same humanitarian assistance. And of course, that includes healthcare. Okay, so as you heard earlier, I'm a social anthropologist. I've worked in the Middle East for a very long time. In fact, I did my PhD research in the Bekaa Valley and illegally moved into the areas around Homs Hama, because at that time it was impossible to get a visa to enter Syria, whatever my background. But I know the Bekaa Valley very well, and I started working with mobile herding communities in Lebanon and later on in Syria officially, and then in Jordan. I think I can use a shorthand and just say Bedouin, but when I then left this area and moved to the Sultanate of Oman, I found that the herders in Oman along the edge of the empty quarter, camel herders, didn't use the term Bedouin, so I just used the term mobile pastoralists. I also spent a number of years in Oman, first working with UNDP to provide government services to nomads in the interior, and of course that meant healthcare as well. And following that, spent 6 years working as an anthropologist, teaching anthropology to medical students at SQU. So I didn't really come to a different kind of migration. I've always been fascinated by the need to move, the will to move, the philosophy of movement and mobility, and how important that has been for certain societies throughout our history. I only began working with refugees about 15 years ago. In 1999, I began working with Palestinian refugees, again in Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, with colleagues working in the West Bank and Gaza, and then also brought in Sahrawi refugees in Algeria and Afghan refugee youth in Iran, and then Iraqi refugees in Syria and Jordan. And I never thought I would now be working with refugees from Syria. So let me just go back a little bit and talk about this need to create the other. I think one very key concept in anthropology is recognizing the need that people have to differentiate themselves from others. It's them and us. The them meaning people who are like you. They can be your bloodkin or your pseudo bloodkin, and those who you regard as friends, and then there are others. And this othering, or as Frederick Barth put it, this creation of ethnic divides is very common amongst all people. It's a way of organizing ourselves, of organizing our surrounding, and putting things in place. For people, it's very important to be in place. And we're very uncomfortable when people are out of place. And so in the list that I've put up here about people who move, people who are out of place have always created a sense of threat to people who are settled. So in my list, I've suggested nomads, peripatetic peoples, gypsies. I didn't put refugees up there, but I think you can guess that refugees are also extraordinarily out of place, sometimes even without moving, depending upon how armed conflict is taking place around them. So what I'm just trying to suggest is we as human beings are very uncomfortable when we can't really figure out who are the people who are around us, who are not in the place that they're supposed to be, who move because they need to move, either for their livelihoods or their philosophy, or who are forced to move. And thus, those who are forced to move, I will just now label as a forced migrant. And I'll just take a few minutes to talk about these various definitions. We have ideas of who is a refugee. I remember some years ago after the hurricane in Louisiana, if I got it right, New Orleans. Those who had fled their homes were being interviewed by the national television services. And they were asking them, what does it feel like to be a refugee? And of course, the automatic response from everyone was, I'm not a refugee. The idea of being a refugee was something that was really antithetical to those Americans who felt that they were still there. So we have a lot of negative baggage, I think, that goes with the term. But as some of you know, and some of you may not be aware, we have two working definitions of refugees within the United Nations system, or rather within the United Nations or the humanitarian aid regime. And the first definition of a refugee comes out of the UN Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA. So UNRWA's working definition of a refugee, a Palestine refugee, is based on being in place, if that makes any sense. A refugee, according to UNRWA, is a person whose normal place of residence was Palestine during a period of 1 June 1946 to 15 May 1948. So the definition is based on being in a place. You might say to yourself, what about those Palestinians who weren't in place at the time, but were off in Latin America or elsewhere? Well, I can tell you they were stateless for a very long time. But this is the first definition we have of a refugee. The second definition, which came into place 3 years later, is the UN High Commission refugee, based on the 1951 statutes of a refugee, is a person who, and I just read this briefly, owing to a well-founded fear of being persecuted for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group, or political opinion, is outside of the country of his nationality and is unable to or unwilling to owing to such fear, avail himself of the protection of that state. So our second definition is about people being out of place. These two definitions, who is in, who is out, also very deeply impact on how the humanitarian aid regime works. You can see that within the UNHCR definitions, we also have asylum seekers. I'm not going to deal with that because that tends to be only in countries that have signed the 51 Convention, so it doesn't really apply to the Middle East. It applies more to Europe. Peoples of concern is this broad category, but we have IDPs, internally displaced people. This has recently become an area of concern for UNHCR, but there really isn't a mandate to it's a part of soft law rather than what I'll call hard law when we come to dealing with IDPs. There are, as I said here, there are other definitions when there are disaster displacees, or sometimes refugees, environmental refugees, and also development-induced displacees. So let me show you a very familiar map. I know this is not anything strange, but I just want to go over a little bit of what has happened. Can you hear me? Okay. Let's see if this be your pointer. Have I got it? Okay, I don't have a pointer, but
it's at the top.
Is it this? Where's the pointer? Okay, so just had to press hard. Okay. Okay. We know now that as of November, we have 7.6 million displaced people in Syria. But these are IDPs, so they're internally displaced, and they are in a very irregular situation with regards to the humanitarian aid regime. We have over 1 million Syrians who've crossed borders, so here along in Turkey, who are receiving, who are being allowed to enter. They are being given immediate access to healthcare throughout the country, although there's very little communication and very few of these displaced Syrians really understand what they're permitted to have and don't have. They seem to be allowed to work, but they know their situation is irregular because they don't actually have temporary protection, although the Turkish government has moved in a direction of passing asylum regulation that eventually will give them the right to work and the right to remain temporarily. Also in this area, we have about 20,000 Palestinians from Syria who have accidentally discovered that by reaching Turkey, they can now avail themselves of the opportunity to apply for asylum in Europe under Article 1D of the 1951 Convention. So an unusual situation. I'm going to just go down to Jordan. Jordan also has, we're not really sure the exact numbers, but I think the official figure is about 600,000. Most of them are from the area of the Hauran or Daraa or the southern region. So they are actually among people who are like them. But a quarter of them are in the UNHCR camp. It's a camp in which once you enter, it's very difficult to leave. You need to get sponsorship from the Jordanian government to leave. And although healthcare was provided at the beginning, now the Jordanian government has declared it's too expensive. And so that's not going to be the case outside of the actual camps. For Palestinian refugees, there has been what we call a refoulement practice. Palestinian refugees from Syria have not been allowed to enter Jordan. A few did come in at the very beginning in the early days, but now any Palestinian that attempts to enter will be turned back. We come to Lebanon. Lebanon, which has perhaps as many or more refugees from Syria or displaced people from Syria as Turkey. Of course, the population of Turkey is about 80 million, and we know the population of Lebanon is about 4 million. There is a great deal of activity with UNHCR and a number of NGOs, a lot of local NGOs, a great deal of civil society activity to work with those from Syria because there are no camps in Lebanon, although there are encampments, and the UNHCR has begun to work with middlemen who are sometimes called shawish. I forgot to mention that, of course, in Turkey, Turkey rejected the UNHCR's assistance in dealing with refugees from Syria. So Turkey decided to work solely on its own programming and template that they've used for disaster emergencies for several decades. And most of the camps that have been set up in Turkey, there are 25 camps, are along the southern border. They've been declared 5-star establishments, and having visited them, I can say that they really are quite interesting. Now, let me turn to this area of northern Iraq. Very complicated situation. In northern Iraq, you have refugees, Kurdish refugees from Syria. So they are officially considered refugees by UNHCR. You also have, if you remember, the period when many of the Yazidi Kurds were stuck on Mount Sinjar, and there were fears of massacres, etc., etc., and the Peshmerga from Mosul could not reach them, and so the Kurdish militias in Syria crossed into Mount Sinjar. They brought the Yazidi out, many of them into Syria, so they became refugees, and then they helped push them back into northern Iraq, where then they became IDPs. So you have a mixture of refugees who are Kurds in northern Iraq, and you have IDPs who are Kurds in Iraq, and you also have Arab IDPs from Iraq who have also taken refuge in the north of the country. But what happens here? UNHCR operates a template that they call by sector, so health, education, WASH, etc., but only for refugees. And OCHA, which is the office for the, I've forgotten the actual, it's the coordination office for humanitarian assistance, has now opened an office in northern Iraq to deal with the internally displaced.
3 more minutes.
So OCHA now works with IDPs in northern Iraq, and many of the experienced practitioners within the humanitarian aid regime are quite distressed to find that there is, number one, a great deal of duplication and waste of effort, because you have 2 different agencies working with 2 different populations, but actually fleeing the same crisis. And you have emerging gaps. And even, in fact, there was a quote from a senior official from Médecins Sans Frontières, who'd opened up a hospital in one of the refugee camps, actually dealing with maternity issues and reproductive health issues. And they found that they couldn't provide any assistance to IDPs who were in the same area because of the template that was being used. On top of that, what's recently happened as well is that the Saudi government has very graciously provided $500 million to the UN for assistance in northern Iraq, but they've made it clear that that assistance can only be given to IDPs, so only for Yazidi and Kurdish Iraqi displaced people, yet none of the assistance can go to the refugee camps where you have the Syrian Kurdish refugee population. So my question, I guess it's the challenge, is how is this acceptable? Can we, what's in a name? I mean, when you're given a label that says you're an IDP or you're a refugee, and there are other labels as well, should that really make a difference in terms of the kind of assistance that you receive? And what about the IDPs in Syria? All of the aid that is actually being funneled into Syria for IDPs has to go through the government, because that's the way the United Nations work. So millions of dollars in aid goes through the government, and the government decides to whom amongst the 9 million displaced it will actually reach. So my question then also is, what about the very poor and the impoverished local hosting communities? Why can we not give them aid as well, whether it's a survival package or healthcare? Up until now, that's been very difficult to promote. I think Lebanon is one of the few countries where at the local level, at the NGO level, the host community is being brought in an important way, but that's not part of the United Nations template. And also, what about donors with string attachments? Do we have a right to reject string attachments, to say, well, we don't really want your money if you're going to tell us how we have to use it? And also, what about the agendas of many of these agencies? The humanitarian aid regime, many of the agencies working with the aid regimes, they have agendas. We all have agendas. But they often come with their own solutions without ever listening or hearing the voices of the displaced, whether they're IDPs or they're refugees. They generally come with a one-size-fits-all programming that's devoid of context and also lacking of history. We talked about history a great deal a couple of days ago. And just as an example, so many of these large agencies who come to deal with the distress and the pain and the trauma of armed conflict come with talking therapies, but often they're coming with these therapies and finding people who don't wish to share their experiences. That isn't part of the way that they deal with.
Sorry, I'm afraid that you have to wrap up, please.
How much time do I have?
Yes, you have to wrap up. Conclusion.
Okay,
Great.
I'm at the wrap up.
Thank
so
you.
my question is really just to hammer home, can the humanitarian aid agency justify providing a higher level of assistance to those forced migrants who fit the 1951 definition of a refugee than to those who don't? Question for you. And then also I really ask, is it in the very nature of the international or the nation-state system that the internally displaced and the stateless, who are technically still within the border of the sovereign state but not recognized, receive less assistance and international protection than the refugee? This is a question about how much are we willing to challenge the sovereignty of the nation-state. And as I said earlier, can we justify what I would consider an unethical system as being for a greater good? I'm very much a non-consequentialist ethicist. I think that there are good behaviors that we should be following, and I'm really not that concerned about sacrificing the individual for the greater good. But that I seem to think is perhaps the direction that the humanitarian aid agency has moved in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shatti, for this thought-provoking presentation. We can allow just two clarification questions if you have. Anyone has any clarification question, not a discussion question? For Dr. Shatti? Clarification on the presentation, any notion, any something, quickly. If you have one. You have one, Salim? Yes, but let it be very quick. Yes, brief.
Let me start by stating a fact. In 2011, there was one baby recorded, one Syrian baby born in Lebanon for every 8 babies. And so that's the ratio of one, and it's probably an underestimation of the number of babies. We are offering a package of healthcare and all sorts of things for refugees. Is it ethical to request that in return of me covering all this, whatever you need in terms of outpatient treatment, of antenatal care, of delivery care, or what have you, to actually get you into a family planning program? Is this something that can be done in situations of emergency? Is it justifiable?
Okay, I think that would require a longer discussion, so I'll put it here. I'll note it down. Thank you, Nas. Okay, thank you, Dr. Shatti. I think we can leave the interesting question for the discussion. Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to present Dr. Anthony Zwi from Australia. Dr. Anthony Zwi is a professor at the School of Social Science at the University of New South Wales. He was born in South Africa, where he completed his medical degree and PhD. He subsequently studied epidemiology at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, specialized in public health, and worked at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, including as head of the Health Policy Unit in 1997 to 2000. In 2001, he migrated to Australia, where he was appointed head of the School of Public Health and Community Medicine and University of New South Wales. He continues to work there, but transferred to arts and social sciences to pursue interdisciplinary interest. He coordinates the Masters in Development Study and teaches international development policy, interfaces between global health and development with equity, social justice, and human rights. I think I skipped a line, but this is his interest: equity, social justice, and human rights. He has long-standing interest in conflict-affected and post-conflict countries, their challenges in building system and consolidating peace, and the role of the international community and aid. He seeks to promote evidence-informed health and development policy and is a widely published author and member of editorial board. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Anthony Smith. This is not the same presentation as Vincam. This is actually a complementary and different ones.
We hope so. Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here. And I really wanted to thank the organizers for the opportunity to be here. My objectives are really to briefly introduce Ebola, which obviously does not need much of an introduction, and to talk about how it, as well as other public health challenges, might be framed, and some of the considerations and questions we might apply in thinking about how best to respond, and to raise those questions for our broader consideration. In terms of personal introductions, just following Dawn, I'll say that you heard a little bit about me. I'm a medical doctor, and I suppose I've drifted more and more from epidemiology and medicine to the social sciences, and I'm continuing, I think, to explore what they offer, because I think that the challenges that we face will be deeply enriched by multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary approaches, which is clearly a shared view within this audience. I wanted to acknowledge, as we do in Australia, the people of the land in which we meet, and to pay respects to them and their history and culture and links to the land and this nation. And really, in meeting here at AUB, to pay respects to this institution in a number of ways. Firstly, as a place where there clearly is ongoing debate about the nature of public health, our role in society, and various forms of engagement. And there are two other sort of personal points of contact. This is Mari Bashir. I don't know whether people over here are familiar with her. She was the governor of the Australian state of New South Wales. She's a psychiatrist of Lebanese descent. I met her recently by chance, and she told me that her father and her uncle both graduated from AUB. And she's a very impressive person, herself committed to social justice and human rights, and also to Professor Armenian, who I first came across. I don't know, we haven't had a chance to meet directly yet, although I've heard you speak. And I was involved with editing a special issue of Social Science and Medicine 25 years ago, 1989 it was published, on collective violence, political violence, and health. And a core paper within that collection was from you. And it clearly made a mark in many ways. I think you've reinforced the importance of data and evidence and gathering experience and presenting that in the public domain where it can be debated and grappled with. So I wish to acknowledge that. Ebola is obviously a frightening disease and epidemic. We've already heard a great deal about it, whether through the media or within this conference itself. It's incredibly challenging and really is placing major strains on a variety of settings and systems. You've heard already about how Ebola originated, the countries involved in West Africa, the fact that they've all been marred by violence, that they're all on the periphery of a globalized world, that they've all suffered from an underinvestment in health and in systems, and that they reflect many, many health challenges. Ebola is just another on top of numerous challenges. Sierra Leone, I think, has got the highest maternal mortality ratio in the world, for example. The nature of the epidemic at this point, its magnitude, is so much more vast than previously experienced. I don't know whether I can get this pointer to work, but that's a timeline of previous epidemics of Ebola, and that's the y-axis, the numbers of people affected. And you can see that over the last 50 or so years, there have been numerous outbreaks in a variety of different settings, but the current one that we see in West Africa at the moment absolutely dwarfs any that have been experienced before in terms of its magnitude and its complexity, the countries involved, the numbers of people, and still a large number of deaths that have been experienced. We've also heard during this conference about how it has been framed differently more recently, framed as a security issue, which has happened recently, follows HIV, which has been similarly framed in the past. And I think that highlights a range of challenges that we may well be facing in terms of how the response is determined and what values and frameworks are applied in shaping what gets done. There's obviously been, again, a massive response, wide range of different organizations and agencies involved, and a great deal already known about what is required and the resources that need to be mobilized to do so. While there's order and some understanding, there's also a great deal of chaos and uncertainty, as again has been mentioned. And I should draw attention to Ramalingam, who writes about really the humanitarian system and talks about innovation and change on the edge of chaos, that there is a great deal of chaos and uncertainty, but it's also in those situations that a degree of innovation and change and transformation may be possible. Alongside the establishment of health centers and treatment areas has been the attention to avoiding further transmission to health workers, who many hundreds of whom have succumbed to this condition and have died from exposure. We've seen the great degree of paranoia, anxiety, stigma, and other ways in which this disease has been framed and how we are affected by how it manifests in faraway places in West Africa or in our own other countries. Australia has not had any cases, but there's a great deal of fear and stigma, and there have already been measures taken to prevent people from West Africa to travel to Australia and obtain humanitarian visas, for example. They've stopped those programs because of Ebola at the present time. Healthcare workers, as I mentioned, are at particular risk, but a key issue also is the engagement and involvement of the community, an area that's often overlooked. What I wanted to do was move on to talk about perhaps some different ethical frameworks that we might use in thinking about a condition like Ebola and many other public health conditions and problems. It's rather small, but what I've listed with support also of a colleague, Catherine Bateman-Steele, is talking about bioethics and medical ethics, which place issues of doing no harm, the autonomy of the individual, choice at the center, consent and information, although in these situations, we know that the degree of information available to community members may be limited. If you think about public health ethics, there are issues around equity and justice, talking about who is at risk, who is vulnerable, how one can reduce that, how one can ensure that people have access to services. Humanitarian ethics, which we spoke about extensively yesterday, which deal with humanity and, in some cases, impartiality and neutrality, in other cases, that may be blurred. And certainly a strong emphasis as well on development ethics, thinking about how one might be strengthening systems, how one might be building capacity, ensuring local ownership, and that there's a degree of agency and control by those on the ground, and a human rights frame, which looks at issues of participation and choice, non-discrimination, and the right to be involved in those systems, policies, and responses that affect one's own well-being. I'd like to go on by saying that if we raise a number of questions about how we might operate in these difficult environments, that brings to the fore some of the choices and alternative ways that we might look at any given issues. And I'm framing that around 3 or 4 key questions, and I'm hoping that these might be applicable in a variety of different settings. Can we better understand the political economy, the context in which we're working? Can we, through our own exploration of issues, enhance the quality of our response if, and only if, perhaps, we understand better what are the factors that are contributing to these conflicts, to these epidemics, to these catastrophes, as have been described? Who wields power and how do they do so? That might be at the global level that has been raised by a number of speakers, David and Rita and others, but also at a local level, who exercises control, who participates, who is stigmatized, and who is enabled and facilitated to participate. Who ultimately are the winners and losers? In humanitarian settings, there are new resources which are introduced. Those may be controlled by some and are not necessarily distributed to all. Who are those and how do they operate? What motivates them, and can we understand how they're positioned? What is the nature of the communities in which we work? Who represents them, and are those that are the stated leaders or formal leaders, the real leaders of those community groups? Which parts of the community are silenced and do we not hear from, do we not hear about? How can we play a role in facilitating the agency and engagement of those with whom we seek to work? If we think about Ebola and issues like quarantining certain areas or closing schools or changing how people bury their dead, how and in what ways do we engage with those who are affected by those decisions? Is it a top-down decision from on a so-called public health basis, which is forced down, or is there space, and surely there should be space, to engage in a shared understanding of that issue and how best one might respond to it? How do people respond to their kids not being at school, or a mother not being able to touch her sick child? What are their experiences that we should be listening to, hearing from, and fine-tuning and shaping the public health responses to address that? What about the exercise of power, which we've heard about? And certainly, you know, who is excluded and silenced? What have we heard from the women in communities who are still nursing their family members and seeking to bury their dead? What about the health workers who are facing on a daily basis this challenging, incredibly challenging environment of providing care while seeking to protect themselves at the same time. One wonders what it feels like. I've not myself experienced this, being on either side of that interaction. Someone who's ill knows that they may well be dying and is faced by somebody in plastic, in gloves, with whom communicating, getting any sort of sense of empathy, of support, of humanity is so distant. And for that health worker who's putting his or her life at risk to provide care and is similarly struggling with how do you treat people as an individual with humanity, with care, with respect, and with a degree of agency.
2 more minutes.
Okay. I think in terms of our interventions too, there might be questions about how they can be more sensitive to culture and context. And I think a very major challenge is working through trying to really devote resources to ensuring that these voices and experiences do actually get heard and listened to. Where there's a clash with other interpretations of what is required, how does that get mitigated? How does it get dealt with? How does it get resolved? As public health practitioners, as people working at the interface between communities and ill health and various forms of disaster, how do we support them in building these issues? Many people have spoken about the importance of trust and the need for a sustained approach, really strengthening local capacities, and more importantly, the resilience and capabilities of those that are affected. Amartya Sen said in his introduction to Paul Farmer's book, The Pathologies of Power, he said, for the first time in history, we can deal effectively with the diseases that ravage humanity, yet the reach of science and of globalization has stopped short of bringing reasonable opportunity for survival within the grasp of the deprived masses in our affluent world. A very true statement, which we've heard time and again during this meeting. And Melissa Leach, who may or may not have been referred to earlier, I missed one of the presentations, unfortunately, makes the point that the different actors involved shape what we learn about the response. She said, and she was talking also about experience with Ebola sometime earlier, that those involved, the actors involved, produce particular narratives which frame systems and their dynamics in different ways, promote particular goals and values, and justify particular pathways to disease response. And it seems to me that raising those values which we've spoken about, bringing those to the center, being explicit about them, are a necessary and essential part of what we should be doing in addressing this and a variety of other epidemics, catastrophes, and crises. In conclusion, really to say that all of this, I think, operates at the interface of these different areas: development, human rights, health, and humanitarian responses. I think we've heard, again, a very rich discussion this morning and earlier about what's happening in the middle, what is happening there in terms of uncertainty, in terms of pain, in terms of injury. How is that appreciated, sensed, responded to? And I think we can probably draw this metaphor further and talk about how systems are torn apart and injured. What pain do they feel, and how does that linger into the future? How do we deal with those same issues, the uncertainty faced by the individuals, the institutions, and the systems? And I think we have to go back to core values and the roots, not of our discipline, but of our humanity, as I think others have called for as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zwi. It was really very inspiring presentation, and I think the questions that you have asked are questions that we ask every single day in the Faculty of Health Sciences about the community, about human rights, and I think that there will be really interesting discussion later on, so we'll keep it to. May I welcome now Dr. Alistair Ager, put my glasses. So Dr. Alistair Ager is a professor of population and family health at the Mailman School of Public Health at Columbia University. After training in psychology at the University of Kiel, Wales, and Birmingham, he worked in the field of health and development for 25 years. He has experience as a lecturer, researcher, and consultant across the Middle East, Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, Europe, and North America, working with a range of intergovernmental and non-governmental and governmental agencies. From 1988 to 1992, Dr. Ager was the head of the Department of Psychology as Chancellor College. Until 2004, he served as Foundation Director of the Institute of International Health and Development at Queen Margaret University, Edinburgh. Before joining Columbia, he was a senior research manager for DFID and was responsible for the agency global portfolio of health and education research. He currently conducts research in the areas of refugee mental health, evaluation of humanitarian intervention, health system resilience in context of crisis, and the role of faith communities in supporting recovery. Dr. Ager has recently completed studies addressing the impact of humanitarian assistance to children in the context of the Syria crisis in Lebanon, Jordan, and Iraq, and a study of civil society and local faith community engagement in humanitarian response in urban Jordan. So join me in welcoming Dr. Ager.
So thank you for that introduction, and I particularly want to focus on that last phrase of just a chance to reflect on some of the work over the last 2 or 3 years, looking at response within the region, addressing the needs of children, and particularly in terms of psychosocial support, one of the areas that has been prioritized within humanitarian response. I want to thank the organizing committee. I want to thank Dean Iman for the invitation, but also for his modeling of a provocative presentation yesterday. I have just 15 minutes. I have 5 assertions I want to make, 3 minutes an assertion. I don't have chance for nuance and delicacy that I would otherwise perhaps indulge myself in. So I want to argue about 5 things that, with the invitation, provoked me of being concerns for our role as public health scientists and advocates for public health, and the dilemma of wrestling between those two calls upon the focus of our work. And so I'm going to address or highlight the weak commitment of organizations to evidence on impact and the ethics of not doing research, the ethical challenges of control groups and not having control groups. And I've deliberately chosen that provocative phrase. I could have used comparison groups. I could have used a complicated words like counterfactual. That's what I'm really interested in. But let's be bold and say the idea of understanding what happens when we're not intervening as a key basis for understanding on the effectiveness of our interventions, which would be a routine part of clinical practice. The third point will be easier to explain in figures than in words, but that although I'm calling for a stronger commitment to evaluations and a stronger basis for understanding the impact of those evaluations, there's a danger of being sucked so much into whether our intervention works that we close our eyes to broader social community structures that are supportive of healing. And I want to give some illustrations of that. I want to very briefly, because it was covered so well this morning, address tensions about validity, reliability, feasibility of measures. And I think I'm just going to reinforce the message of this morning, which is that we're problem focused, drawing on both quantitative, qualitative traditions and understanding the pragmatics of research. And finally, I'm just going to touch on this issue that if we're really interested in local mechanisms of healing and response, it draws us into a number of discourses that humanitarian workers, humanitarian agencies have traditionally been rather uncomfortable in, which is in terms of addressing the religious framing and religious understanding of challenge and difficulty. So weak commitment, and I'm going to make it a bit easier I've got various citations, but I'm just going to pick a bit of text, but actually highlight it. So child-friendly spaces are the particular intervention we've been looking at in the region for the last 2 or 3 years. And somewhere, yes, the second redded section there, you'll see that in 2012, when we looked at this on Relief Web, there were over 100 interventions that year happening using this form of creating a structured space in which animated activities would happen for children. It's become a normative part of humanitarian practice. And clearly, I think we can all recognize the moral justification for seeking to try and create some structure and some support for youth and children in context of displacement. But you may or may not be surprised that when we look at what's the evidence, and again, I think it's right from the discussion, I think that I heard Omar reflecting on this, a broader understanding of what evidence would be, but what's the basis of thinking that it's better to spend money on these programs than cash transfers to those communities? Because ultimately that's the test of saying that the impact of this investment, do we know better than giving the cash value of this intervention to local communities for them to support their recovery? And the assumption is that we do know better, that somehow there's a technology, there's an intervention that will drive greater gain. And we found 10 studies of a reasonable quality, but of those 10 studies, we found that only 3 would really probably pass a PhD viva at the AUB University, I suspect, in terms of really having any robust measures of change over time, or really having any argument. It may say, I really enjoyed doing this, it was very helpful to me, but not really any strong basis for attributing that benefit and perceived benefit compared to people that were not receiving that intervention and were coping in other ways. So a weak evidence base. One way that I've, in terms of working with, particularly with DFID and the Wellcome Trust over the last couple of years, trying to frame a funding scheme to be able to support more rigorous work in this area, the issue of the ethics of doing research with humanitarian communities, because of the vulnerability of those communities, has been well recognized. But so there needs to be a careful reflection on why do we need evidence within this group. And clearly there are some interventions that we know work, they work globally, and so they will work within a displaced population or a humanitarian population. And so we don't need to do that research again, and we don't need to disturb that population to prove something, because there's a common humanity there. There are other forms of intervention which are so uncertain, and it's such a vulnerable population that that's the last population. Like one example would be looking at a new model of emergency feeding program, where you're looking at very vulnerable infants. It's such a poorly controlled environment in many humanitarian contexts. That's not the place to do that research. So there's a middle ground, and I actually quite like this phrase that the group came up with in a recent science paper, was that we have the obligation to articulate the specific conditions where research is required, where empirical work in the complex context of a humanitarian crisis is both adequately safe, which clearly we need to do, and evidentially necessary. So we don't want to do unsafe work, but equally don't want to be wasting time proving things that essentially we know from good public health practice, good general development practice are effective. So on that basis, I think there is a call for humanitarian agencies and the broader research community to support humanitarian agencies in doing more rigorous research. If we do that, I actually am more comfortable with the word counterfactual or comparison group. But essentially, let me just be provocative and use this word that so many people are uncomfortable with, the notion of a control group, which has this idea of withholding something that we know to be efficacious. Well, we've just said if we know it's efficacious, we'll just do it anyway. The reality is we don't know if this is efficacious. The reality is we spend millions of dollars on humanitarian interventions that we don't have a sound evidence base for understanding their efficacious impact. And so one of the things that I've been very interested in doing in our work over the last 2 or 3 years in the region and elsewhere has been looking at ethical ways to be able to make a judgment of, okay, this is what's happening to these kids, but what is happening or what would have happened to them if we had not spent this money in this way and run this program? And that there actually are many opportunities, it seems, to find children that, because of the rolling out of a program over time or because of different communities being targeted at different times, we can find some basis of a counterfactual. And I just wanted to demonstrate in 2 or 3, I feel quite proud, unusually, to be one of the few people presenting data and charts, the little bit of the epidemiologist in me. If you were the manager of this program and your job was to create improved protection for children, and you knew that this was T1, if I can get this to work correctly, this is T1 here, this is T2, this was the protection concerns that actually caregivers had for their children, blue is boys, red is girls. Over 3 or 4 months, there was this reduction in protection concerns while you're running that CFS. You are pleased, yes? You write to your donor and you say, I want another $2 million because we have, over this period of time, reduced protection concerns, and there is an appreciation of this service. If you speak and you saw data from those children in the same camp who were not attending that program and saw a similar change over time. There are other things happening in that camp, thankfully, which is reducing the concerns about protection for children in terms of safer sanitation practices and broader supports. So my argument would be that without the data on the right, which is challenging to collect, of interviewing people that are not receiving the intervention, we would have completely misrepresented the experience on the left. We would be saying this is a good program, we want to replicate it, when in fact, when we look at it, there's no evidence of impact for this intervention in this context at all. But equally, this actually is data from Uganda, but it makes the point quite well. If you are the manager of this program, which is seeking to protect the psychosocial well-being or improve the psychosocial well-being of children over time, again, pre-post, something like 3 to 4 months between that, boys and girls, you are disappointed by this figure, yes? You say that despite all our efforts and children seem to be enjoying the activities, we have really failed over this period of time. But if you look at children in that same area that were not attending this, and you see that that's what's happened to their well-being, it's been a very difficult environment over those last few months. And children that are marginalized in the camp, not involved activities, are reporting much lower levels of well-being. Suddenly, your failed project has become a very successful project, not because we can be glorified in promoting psychosocial well-being in such a terrible situation, but somehow to provide some form of protective influence that has helped families and helped caregivers and helped children keep things together, while others around them without that support are actually losing function quite rapidly. So again, we see our interpretation of the data for our intervention on the left changes radically when we're actually be able to compare it with the counterfactual on the right. I want to use that as a link into my third point, that I'm encouraging us to look at the value of interventions and to be rigorous in that. And there's a value then to look quite closely at what is driving the evidence of the effectiveness. And here I'm looking at what is a reality for many programs, is that although data for this particular intervention is from around 7 or 8 different child-friendly spaces run by 2 different organizations, all to the same specification. If you visited those centers, you'd know some were being done well and some were being done badly. That the fidelity of interventions, the quality of the interventions were significantly different. They would all be reported the same to the donor, but in practice, if you look at the quality of it and the understanding of it, it was quite different. So we were able to separate using a fairly robust measure of quality to look at the experience of children in the higher quality child-friendly spaces. And you can see now we have a slightly increase in well-being. And if we look at the children that were attending interventions, but actually it was poorer quality, they have a lesser impact on their well-being. So that's for me, very persuasive evidence, not only that being in the intervention was of benefit, but the higher the quality of that there was something that was really of value, potentially contributing to children's well-being. But I want to show 2 other figures that show, let us not obsess by did our intervention, it's the egotism of the interventionist, that you're only really interested in what's happening in your program. And you almost hope that what's happening out there is nothing. You almost hope that the control, that the baseline for others is no change. And for anyone working in humanitarian context knows the lie of that in terms of the activity and the engagement of communities. So here's a figure from our work actually of several years ago in Gaza. And I'm half ashamed, half proud of the way it's written up. And we were looking at the impact of some interventions and essentially the intervention groups in West Bank, some in West Bank and some in Gaza, are the lines I've slightly yellowed. But we needed, for the reason I was just saying, to have a counterfactual. And so we were looking in Beit Hanun, and so we looked in other parts of Gaza City, and also looking at Rafah in terms of the experience of children over that time. And in a way, I remember being thankful, curiously, that yes, our intervention, there was a steeper drop than there was within these communities where that program was not going. And so to write it up, to feel as a public health scientist that I'd understood something important, this was very useful data. But looking back at it now, I see with what ignorance I was speaking of what was happening in these other areas in terms of within communities and within children, supporting the development and supporting an improvement of conditions. And which leads to a misunderstanding that our intervention, really, if it's effective, is not driving something, but rather it's supporting something that is already there within the community that we are strengthening and enabling. This is clearest still to me anyway in this figure here. This is a written up study. This actually is also, this actually is from Uganda, but we have, you can look at this figure in two ways. You can look at it as the optimistic intervention is that for those children, this is all of the multiple pathways are indicated in grey, that the mean improvement line as a result of intervention, this is a steeper line than that. And as a result of that steepness, we can say the intervention was more effective than no intervention. But if you then look at this again and see all of this activity of change within these communities, and you see that within this comparison group, control group, that there is development over time and complete ignorance on the part of the intervening agency of what was driving this improvement. How were things getting better? And could the intervention have been even more effective if it understood local context of recovery and been building and bolstering that rather than providing a rather separate program of intervention? Aware of time, I'll spend about 1 minute on this figure because I think it was really made.
I'm giving you 3 extra minutes. I'm being generous. 3 extra minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you. So this is basically saying in terms of the measures, in terms of these designs, I think we are familiar and appropriately so with the critique of measures imported without cultural validity. So the cultural validity of our measures and whether it reflects local understandings of children's priorities needs is very important. I think there's equally generally an awareness in terms of the scientific validity. I'm delighted to be using an instrument on, in some of our studies that Judy McCool and colleagues here developed in terms of quality of life in youth, and to see that that was rigorously done in a way that we can robustly and reliably understand changes over time within children. And sometimes there's this false battle between a sort of a cultural approach and a scientific sort of survey questionnaire approach, whereas I think what was emphasized this morning is the need to draw from those traditions and have them inform each other in a useful way. If we don't want this work to be done just by research groups, though, we need to also think about the feasibility of measures so that our partners within humanitarian agencies can use some of these measures themselves. And I think this is a big challenge in terms of balancing these 3 calls on our time. The 5th point, which I'll just squeeze in the 3 minutes, is if we are calling to think about interventions that yes, are effective and yes, are demonstrably effective, but they're effective because they're enhancing existing community mechanisms of engagement. They're building on what is already there rather than seeking to replace it or be ignorant of what's happening. Are we not drawn into the cosmologies, the understandings, the framings of local communities? And in terms of psychosocial well-being of children and meaning and so forth, are we not drawn into engaging more effectively and more systematically with other forms of expression, such as faith-inspired or religious framings of suffering and the purpose and engagement of children? And so there's just 2 slides to summarize this. This is a more descriptive one looking at more generally the field of mental health and psychosocial support. And to note that there are many, including in this region, many faith-inspired NGOs and civil society organizations are heavily engaged in this field. But when we look at how this is documented, I want to suggest that religious affiliation is still seen as one of 2 things. It's either still seen as a red flag, it's a religious organization, but it's okay. The assumption that there is a partiality of religious organizations that secular organizations are completely free of. And I really appreciated Uni's words yesterday about acknowledging that the framing of secular organizations is a framing in its own way and a liberal materialist framing often used. And that's fair enough to acknowledge that, but to not assume that that is a completely neutral view from nowhere that has no presumption about value of a child, no presumption about obedience, no presumption about well-being is quite false. So either religion is tolerated in that way or it is used. It's a mechanism for us as public health scientists, knowing that there is religious leaders who influence the community. We see it as a channel to get our messages in, but no respect for the values and the understandings, but it's an instrument for us to have impact within those communities. But religious belief and practice themselves in supporting resilience is seldom systematically engaged with, in my understanding. This has partly been framed as a lack of religious literacy on the part of humanitarian organizations. I think that's clearly a call for that. But as I want to just summarize on my final slide, it seems to me that there is something more of a self-examination required than just simply us cluing ourselves up on local religion, but rather to be more self-critical about the assumptions and the framings that we bring. The first point is one that I've just made, that if we say something like, it was very good that they come together in the mosque because that reinforces social capital, we may think that's an explanatory frame, but it may be experienced as one that is prioritizing an elite materialist assumption of what's really going on is getting together in social support and denying any local construction of that. So we've argued elsewhere that the functional secular frame potentially marginalize these religious discourses that are potentially great use for a number of humanitarian programming, not just as a utilization, but as a way of understanding the framing and the experience and the dynamics of local communities in a more powerful way. In the work in Irbid that we were doing over the summer, this was brought to bear very strongly for us, and in particular, again, relating to the work that the supposition that Uni was talking about in terms of the liberal framing of interventions. And we were interviewing a leader of a Muslim community organization about their understanding of their work and their framing of it with respect to international humanitarian efforts. And this was their comment. What is the work of these international humanitarian organizations but that of the garbage collector cleansing up after failed US foreign policy? We will have nothing to do with them. He had no perception that the international human regime was independent and neutral and above the fray, and resented that his religious ideology and that of his staff was somehow seen as an impediment to compassion and as an impediment to neutrality, whereas in Amman, in the White Land Cruiser, this is neutrality, this is independence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think this was really music to my ears, hearing and seeing all this graph. Thank you so much. Okay, now we move into our discussant, Dr. Judy Machoul. Judy is a friend. We go along a long way. Actually, we both joined the faculty at the same time. I will not tell you when. So she's now a professor at the Department of Health Promotion and Community Health at the Faculty of Health Sciences at the American University of Beirut. Dr. Machoul is currently leading a research on applied research ethics in the Arab world from the point of view of researcher, interested in developing this agenda to include research participants and other stakeholders in the research process. Her previous research and publication have focused on war-affected populations such as internally displaced families of the Lebanese Civil War, as well as border-crossing refugee populations such as Palestinian and Iraqi refugee. She's also interested in applications of research methodology and method, such as qualitative research and community-based research and research ethic in the Arab region. It's a great pleasure introducing you, Judy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry? Did I step up somewhere? You can see me? So you can see me? Can you see me now? Thank you very much. Good day, everybody. I will invite everyone, if you would like, just to stand up and just stretch, because I'm the fourth person to speak now, and it's nearly near lunchtime, so yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. This is what I usually do in my classes. We're not going to have a Tai Chi session, but anything, just wave. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Excellent.
So, it's not part of your time. Okay, I'm not counting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I have no slides. I'm just going to read through some thoughts, and I want to thank our panel for interesting presentations, but also their time yesterday, because I went through this with them last night. A few common themes that emerge from these presentations hover around the critique of humanitarian assistance programs, the absence of voice or people's perspectives and views in aid and research, and concerns about the ethics of interventions and research in settings of emergencies, complexity, or uncertainty. For my discussion today, I've chosen to talk briefly about public health research and research ethics in context of adversity or uncertainty, referring to some of the themes that I've mentioned above. I'll say a few words on needs assessments and program evaluation, as they may also be considered members of the research family.
Can you speak up? I think.
People can't hear me at the
أو
back.
الميكروفون.
قرب المايك.
Yes.
هيك ما بعد فيه يشوف شو عم بقرا. Okay, that's fine. Challenges. Okay. Allow me then to gloss over quickly a few notions just for clarity. Research is a systematic investigation, including a research development, testing, and evaluation, which is designed to develop or contribute to some sort of knowledge that is in answer to a research question. Ethics is a study of morality, values about what is right and wrong in society, and the application of moral principles. And we've heard a number of frameworks through which we can look at ethics. Evaluation research is a form of research, but its goal is to provide useful information to support decisions about the effectiveness and applicability of programs and policies. So it determines the value, the limitations, and strengths of these programs. There's a difference between dependent research, such as program evaluations carried out by humanitarian or other NGOs, and research to determine needs on one hand. This is the dependent research. And the issue of, and here you have the issue of conflict of interest, possibly. And independent research, which is initiated by academic research to answer questions about health, disease risk, relationships, coping, etc. Now, are needs assessments always about collecting large amounts of complex data? There are many ways and approaches to conduct needs assessments or collect data about groups and populations in challenging situations, depending on the degree of contact, tools used, and the kind of information needed, as well as the resources available. So there are, for example, no contact approaches, such as observations, review of available data, minimum contact, including surveys and checklists, and my favorite, high contact approaches like community mappings, participatory rapid appraisals, ethnographic research, and photo voice. Why aren't evaluations regularly conducted? Well, program evaluations are not consistently conducted for several reasons, according to the relevant literature, and I'll mention 4. Very little intention of professionals to change the status quo or the agenda of the intervening agency. For example, an evaluation of programs committed to health-related feeding interventions for children, referred to by Alistair, may identify other needs the agency may not be able to address. Second, the assumption that all humanitarian public health programs are beneficial, much needed, and do a lot of good to people they're serving. So if they do undergo internal or external evaluations, they will focus on programmatic outcomes. Third, the assumption that all refugees and populations affected by adverse events share similar needs and characteristics and are stereotypically perceived as vulnerable and have no resources and no agency, and then are dependent on outside help. Fourth, challenging security reasons. Trust and logistics may also deter conduct of evaluations. I now turn to research ethics. Finding solutions to the great burden of disease in impoverished countries of the world where conditions are exacerbated by all these complexities and uncertainties, including armed conflict, will require interventions at more than one level, policy and otherwise. Much external research fund is needed for generating evidence for such interventions. There is considerable inconsistency, however, in the quality and extent of evidence-informed public health action in the aftermath of disasters. And why is this so? It is difficult, but not impossible, to conduct quality research in such circumstances. Second, coordination between the various actors, the agencies involved, the international agencies, and academics is minimum. And last, as the panel mentioned, ethical considerations are major. So what kinds of things should one look out for to ensure that research is ethical? There are many questions that need to be posed regarding conducting research in complex emergencies or uncertainties. This is not an exhaustive list, but I just put a few questions together to help us think through to help us make ethical decisions about planning, conducting, evaluating, and using findings of research. Some of the questions: who benefits? Current or future populations? Is it ethical to conduct research with people who won't benefit? Is it enough to do no harm, or should research provide evidence of ways to improve the conditions of affected people in some way? Regarding informed consent, what are the specificities regarding the process of seeking informed consent? And what are the issues involved when dealing with participants of special needs or those who are unable to make such decisions? What needs to be done to ensure data security and protection? The fear for intellectual property of knowledge falling into the wrong hands, about victims of war, and for goods and services. All of this may escalate fighting even. Research findings can be valuable to warring factions. So then you have issues of confidentiality of data and how this research may be used. Who owns and who profits from research? What guards should be put into place to protect researchers themselves against possible physical and emotional harm? There are other questions as well, but I'll move to the next point, which is the question: what about ethical guidelines and codes of conduct? This research with populations affected by adversity must be coupled with an increase in investment in research ethical guidelines, which are, and I stress, suitable for the context, not transported as they are from wherever they came from, to protect people from harm and exploitation and ensure equitable distribution of benefits to them. Rigor of study findings is promoted if the study is ethical and the investigators have integrity. Notable strides were made recently to develop codes of conduct for humanitarian interventions on the part of international NGOs and UN agencies. Yet, engagement by academic and broader research communities have relatively been ad hoc and unregulated beyond the basic ethical guidelines developed in universities for research in general and within governing bodies of academic disciplines such as public health, nursing, anthropology, etc. Although a set of guidelines and principles govern the conduct of research in high-income countries, there is much debate and controversy about their applicability elsewhere. Modifications and adjustments need to be made on such principles based on the local conditions, or even a new culturally relevant set to be created, such as widely called for such as a communitarian ethical framework, which is widely called for. This acknowledges ethical pluralism or diversity of values and beliefs and does not strive for uniformity. So why the stress on contextually sensitive guidelines? Well, if adversity or disaster hits low-income countries, the impact is more burdensome and recovery from adverse effects may be slower because of the context and the limited resources there. They have poorer financial, economic, and other kinds of resources that are important for equitable development. The burden of disease and disability is higher there, and health services are inadequate. At another level, sociocultural, historical, and political environments are different, and conditions are also different. For example, instead of in individualist societies, certain rules are available and norms. These are different from collectivist societies. For example, in collectivist societies, there are informal modes of communication information sharing occurs through social and familial networks. And this may explain the preference for detailed information in consent sheets in individualist societies, which might not be applicable in collectivist societies. In short, there are no specific codes of ethics for the conduct of research in humanitarian contexts, emergencies, uncertainties that applies to all settings. And producing one better than what already exists risks being too specific to particular settings. So I finish up with what are implications for framework towards ethical research. Remember, access to sound and ethical research evidence is valuable to all stakeholders, including affected populations. These are just some ideas. Search for and link research with enduring or existing agencies to carry on or use the research findings that you have already initiated. Conduct tolerant or patient informal interviewing and carefully scrutinize and cross-check the data. Listen to people's voices and write up in a way that brings them forth. Appreciate and accept people's actions and views as legitimate actors. Use local capacity for research versus expatriate experts. Build capacity for aid agencies on research. Build capacity for them as well on research ethics to help them understand local norms, values, and health problems in the humanitarian and other agencies, especially for non-national researchers. Try to adopt a communitarian ethical framework that acknowledges diversity of values and beliefs. Lastly, let's all try to draw up a code of ethical conduct together with various actors, including governmental, non-governmental actors, donors, and local community. And better still, support a process to discuss research ethics and practice as part of a coordination of efforts, bringing in the same stakeholders for building dialogue and trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you. Posed more questions.
I can stay here on this pedestal.
Okay, so we start with question. Dr. Alminyan, you have two questions, so you're going to pose the two questions.
I have a couple of comments, if I may.
Okay, please go ahead.
When the comments which were made with regards to research were focused on intervention studies, while there is a lot to be said about observational epidemiologic studies where the ethical issues may not be as serious. The context in which that can be done, and this is what we have succeeded in doing both in Lebanon and in Armenia, is to introduce epidemiology through an integrated program where epidemiology as an information system of surveillance and monitoring is collecting the data that will feed back immediately within the programmatic type of activities that are conducted. And that's where you get also your data for research. That's what we have done. Now, one of the problems that you highlighted is that interventions are sometimes not transmissible. This was very well illustrated in Armenia when we got people from California coming and recommending people that if the earthquake is repeated, to stay indoors. While our research later on found out that staying indoors had a relative risk of about 2 or 3 higher risk of mortality and injuries, which was the wrong recommendation to be made to be transferred because of the building codes were different. Now, the other issue which I would like to make a point about, you raised the issue of controls. After a couple of years of looking at data from Armenia on psychopathology, where up to about 60–70% of our sample were potentially could be classified under one of the psychopathologies. I asked myself and I said, those are not the guys, the PTSD guys are not the interesting ones. What I'm interested in is the 30% who are healthy, have sustained the trauma, and they are able to survive. So our research is not just about the people who get the disease outcomes. Our research should focus on hardiness, which Kobasa mentioned. Our research is to focus on dignity. So people who have got that high level of dignity that protects from their thing. Now, the last point that I would like to raise, and this is for sort of a future perspective. We recently completed the 23-year follow-up of our earthquake survivors in Armenia. There is a logic there whereby going forward to a cohort type of approach, we will be able to identify things that can happen decades later that could be prevented earlier. We have got evidence that some interventions that if they were done earlier at the moment of the disaster, then we would prevent things which would occur 20, 30 years later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alminian. I think everyone agrees with you. Salim, you have a question? Question? Yes, please. There.
Fihon,
Yes, but we have also yes, 2 questions there. So we'll take 2 questions at a time.
Brief.
We get responses. Brief. Yes,
I've been asking for this Minhon.
Okay, but please, yellow jacket, please. Yes. Okay. We take these 2 questions and then another 2 questions. Rita. Yes.
Okay. Quick question for Dr. Anthony and one for Dr. Alistair. Dr. Anthony, how would we consider take into account the ethical challenges in Ebola response, the out of Ebola questions? We probably know that, for example, malaria gets reduced because that's part of the protocol, but actually we don't know how many people are dying because they can't access to hospitals, they are terrified and so on. And a lot of organizations even disengaging, like we heard also yesterday, because, oh, this is the job for MSF or this and that organization. So how to consider all the out of Ebola questions as an ethical problem for these interventions. It's maybe a general question for all single disease response, but here in this epidemic, it's very exacerbated, I have the impression. Dr. Alistair, it's again a bit out of humanitarian intervention question. So humanitarian organizations, when they do these type of really rigorous controlled projects. I was part of some of them, and one of the objectives is actually, what was the purpose? Is to scale up, of course improve programming, but scale up and see if actually not humanitarian organizations, but the health system or other actors can do it or not. But those very controlled, actually, very, all the ethical considerations are really put in place in those type of studies, whereas we know that when other actors will do it, actually, that whole setup you put in place is not there anymore. And this is a terrible ethical challenge, in my opinion. You may show that your humanitarian so-called intervention works, but because who is doing that is also part of the
So the question,
equation.
please. Okay, can we have another? Yes.
All right.
Okay.
So I don't think anyone contests the need for more research in these type of settings. There's much to learn. And in the last 20 years, if you look at the number of publications coming out of humanitarian settings and what we're learning is actually growing leaps and bounds. But we have to look at the practical realities of how can we actually get good quality research out of bad situations. One of the concerns that I had in the past years was actually making whatever information is available available to the public. So we in the organization made a principal stand on making all of our data open access, right? The reason being, the principal reason being, we are an organization funded by the public. As such, who owns the data? Who owns the research? Who owns the information? I think some of the points that you made, the question about who owns the information, who owns the knowledge, etc. But the practical concerns remain. I mean, how much of donor money do you spend on managing data? Because making data available for other researchers, it's a big effort. You have to curate data. There are a lot of practical difficulties. So perhaps what we can do as a community of researchers is to kind of find solution to these practical problems that will allow and maximize the use of information that we get from such situations, because there is a lot of information out there, but it's just not being used and analyzed and disseminated properly.
Thank you. We'll leave Dr. Alistair first to comment on the first question, and then whoever want to comment later.
Yes, I'll pick up on a couple of points that Professor Amanian made and link it to the question at the back. So this was the advantage or disadvantage of being compressed in time. I gave an unnuanced account, and this word of control is deliberately provocative in a way. The reality is that as a researcher, I have no control or little control, and actually the humanitarian organization has little control in that sense of the word. And so the reality of these evaluations is rolling with the emergency and is rolling with scale up. But and in a sense, it becomes a descriptive epidemiology, but to link it to the point at the back, but with a desperate urge at humanitarian colleagues, and I suppose that's the way I frame this, as although it might have sounded a critique of humanitarians, that they are, I'm working in partnership with humanitarians with a bit of a research academic brain trying to help think through these issues. And the reality is that you will not scale up to the whole community or the whole affected area within the first 3 months. And how can we use that experience of how the intervention is going to inform subsequent ones? So the reality of much of that data that I showed was actually not a group locked away in control conditions, but a group that for good ethical and sound reasons had not yet received that intervention, who may do so if there was evidence of impact, but otherwise there may be no clear case to do that. So I think that this distinction, in a sense, I don't use the word control very often. I usually use comparison, and actually counterfactually is the right word, because it's just something, what evidence have we got to understand what would happen if we were not intervening? I think that's the key epistemological point. And in terms of scale up, I think it's just at the moment a position, a conceptual position that I take, which is that very much there's complex contextuality and systems. And I don't quite know what the basis of my belief is, but that we can learn lessons. We can take something from one situation to another that becomes transformed. And so I suppose what I'm seeking to do in some of these evaluations is there a kernel of an effect that we see across Lebanon, across Jordan, across northern Iraq, across Uganda, that looks plausibly like there is some efficacy in this intervention, which has to be shaped very much to local circumstance and is, or is there really, there's nothing in the box at all, and actually from scratch every time. So yes, major adjustment and concerns about fidelity and so forth. But at root, I think we have to decide, is there a basis of some evidence for a putative, impactful intervention that needs to be shaped but has to be delivered?
Does anyone would like to comment on the availability of data, how humanitarian organization make available data to the public or to the researcher? Doctor, would you like to comment on that?
Did you want to, Dawn?
No, no, what's okay. Please go on.
Perhaps I could respond to two of the issues. I mean, the one was the issue of availability of data and different forms of data. And I mean, in a way, I just reinforce what Uni had to say, that those are often publicly collected and should be publicly available and open to scrutiny from a variety of perspectives. I think added to that is really the importance, perhaps, of, in an ongoing way, allowing, which is something that has come up in this panel and previously, facilitating voice directing resources to ensuring that one is learning from communities, from systems, from health workers, from those involved in different agencies about what their experiences are on the ground and documenting that in the public domain. I think sort of understanding what the dilemmas are that people face in the field is absolutely crucial. Often this is either hidden by agencies or glossed over rather than placed in the public domain where one can reflect upon it, look at what does that tell us about how systems are operating, how are systems failing people on the ground, how are accountability mechanisms not achieving what they set out to do, and what are the innovations and strategies that people are using to overcome those. There's a great deal of innovation and change that takes place. People are doing creative things on the ground. Can we give greater visibility to that and place that in the public domain where it can inform searching for answers to problems, to questions, and sort of developing new ways of responding? And I think the issue of that Talita raised about system responses, sort of unanticipated negative effects, perhaps, of focusing on a particular disease or a particular control effort, I think are also crucial, that actually one needs to look at that bigger picture. Those intervening might be seeking to narrow the frame in which we look at the response. Are more people getting into, in relation to Ebola, are more burials taking place safely? Are more people who are symptomatic in supported clinical isolated settings? But we also know that health services are closing, that people who've got other conditions are not being able to access them, that kids are not at school. Those are crucial issues to look at alongside the more specific and, in a way, vertical responses. And I think those involved with communities, with really looking at the impact on systems, need to look at that broader frame. And I think one should call for the types of funding that enables one to do that type of work in an ongoing way. And we're concerned, just as an example in relation to Ebola, when a vaccine becomes available, who's going to be able to access that? How will those decisions be taken? How do communities respond to that? What are the implications of quarantine on food security, on rising prices of foods to which people will be denied access or lose access? And I think those need to be looked at as well as the specific focused responses. Sorry.
Thank you, Anthony. I think we have questions. Dr. Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'll try.
We can also continue the discussion during lunchtime.
Okay, I'll try to be very quick. Yeah. For Don Shatti, just to let you know, I'm sure you agree, and I'm sure the UNRWA people here would agree, that the definition of refugee is not only political, but also gendered. For example, Palestinian refugees are defined as the men who hand down the refugee status to their children, not women. And two, Palestinian refugees of the 1967 war are not considered Palestinian refugees. It's highly political. That's one. Second thing, it's fun. I'll go quickly, but it's really important. Alastair Agar, for 15 years now, we've been arguing for evaluation, and I find myself like wanting to go to the other side now. I've been doing a lot of them, and let me ask you, just go straight to a few questions. Why? Because of the following. How ethical is it to use a control group? Big issue. Sometimes control groups and other groups change negatively due to contextual factors that you cannot control. So how useful is this quasi-experimental design? Three, why not ask the beneficiaries themselves? And four, and the biggest problem we seem to face now is not evaluation. There's too much of that. What's been facing most of all is a big problem of verticalization of programs. They do psychosocial and isolation of everything else.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for interesting panel. My comment and questions directed to Anthony. So just to follow up on something you implied, Anthony, just some figures. In Sierra Leone, in the first 4 months since the beginning of Ebola, 848 people had been reported to be infected and 365 had died. In the same 4 months, there'd been 650 deaths from meningitis, 670 from tuberculosis, 790 from HIV, 845 from diarrheal diseases, and more than 3,000 from malaria. So I think we have to interrogate these issues of power, and I'm going to ask you a very difficult question. I think it's excellent that we as researchers have to have rigorous ethical clearance for what we do, because we deal with human subjects. But we've talked today about all of the impacts at different levels, ultimately politics and power, that impact on human well-being. So structural adjustment negatively affected the lives of millions of people. Did the IMF ever have to ask for ethical clearance for this social experiment?
One last comment. You want to comment? Okay. One last question and one comment. Yes. Randall, you have one last question and one last comment. If we may. Thank you.
Randa Hamade, Arabian Gulf University, graduate from FHS. I have 2 questions. Maybe you don't need to answer them, but then you can think about what I'm saying. One is the research that has been done is commendable, but how much of your research had implications on the humanitarian agencies and on policymakers? That's my first question. The second question is how much did the medical schools integrate in their curricula about refugees and displaced populations, because they need to face these issues in our region on, I don't want to say on daily basis, but it is common that we are facing these issues as chronic basis, because in our university we have integrated traumatized community in the curricula, so in the medical curricula. So I really, which is about refugees and displaced populations and what happens in disasters as well. Although it's a medical school, but it's a public health issue, which is, so I really wonder if other medical schools are thinking of these issues in their medical curriculum.
And one last comment, please.
So we have a sentence each.
Can I have 2? Because I actually want to comment to a question I was asked a little bit earlier. First, can I just say to Rita, you're absolutely right. The definition of the rights of a Palestinian change over time. And what I perhaps didn't make very clear is when Palestinian refugees leave the area of UNRWA, for example, reach Turkey, they're then allowed to apply for asylum under the 51 Convention. And that is happening more and more. So even our definitions and concepts change a great deal. Can I just refer to the comment that was, well, it was actually raised as a question about, I think in 2011, 1 out of every 8 births in Lebanon was from a refugee woman from Syria. 2 things I want to say about that. It could be that the first wave of refugees who fled from Syria in 2001 were families with the most vulnerable pregnant women. But you were actually asking about whether these people would respond to suggestions of family planning. I'm sorry to put it so bluntly, but I don't have an awful lot of time. I think what that question does reveal is the way that our own biases and our own assumptions about the other do emerge in the kind of questions that we have, that we ask. And I would suggest that, you know, the best thing to do is actually talk to the woman and her husband. I'm sure that family planning is something that they're concerned with as well, but we need to talk. We need to understand the local perceptions of those people who we're engaged with right now. Thank you.
And so my one sentence was, so absolutely right, Rita, that there are ethical challenges. I think it's unethical for humanitarian agencies to spend thousands of dollars in the name of refugee communities without evidence of its efficacy. So that's sort of the balancing ethical issue. And the control, the comparison, the counterpart is exactly that. It's talking to people about their experience and how they are coping in their own terms and how we can strengthen that, which is the hardiness issue. So I think that's the humility and the engagement we need with humanitarian agencies who, to answer that question, I think are often interested in that, want to know how to strengthen existing coping capacity. And that's really what the balance is of, yes, framing interventions, but interventions that understand how communities cope and what assistance they require.
So let's give a big applause to our speakers and to the audience who are very interested.
Okay, lunch is downstairs. Please come back at 2:15 if you want to be done at a reasonable time this afternoon. We have very exciting afternoon sessions, so do not leave. Eat and come back. Thank you.
And I can now.
Oh, right. We'll speak later.
Yes, I really like the session very much. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. Yes. Anyway, anyway, but it's okay. But I like anyway because I attended your one in Alaska. It's
How could that be? Alistair's?
I don't think I was at
Alistair? Thank you. Thank you.
Much beyond that, it's like 3 minutes each because there was this 1 minute. Yeah. Yes, I wanted to.
Sorry.
Yes, yes.
Well, I'll come down just a sec.
جيب القلم اسحبيها لشوف شوي 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 هيك بس 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 بس, بس. اعطيني هيدا الستاند. تست.
كلها على الريح. ما في أسئلة.
اسحبي تاني مايك حطيها هونيك. تاني مايك حطيه هونيك. او العكس هذا.
نحن الميكرويات.
ما هو
لا لا جيب واحدة.
One more. تمام.
That's it.
نقدر نبعث ايميلات عم نتنقل وين ما شو بدنا
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we have to reignite that. Yeah. Yes, I think I feel like when you so yeah, let's be perfect. I'm not leaving until Tuesday. Oh, that would be great.
How are you? Hi, Sabina. I'm Peggy.
Yes, Sabina. Oh.
You cannot say hi. So what I also show you a
I didn't think we were. I know.
It's like Bangladesh after lunch. Great to hear people disappear.
Yeah. She'd rather take it after lunch than before lunch when people are hungry. Yeah.
It would have been easier to put our notes.
Yeah.
Because it would be easier.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't have time. Did we have time? Rima? We could ask them, then it's easier. No? But are we meant to just hold this or just put it right?
All right. I'm sorry, after I told you to get back, I was late. I apologize. أهلا وسهلا فيكم after lunch. So the session this afternoon is all about thinking about everything we've talked about over the last 2 days and how do we bring it back into the academic curriculum. And so what we've done is we have a panel of faculty members from institutions around the world. And following that discussion, there is a panel of either students or recent graduates from those same institutions that will be giving their perspective. So you'll get the perspective both of faculty and students from institutions around the world around what kind of, what can we do in the curriculum and what has been done to bring these issues into the curriculum. I do want to say that one of sort of perhaps the classic and evident political determinants of health is that we are missing some colleagues from the DRC. I had the pleasure of working with these colleagues a couple of years ago. Between 2010 and 2011, I think, I went 4 times to the DRC and worked with colleagues at the Kinshasa School of Public Health. And we invited them to come. The Lebanese government did not grant them visas due to Ebola, even though Ebola is not in the DRC. So a clear political determinant of health. So I'm going to introduce Peggy Hanna, who is a graduate of our faculty and the moderator for this session, and then turn it over to her. The way that both these sessions are going to be conducted is that we'll have about 30 minutes of questions from Peggy to the audience, and then from Abdou Hamedi, who's a student, from Peggy to the panelists, and then the students from Abdou to the panelists. Open it up for 15 minutes. So, okay, I should restart. 30 minutes of questions that Peggy will ask. The panelists have seen the questions. 15 minutes of open discussion from the floor. And then our esteemed guests will go down. The students and recent alumni will come up. We'll do the same thing. 30 minutes of questions, which they've seen. 15 minutes of questions from the audience. And then we'll still have a half an hour after all that to just have an open discussion altogether. So again, a different format from what we've had before, but I think a very exciting one. Okay, so let me introduce Peggy. Peggy Hanna is the Assistant Vice President of the Marketing and Communication Department at the Lebanese American University. She's in charge of developing and implementing a strategic communications and marketing program to build the university's image regionally and nationally. Peggy holds a master's degree in health education and promotion from our faculty, and an MBA from St. Joseph's University, a joint program with the Paris Dauphine and Paris 1 Sorbonne, Panthéon-Sorbonne, IAE de Paris universities. Previously, Peggy was an advisor to the Minister of Public Health and Social Marketing and Media Relations, and in fact, this is how we got to meet Peggy, and occupied the position of Director of Health Promotion Public Relations at the Ministry of Public Health. She has extensive experience with media communication and was a focal point at the Ministry of Health for networking with the media and advertising sector through consultative meetings, training, and focus group discussions. She's been a consultant on social marketing and event management for several organizations, among which are the World Health Organization, UNICEF, the Italian Cooperation, the World Bank, UNDP, and UNFPA. And Peggy has developed a variety of social marketing campaigns, including development of brand concepts for social causes, a production of publication, promotional educational materials, actively involving the private sector and supporting prevention efforts of the ministry and NGO, and the breast cancer campaigns that are now very famous in Lebanon and have actually gone to the region, were actually started by Peggy. So I'll turn it over. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We'll try to be as short as possible in terms of asking questions, so to leave the floor for the audience to raise any concern they might have about the topic. I'd like to start introducing the panelists. We have with us Niveen. Niveen Abourmeili is an associate professor specialized in statistical epidemiology. She's the director of the Institute of Community and Public Health at Birzeit University. Her areas of expertise are the epidemiology of chronic diseases, reproductive health, and building psychometrics. As Rima said, our colleague Mapatano Mala Ali did not manage to be here, and we need to be able to convince the Lebanese government about such issues. Jocelyne DeLong is a social scientist specialized in public health. She's a faculty member at the Faculty of Health Science at the UB. Her area of expertise is social anthropology, and she has a special focus in reproductive health and HIV in the Arab region. Dr. Ian Lab is the Associate Dean for Strategic Educational Initiative at the Harvard School of Public Health. His area of expertise is innovative approaches in teaching and developing strategy in public health. I'm trying to be as focused as possible to leave more floor for the questions and the feedback of the different panelists. So I apologize if I'm not listing all the credentials of every panelist. And Sabina Rashid is presently the Dean of the School of Public Health at Brak University in Bangladesh. Her area of focus is qualitative research on gender, health, and right for the past 20 years. I'm going to recap very quickly the objectives of this session. We're going to be mainly discussing teaching and learning in the context of uncertainty, the challenges faced in this regard, how we're trying to adapt the curricula to meet these challenges, and maybe listen to the panelists about some specific cases, how did they manage to overcome the different challenges faced. The way we're going about it, if you agree, is I'm going to propose some questions and I'll hear from you about who would like to respond to a specific question. Then we'll leave the floor for the audience to ask their questions. While these questions have been prepared and you know about them, we might have some surprises from the audience and we'll have to respond to it, which meets the purpose of the session about uncertainty. I'll start with a general question. How does uncertainty affect the teaching environment? What is the impact of this factor on the context, the curricula, and the way we communicate knowledge to our students? Who would like to answer this question? Jocelyn?
So thanks very much, and thank you for everyone for coming, and particularly to the students who are here on a Saturday. Very impressive. So I really prepared my thinking about this with two students who are here, well, actually one graduate and one student who are, you'll meet them in a minute, Fatma Haddad and Ahlam. And like all teaching that we do, I think we learn more from our students than they actually learn from us, but that's the secret. And when we were thinking about this panel, we were thinking about what the challenges that they face upon graduation. And of course, what we want to do in public health education is to provide students with the skills and competencies to be effective professionals in their future work. But of course, the environment in which they eventually end up in is an extremely upset, disrupted, uncertain one. So I'm just going to give you an example from Ahlam, who's sitting in the front row, who's from Yemen. So when Fatma and I were speaking to her on the phone, we asked her how she was. We hadn't seen her since she'd graduated. And how are things in Yemen? And her answer was, everything is upside down. And young people are very disheartened because having led the revolution, which did lead to regime change, but maybe not the regime change that they wanted, are now feeling sidelined, Ahlam said. I should say Ahlam, her name actually means dreams, and Ahlam has huge dreams for what she wants to do in Yemen. So I think when we think about uncertainty, this is the environment in which our graduates are going into. So we don't just want to teach the skills, we want to teach them the ability or have them leave, however they get this skill and this knowledge, with the ability to cope in that environment. And yet it's an extremely difficult one, just as the case of Ahlam illustrates. So this is really added to, I'll be brief, I'm not going to go on, but this is added to inherent challenges that we face anyway in the field of public health. One of them is that in this region, there is no clear career trajectory for public health. So the careers with a clear trajectory are things like medicine and engineering with high prestige. Public health has no career ladders, it has no clear path, and so that's a difficulty. We're also in a region that has the highest youth unemployment of any region in the world, so that's an enormous uncertainty faced by students. In terms of faculty, and I won't go into it because we don't have time, but we have ambitious plans for new programs that we would like to develop. We would like to move, someone mentioned the PhD at AUB, well, we don't yet have a PhD in public health, but our colleagues in epidemiology are hoping to move onto that very soon, and we have other plans for other doctoral programs. But of course, we face the enormous uncertainty of whether we'll be able to attract qualified, committed professional faculty members to join us. And we often get to the stage where we've identified the person, recruited the person, they're wonderful, and then they read about ISIS or whatever it is that they read about, and they decline to come. So that's a huge uncertainty that we face. I just wanted to end with one last, on this particular question, end with what Dr. Armenian said yesterday, which I thought was very powerful, which is that adversity itself provides huge opportunities for learning. And the fact is that students do come, faculty do come and stay because it's such a stimulating environment. And that the crisis that we're living through, even however terrible it is one that we're all learning by the day. A bit like Dr. Nasher was describing in Yemen, using the textbook to learn what to do next. We're doing that, we're struggling, we're learning every day, but it's an extremely stimulating environment at the same time.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Naveen has asked just one, you okay? Okay.
I will just add a quick background before we start talking about uncertainty, because I'm representing a completely different group, or a unique group. Our experience in uncertainty is continuous, and this uncertainty became sort of a normal uncertainty that is protected, so we can predict or we can plan for this uncertainty. We've been there for more than 60 years, and we know this uncertainty, and we know how to work with it. Now, what is uncertain, the abnormal uncertainty, is the peak that we usually, the acute peak that we usually have. And just to give you an example about the environment around teaching, our students are part of this uncertainty, so they know about it and they have lived it. So we don't have to educate them about it, but we talk about it, and we'll come to this later. Just to say, our uncertainty is now normal. We are used to it. Like when you came here, we didn't see the table, and I was, oh, where's the table? And then it's normal, so we're continuing our discussion. So this is how we react to uncertainty, just to give this background.
I'm going to give the floor to Sabina.
We just found out we have another microphone, so we don't need to fight. I just wanted to add from where, the Bangladesh context, where we're relatively better off in terms of conflict, but we have other kinds of uncertainties and challenges, which is some of it touches upon what Jocelyn talked about, is getting the right kind of faculty. Because what happens is we're trying to have, what we have is an advantage of, we were founded by BRAC, which is the largest NGO in the world. So we have access to lots of community-based learning. Students spend a lot of time in each module going to the field, talking to communities. So it takes them away from, because we have many doctors, many students from diverse backgrounds, who shift away from blaming the poor necessarily to understanding the complex challenges of what actually health means, how it's understood. So we try and focus on public health needs, but we've shifted somewhat to case studies. We talked about problem solving, critical thinking, but we struggle with who's going to write the cases. We have very few faculty, very little time, very little resources. We're constantly struggling for funds. We're competing against very established northern institutions for those kinds of grants. And we have a similar problem where public health is often viewed as something you do if you couldn't become a doctor. So for us, we're trying to create a space for leadership in public health by placing public health students in various jobs and saying, don't leave the country, work for a while for 6 months, get involved. And this is all resource-based. Another thing to create incentives for faculty. We have sort of the northern sort of institution model of you need to publish, to be a professor, to move up. But there's a whole range of public health practitioners who have a lot of experience. And if we follow only that model, they can't teach. So we've also adjusted our model to include adjunct faculty, which are public health practitioners from many of our partners, globally, locally, including professors, to teach, because then it changes and also recognizes public health practitioners who sometimes often contribute much more or equally because they're not so removed from the ivory tower. Not that a lot of academics are always an ivory tower, but that can be a problem in this context.
Ayan, would you like to comment?
Good, keep going.
Okay. What are the major challenges you're facing when you need to adapt your context, your content, or even to face an audience which is, like you said, by itself has is kind of also uncertain? Who would like to to comment on this.
Sure. Okay. He's feeling intimidated. 3 women. He's on his own. Okay. Our challenge is actually trying to convince faculty. Like this morning's session was very refreshing for me. Being a medical anthropologist and being in public health in Bangladesh, only in the last, I would say, 5-6 years, you have a recognition that anthropologists can also play a role in public health beyond culture, beyond qualitative anecdotes. But even then, it's a struggle. And I think one of the things is changing the mindset, because we are struggling to get funds. The kinds of funds are donor-driven development partner, and they have very fixed ideas of what they'll fund. We also have to work with faculty, which there's a huge shortage. You know, there's 56 private universities in Bangladesh. And of that, maybe 10 are very, very good. So trying to get faculty on board and then convince them to change the way they teach. Because we also have a very hierarchical system. So senior faculty are often the most reluctant to shift the way they think versus some of the younger faculty. But often the senior faculty carry more weight. Another problem we may have is also trying to get resources. So, you know, even we're struggling to convince even development partners to think about health in a multidisciplinary, intersectoral way. So when we go and meet development partners, we try and change the way we want to teach to even convince them, because people tend to think in silos. They're comfortable in that. And often they want a very action-oriented response to public health solutions and problems. And while that's important, sometimes the nuanced complexities of real life, the fluidity of the human dimension, how public health can shift and change, how you can't cut and paste models, urban to rural, all the poor homogenized, that needs to be constantly challenged. And I think that's an ongoing discussion in classrooms with faculty, with each other. Yeah.
Yes, Aya.
Picking up on Sabina's last point, I think I'm of the belief that teaching about uncertainty, regardless of the institution's location, is a fundamental aspect of the 21st century public health curriculum. Whether our students come from privileged situations or those who are from resource-poor settings, settings of conflict, so much of success in public health is about addressing that uncertainty. And I think what we all need to do, regardless of institution, is challenge the way we think about designing our curriculum. Where too often we take a non-integrated approach, a very linear approach to learning, where students take one course and then take another, and there's very little building of ideas. And to be able to, for our graduates to succeed in environments of uncertainty requires a mastery of skills. And I think too often we fall short in creating that mastery for our students so that they're able to, in a different context, outside of the classroom, be able to react in effective ways in the way that we'd like. And so I think that's one of the great challenges, is how do we all rethink, again, regardless of institution, how we create uncertainty as a core competency of our graduates.
How do we do it? Go ahead.
Just a quick comment. Just building on the faculty and how the challenges we're facing. Where we're facing actually 2 challenges with the faculty. First, we want to be a little bit specialized. So if I am epidemiologist, I want to be epidemiologist in my field. But at the same time, we are into multidisciplinary. So we're trying to introduce the multidisciplinary approach within our program. So we have this challenge of discussing between faculties how we can integrate the public health approach and also integrate the uncertainty context in our program. So we have this discussion between us so we can be, everybody in our staff, convinced in introducing this idea into our curricula or into the environment, not necessarily as part of the classical learning experience. So this is one challenge. So we need to sit together, discuss, exchange ideas, but at the same time, we were limited with funding and university structure regulations. So in order to sit, discuss, we need time. We need to spend time. We need to review our curriculum. We need to, also sometimes we used to attend each other courses, to attend the lectures of each other so we can learn from them. We can complement each other in each class and in each course. This is what we are trying to do, but this is very expensive in time, in terms of money, but also between us, we need to agree that this is what we want to do. And sometimes we face challenge with this, with some stuff. So we need to train ourselves first and then train our students or communicate this information to our students.
Jocelyn? Yeah, I wanted to follow up because I think we're all going to get to the issue of time. So one of our faculty is very self-critical. I think we do a lot of deliberating about what we're not doing enough of. And one of the things that I think in this current crisis we've been very self-critical about is not being able to respond more quickly, not being able to change our teaching programs, engage in research, help communities more quickly. And yet at the same time, we're all overrun in terms of, and I think this would be shared across the board. Faculty members are receiving many, I think, competing messages. So on the one hand, and this came up this morning, that we are rewarded in terms of, mainly in terms of our research. The incentives are mainly in terms of research, in terms of promotion and professional recognition and very, we all extremely value teaching and outreach, and yet we're having to squeeze all those together. So I think, so that those are some of the constraints we face. That at the end of the day, we can only do so much. But I just wanted to also say that we're in a very privileged situation in relation to most universities. So you were contrasting your university with others. I mean, most public universities, we're of course a private university. Most public universities, they don't have the luxury of defining their own research agenda, dividing between these different roles, because many of them are doing consultancies to supplement their salaries because they're so low. So, you know, we're giving a very particular set of constraints, I think, that don't apply across necessarily the whole board.
Just wanted to quickly add, one of the advantages of being sort of fairly new, we were established in 2004, is you've got a lot of space for innovation. We're not sort of bogged down by the bureaucracy so there's a lot of space, and we've had spaces for innovation, case studies, experiential learning, a lot of self-criticism, a lot of sort of beating ourselves up that we're not doing enough. But I think that innovation gives us some hope that we don't have to necessarily follow certain structures, but we also don't want to compromise quality. So I think our partnerships with various other universities helps keep us on track somewhat. But one of the main challenges I find being in a public health institution is I don't know if I mentioned this, there isn't funding for pedagogic training. There isn't funding for building capacity of institutions. Everything's around research. So you add in little bits and pieces of capacity building, where it should be sort of the anchor, if you want to focus on some of that, as you grow as an institution. And I think it's sort of, I always feel like we're on a treadmill, and we do some really good things, and sometimes we're struggling and sort of a learning and coming back to square one. So, yeah.
And I think Sabina is absolutely right on that in terms of we need that next generation of faculty development to foster environments where I think one of the elements for teaching about uncertainty is coming up with multiple examples in the classroom and being comparative so that students can recognize a situation in the context of other situations that they've seen. Part of why Sabina was asking, why did I respond early on? I come from an institution that is the most privileged in the world. It is 375 years old, and there are little doubts that it will be around for centuries to come. But one of the things that we really grapple with is what Sabina talked about. How can we think about educating our students to understand context, but also uncertainty? So, for example, in a US context, can we think about the struggles we faced of the hysteria around Ebola and look at the turn of the 20th century and how we talked about screening of immigrants. But most of our students don't know the early 20th century issues around screening. And so that I think incorporating history into all of our curricula and multi-country examples so that students leave with a comparative advantage because they've been able to be comparative in understanding the various challenges over time around public health.
Sorry, I just want to add to what Ian just said. I think we also need to really, someone talked about deconstructing. I think we really need to reconceptualize how we understand public health. Even though definitions of public health continue to be very traditional. We talk about reform, we talk about innovations, but the structures still impinge on the way we think, teach, and learn. Yes, there's internal changes and shifts and curriculum that are much more innovative, but I think we need to also start challenging these public health models that are taken as gospel.
The questions are also about the topic of uncertainty, because I'm not following at all the preset question that we've agreed upon. I'm taking it as it comes and based on the interaction between you. Who would like to discuss a bit how responsive are the students to adaptation to uncertainty in terms of curricula, in terms of approaches, in terms of methodology? Okay, fine. I'm talking from your perspective, not from their perspective, but it's fine, we can leave it if you want. Is there any specific anecdote or incident that you would like to share with us where you had to adapt to a specific situation and it turned out to be productive and it turned out to be good for both the students and yourself?
So one of the things that we're trying at the Faculty of Health Sciences is to integrate or to link the academic curriculum with the establishment of centers. Some of those centers are old, one of those centers is older, the Center for Research on Population and Health that you heard about, I think, yesterday. But we also have, Fadi's in the front row, we also have a new center for translation of knowledge to policy. And we have a center for an outreach and practice unit, which is been renamed as a center, which is our outreach to communities and practice arm of the faculty. And the integration of all those functions is very important in terms of providing opportunities for students and for faculty to get involved in translation of research to policy, bringing in students into research projects through regional research networks, for example, and through linking to organizations on the ground. So, for example, the Center for the Outreach and Practice Unit has been very active in trying to integrate service learning into our courses, so providing opportunities for students to get outside of the classroom, to integrate with the ongoing work of organizations that we have long-standing links with. I mean, of course, students in our MPH program already do a practicum, but that's to try and provide opportunities all the way through courses, so this doesn't come just at the end of the program. So right from the beginning, just as medical education is increasingly providing clinical experience early on, public health education needs to do the same, of course, and we're trying to find more and more opportunities to do that, to address the problem that I think Iman raised yesterday in his presentation, that our curricula are often quite technical. And so how do we provide those opportunities to learn more about the context, the politics of the context, how do you negotiate change in very unstable, difficult environments? So, yeah, I won't go on.
We'll have 3 more minutes, then we'll have to turn the floor to the audience question.
I will just share the experience of Rita in helping the students go through the seminar course. I think the first point I mentioned earlier, that we live the uncertainty, I think this is a bit different from other courses. So the students, they live the uncertainty. We don't have to struggle to explain the Ebola thing or to explain. So everything is there. Actually, the students, sometimes they bring their experience to the class. We stop the class when we discuss their experience. regardless if they want to reflect on what happened in Gaza, or if something happened in Jerusalem and two of these students, of their colleagues could not come attend the class. So we will discuss not public health, but the politics, the reflection, how people react, everything. So in this regard, what Rita usually do is we try to equip our students with concepts that they have the experience, they live the uncertainty, but we try to equip them with concepts and skills to be able, when they go back, to be able to work as health professionals. So what usually do in our seminar is we send our students to the community. We identify an important issue, for example, Area C now. It's a big time thing for international aid, for negotiation, for everything. So we would like to see what people feel, what is their health status, what is their social life there. And this is part of the seminar, right, Rita? So they will go and discuss with people. We try to combine different skills, like quantitative skills, qualitative skills. But at the same time, they're understanding the context, and they're applying what they learned into the context, and they're trying to analyze, integrate, then learn the academic aspect of analyzing, writing, conceptualizing, and put everything, science, into context. So what we are doing is just help them understand and give them the science behind to understand what's happening around them.
I am one last remark.
Sure. I want to pick up on the comments both Jocelyn and Nadine. I think one of the things that a number of our institutions here do quite well is the field experience. And one of the things that I'm intrigued about is further elevating it. And I like both comments that talk about the role of reflection. And Sabina talked earlier around the role of reflection as well. Can we build into the field experience more team-based field experiences? At least in North America, too many of our field experiences are individual students going out to a location. Perhaps that's the case for some of your institutions. I think team-based field experience allows for more reflection and synthesis within the group, as well as when teams come back to the classroom. I think we can, again, seek out those multiple examples, which again, I think are some of the learning aids for addressing uncertainty when our graduates go out.
Very short.
And Sabina has a very short response.
Very short.
Very short. It's over. We just shifted our thesis to make it a group-based learning where students from different countries work together on a particular public health topic, spend 9 weeks together towards the end of their MPH. And just to talk about the advocacy component, we're lucky in Bangladesh, we're fairly privileged that you can have these national level seminars, or you have many visiting public health experts. We get the students to attend as many as possible, evening, sometimes Saturdays, but it's good exposure, it's good learning for them. And I think that's an opportunity we really take advantage of. Thank you.
I'd like to open the floor for the audience question. Do you mind introducing yourself before asking your question?
Hello, my name is Farah Muhanna. I'm a recent graduate from FHS, and I have an MS in population health. I have two small comments to say. First, what is the role of diversity in the classroom? Actually, because each country has its own uncertainties. So maybe we can learn about each other's uncertainties, and this can be enriching to us. But also, there's another point I would like to make, and that is, why are we taking uncertainty as a negative thing or as an obstacle? Why can't we really, it's an enriching experience, and I really like that the expression that says that education is not about the filling of a pot, but about the lighting of a fire. So as students, we can really add a lot, especially because we have experience in the field, even if it's still modest, but like we can add to this uncertainty and we can learn from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to answer? We have two questions here. One about uncertainty as a negative point, two about the diversity in the classroom.
So I liked your lighting the fire. Farah is also an educator. She did her MS while she was working full-time as a teacher. So I think the diversity is absolutely critical, and especially if we're saying that we play a critical role in the region as a public health institution for the region, not just for Lebanon. And most of our students come from Lebanon and the region, and most return to the region. So we really are, that is our comparative advantage. So one of the things that we've tried to do is to have a regional scholarship program to bring students from the region, and that has been absolutely critical, not only to provide opportunities, because many of these students may not find funding to go elsewhere, so they can get a solid MPH that's internationally recognized. But also it's critical for the quality of our teaching, so that in the classroom we learn about Sudan and Yemen and Palestine and the different contexts. And absolutely, but I think you'll hear from the students, because we talked about this when we were preparing this session, that there's some frustration that they feel that we can only really teach, we learn from each other, of course, learn from the students, but we can only, in terms of faculty, we may not be that experienced in other countries of the region. And, you know, the example that they gave me was, you know, we hear a lot about the Syrian refugees, but we actually want to know what's going on in Syria. And we don't find that we're learning that necessarily in the program. So, a long answer, but the diversity is absolutely critical.
Thanks.
Yeah, agree, and very diverse, you know, 379 graduates, 26 different countries. We have a focus on disadvantaged individuals, and we've set up a pre-MPH training through funds. So there's many young or slightly mid-level public health practitioners who would never dream about doing an MPH. How do we give them the confidence? We do a 3-month training, math and English, just to kind of get them the confidence back. They do a lot of practice sessions, and then they have to pass the admissions exam to join the MPH. But that was established 2 years ago, and we managed to bring about, not a huge number, 30 individuals, but we've made sure that there's as many non-doctors as there are doctors, women, and social science backgrounds in the MPH program. That's been the vision from the beginning.
Thank you. Let's take another question.
Hi. I already got the microphone. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. I'm Tony Hoffman. I'm a professor at University of California and a visiting professor here, and I teach undergraduates about children in high-risk contexts. And I was wondering if you could speak to the preparation of undergraduate students and in context of uncertainty, but also, as you know, there's very few undergraduate training programs in preparing students for public health, although it sounds like you just mentioned one. And if you could speak a little bit to that in context of uncertainty.
Who would like to answer? Ian?
Sure. Again, most of the context in North America is not around uncertainty, but I appreciate the comment about diversity, because in any classroom in any region, I think issues of diversity and inequality, as Sabina talked about, create uncertainty for some students. And so I think that was a really powerful point. In North America, over the last decade or so, we've seen a tremendous growth in undergraduate public health. At my own institution, Harvard, it is the largest minor. At Johns Hopkins, it's the largest major. At Berkeley, as you know, you graduate, I think, 150, 200 undergrads in undergraduate public health. So at least in the North American context, I think there's great energy around undergraduate public health. And I think it's a win-win for producing students that go into our MPH programs, as Sabina mentioned. But at least in the North American context, it's creating an educated citizenry that's going to be supportive of public health and global health initiatives. And I too would be fascinated by your question to understand it in the other contexts of the panelists here.
There's a lot of interest about setting up an undergraduate program, but to be honest, we're 10 years old, our MPH. We have a lot of support from BRAC ICRB. We have many partnerships internationally with faculty that come in and teach. And we're trying to consolidate quality and competencies and keep it running and keep it sustainable. To then grab onto the undergraduate program may be a little bit risky. We also have to deal with a very bureaucratic Ministry of Education So although we have, some mid-level faculty who can teach and contribute, I think first we need to work around consolidating faculty, building some more on the MPH, and then we look at undergraduate. But it's something that comes up often in our discussions, particularly with our young faculty and students.
Excuse me, I'd like to keep some question on this side. Apparently, we're missing it.
Thank you. Joe Ghaffari, I'm a professor and head of the dental unit at the AUB Medical Center. What transpired from your discussions is obviously that there are different levels of uncertainties. There are uncertainties within and uncertainties without. The within include the students, the faculty, and the without, mostly the work market, as Justin pointed out. My question to you is not being able to find enough faculty to teach, or not necessarily getting the good students to learn. How is that affecting, or what's its potential of affecting the standards of education? I mean, we deal with research. Research in itself is basically uncertain, but its methodology is more certain. And yesterday we heard about preparedness, but we also heard about resilience. Dean Rashid mentioned something that sounds like curricular resilience. Something like perhaps developing tracks, different tracks, or coming up with different methodologies, tracks of medicine and public health and administration, and so on and so forth. Would you please address these two issues, the standards? Do we compromise on standards? And what do we do not to compromise on standards? And then how can we develop our curricula to be more resilient in the face of uncertainty?
I'm going to take one more question, then we'll answer both of them together. Rima?
Okay, so I'm going to take issue with what Ian said. Although Ian and I have been in many conferences
Rima,
together.
we can't hear you.
So I'm going to take issue with what Ian said, although we've worked a lot together and I know how he thinks. And so I know that still can't hear you. Can you hear me now? Still
you need to raise your voice.
Okay, this is the end of 2 days. I don't know that I can read. So my issue is that Ian said that he is from a context that doesn't have much uncertainty in it, or at least that's what I perceived you saying. And I would take issue with that because I think that every single one of our contexts has a type of uncertainty, and that we need to be working ourselves and with our students on managing any uncertainty, whether that's an inner city, inner cities and everything that happens to inner cities, whether it happened, or big cities and what's happened in big cities, or floods, or earthquakes, or hurricanes, or whatever it is that the uncertainty happens to be. So that's my issue.
Thank you. Who would like to answer about keeping the standards and the issue of resilience?
We've been privileged in the sense that we have two institutional partners, BRAC and ICDDRB, and the modular system, which is a 1 week, 2 weeks, 3-week course, allows for visiting faculty. So we've been subsidized by BRAC. And ICDDRB social scientists who are senior professors also teach in our program. So that's helped us maintain standards. Longer term, we have to look at sustainability and resources, but we've been lucky right from the beginning. We've had a lot of support. We continue to have that support in terms of core faculty, which are visiting, are giving us support from within Bangladesh and externally. Another thing we've had to do, which is be very strict with evaluations, which is drop practitioners or faculty that's not working. And that creates a disruption because, our society and structures are such that some people feel entitled to teach or entitled to be sort of the bearers of knowledge, and they're not very good. So negotiating some of that is not fun, but we at least have that kind of institutional support to constantly have the kind of cross-checking and ensuring at least some of the key faculty are in place. In 10 years, maybe we can have a conversation of where we're going, but at least we still have support thus far to maintain some of the basic, very high standards of what BRAC and ICDRB want in terms of the MPH. But it's an ongoing.
Jocelyn?
So I just wanted to say quickly that I think AUB and the faculty have been very lucky that that the institution has been able to attract excellent faculty, and every time we open faculty positions, we get excellent candidates who apply. And one of the things that I've been struck with as a foreigner living in Lebanon, I first came to Lebanon in the 1990s, and at that point it was, of course, after the Civil War, it was hard to get faculty, and a lot of the teaching was in block teaching to take advantage of people coming for 4 weeks. But over the years, Lebanese who went and did their PhDs abroad were attracted to come back. And I mean, I think this is a point that's come out very strongly in this conference, that with good leadership and strong institutions, it provides a very good, attractive base, even in the midst of conflict and uncertainty. And I like very much what I think Hassan Abu Sitte was saying yesterday, that without strong institutions, we don't translate the experience into expertise. I thought that was a very valuable point. On the student side, we also get excellent candidates. Our problem is that they accept and want to come, but many of them, for financial reasons, turn down. So this is where the scholarships and providing ways to get underprivileged students in the program is extremely important. We're doing that at the undergraduate level with support from the MasterCard Foundation, and we have a big scholarship program, but we haven't yet extended that fully to the graduate level, other than the regional scholarships that I mentioned.
I just want to say I'm trying to look unique and keep our program unique. So just to say something about the quality of teaching and the quality of students. When our program started, we didn't really care about the quality of students rather than why we are building this program. And our program was established after the Oslo agreement, and this is when we, as Palestinians, were responsible of our health. So the MPH program was established in response to a need, and this was also after conducting a need assessment. So our aim was to work on capacity building people working within the health system, equip them with the tools and knowledge to be able to be a good health professionals, public health professionals. So at that stage, we didn't really care about the qualification, and until this year, Rita was fighting for a doctor who graduated from Baghdad University, whose total average was, I think, 69. And according to university regulation, this guy should not be accepted. But according to our mission, he should be accepted because he worked in Honorwa Clinic in one of the villages in Hebron. So if we manage to translate our knowledge to this person, and so he can function in that village in the way we, as a proper public health professional, then we succeeded and achieve our mission. So at some stage, we need to think about the quality of students. It's not the quality of students in terms of standards, rather than in terms of what they will do when they graduate from our program. Unfortunately, we don't have a very big pool to select our student from, because Bright One will apply for international scholarship and they will leave. We will have the second good batch, hopefully. Now, in terms of the quality of...
Unfortunately, okay. I'll have to, unless it's very important. Go ahead.
I just want to say that we have good quality faculty members.
I'm sure you do. Sabina, one last comment, but we really have, we really have very little time.
Well, it's very important that I take my minute to say Rima's right, as she often is, and I think I just misspoke. I think it's, and I'm glad you called me on it. In a sense, I think, as I said to Sabina before we took the stage, I think there are relative positions on uncertainty. I think in the North American context, when students in public health at Tulane University saw their university close down during Hurricane Katrina and get scattered to a number of schools of public health in North America, that was clearly that. When I was at Columbia and 9/11 happened, it was clearly a time of uncertainty. But using that resiliency word, for a number of the institutions in North America, the ability of resilience as an institution to bounce back, I think is on a different scale. But you're absolutely right. And I'm glad you called me on it because my opening comment is inconsistent where I said that I see uncertainty regardless of institution as a core competency. So let me come back to that statement and let's scrub the record and remember what Rima said, not what I said.
Sabina, one last comment.
I just wanted to go back to your comment about standards. I should have mentioned partnerships are key. In our case, we had sort of a long-term partnership with Columbia University where faculty came and co-taught and mentored our faculty and co-taught courses. And we also partnered with George Washington University with a similar arrangement where there was co-teaching and exchange of curriculum. I think partnership is key, commitment, and of course, leadership. Yeah.
I'd like to thank the panelists. We're going to be able to ask them more questions after the student session.
All right, so that was a great session with the faculty. And now in front of you, we have a group of either students or recent graduates from those same institutions. Okay, and I'm going to introduce the moderator, who is a student, actually. So we decided to let the student session be moderated by a student. I'm introducing Abdul Salam Ahmedi, who's currently an MPH student in the Department of Health Management and Policy at the Faculty of Health Sciences at AUB. In 2012, he received his BA in International Affairs from LAU. During his undergraduate years, he interned in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at AMIL, International Association. If those of you that were here for the debate saw Dr. Mhanna, who's the president of AMIL, United Nations Development Program, and continued at the Arab NGO Network for Development. As part of his training, he was responsible for researching and implementing plans that were for the benefit of civil society, social, economic, and cultural development. As he transitioned into the field of healthcare, Abdo came to appreciate the old adage, measure twice, cut once. Before joining FHS, he trained at Sahel Hospital. Dr. Kafi, your own bio. And so I'm going to end saying that he soon will be presenting a TV show around health. So I'm going to present to you Abdul Ahmedi.
No, but allow me to start by saying that I'm an example of how FHS is preparing a future group of public health practitioners into being responsive and reflective to contexts of uncertainty. I have a bachelor's in political science and a minor in economics, and here I am doing master's in public health. So it's great. Now, that I can't yet. Allow me to start by presenting the ones I know. My fellow colleague, Dr. Fatima Ghaddar. She's an MPH student, and she has an MD from AUB. She played a heavy role in restructuring the undergraduate pre-med curriculum at AUB. Dr. Ahlam Muthanna, also my colleague, she is also a medical doctor, as noted, and she recently graduated and she's in Yemen. Okay, so now back to the system. Teresa Shaheen, right over there, she's a research associate at the Center of Health and Global Environment and teaches social entrepreneurship at Harvard School of Public Health. She is also the director of Al-Fanar Lebanon, which is a philanthropy organization. She has a BS in biology from AUB and a Doctor of Science from Harvard. She's a doctor, she's an MD as well. Doctor of Science, okay. We have Zabir Hassan from Bangladesh. He's a public health researcher and physician as well. He is currently working as the country research coordinator of the European Commission. And we have, last but not least, Marina Tuktuk from Palestine. She's a young biologist who is currently pursuing her master's degree in public health at Birzeit University in Palestine. So allow me to start with the questions to the panelists, to whomever wants to answer the first question. In changing uncertain environmental contexts, what are your expectations about the extent to which the curriculum should address this? And how has the program, your respective programs, met your expectations? Fatima, would you like to start?
Thank you, Abdo, very much for this question. And, thank you for FHS for this opportunity that allowed us to give our perspectives about the curriculum. So the way I think about curriculum is in two ways. In my head, there's a formal curriculum, and there's an informal curriculum. A formal curriculum basically means that the courses, the competencies that we're supposed to follow, the assignments that we're supposed to take. But an informal curriculum is the compilation of everything in the environment of an institution, the Faculty of Health Sciences particularly. The values, the attitudes, and the kind of practice that the Faculty of Health Sciences does in a particular environment. So I truly believe that the context of uncertainty can be integrated into both of those forms of curricula and can accommodate for multiple types of students, those who only want to get the basic tools of public health, but those who want to be more integrated and more interested in getting involved in the environment that they're in. One of the forms that I think about, and particularly in FHS, so I'll be referring a lot to the curriculum that I've been in. In the formal curriculum, I would have wanted to have more in-depth discussions about emerging and current issues, such as discussions about the Syrian crisis, but not only the refugees, the movements that the Minister of Health in Lebanon has taken regarding food safety, the movements regarding water security. Since public health is rooted in a political context and is also rooted in a historical context and an economical context, I cannot imagine to graduate from an MPH program without having a true course or sense of political science, of economy, and of history. So for me, that's how I would like a formal curriculum to integrate the context of uncertainty in. But then again, there's the whole realm of informal curriculum. And when I say that, not only do I mean the values and the attitudes of FHS, which I think they did a great job at, but I feel that the arm of practice at FHS has not been as strong as I, as a student, would have liked it to. Now, Dr. de Jong mentioned the Center for Population Health, the Knowledge to Policy Center, and the Outreach and Practice Unit. But again, in my head, every single time I think about practice, I think health communication and I think media studies. And I also try to link, well, we have knowledge to policy, we have field experience, but what do we have in our curriculum, or in the informal curriculum, what I mean, to make all our work visible to the public and to policymakers, and what can this center of practice related to health communication, what can it teach our students? So I'll be brief. So my vision of health communication at FHS would include it playing the role of a liaison with the public sector in Lebanon, and ensuring the visibility of the work at FHS, preparing workshops on negotiation skills, on advocacy, on lobbying, and prepares communication tools and gives professional advice to the whole faculty regarding the preparation of tools of public health projects. Thank you.
That's great, thank you. Who'd want
I will continue on what... yes.
Just for fair play, can our guests get the chance? And it's okay.
You have one?
Thank you, everyone. My expectation is a program will teach the student to infer about uncertainty. So I know uncertainty is a broad term and you cannot have in-depth knowledge about it, but if you are prepared enough to take any challenges, that's the core competency that you can provide to your students. And that's why I think it's more important not to teach a solution. You have to teach the student how to develop a solution, how to deliver a solution, how to evaluate the solutions that if is actually working. And I think that's the most important thing, because everyone have different, I love health financing. So then maybe someone can like maternal child health and anything else, but everybody has different expectation to a program, but the core competency should be developing the solutions and effective solutions. So how our program, James Pregan School of Public Health program, is addressing that challenge. So first thing is is the diversity. It's amazing because 50% of the student is national, 50% is international. Within those student, 50% is male, female, again, half and half of medical and non-medical. So when you have a criminologist from Gilgit-Baltistan of Pakistan is coming to your school for learning public health, or from South Sudan, a child warrior who converted into WHO officials is coming to your school, it's amazing. And you shared the experience and you deconstruct your preconceived idea about what is going on in the world. It's not about Bangladesh, it's flood and people with hunger and not, the world is very bigger than that. So that's the one thing, the diversity. And second thing is, of course, teaching about context. We are talking about context all the time, but interestingly, during our first module, which is Introduction of Public Health, in our batch, the word came out when we were discussing about context. It's contextual literacy, how you can actually bestow the competency to learn about the context, because you will be staying in Bangladesh for 1 year. You cannot just go into a slum with your preconceived idea that yes, this is Bangladesh, and you can, because it's whatever you have might be a fraction of your perception, but it's not the total whatever it is. I'm sorry. So yeah, and those two things, and maybe yes, diversity and inclusiveness. You have to be humble. You have to accept different views, and you have to question. We say that no question is stupid. Answer can be stupid. No question is stupid. So right now I'm working as a teaching fellow. So just in the opposite side, standing in the opposite of the table, I see that how the whole program is structured. So yes, I think developing competence is the most important thing. And that can be from any corner of the world, and that can be any type of knowledge.
Allow me to move to Ahlam. She wanted to share her experience.
So first, I will start by answering the question of Abdo. Actually, I have seen that our curriculum have addressed uncertainty contexts, but it was mainly focused on the north area of the Arab Peninsula. Whenever issues was raised, it was either raised Syrian problems, Palestinian problems, and even focused on the Syrian problem or Palestinians. It was about refugees, people who were displaced from Syria into Lebanon in these recent crises, or about the Palestinian, the Israeli occupation of Palestine, and how Palestinian people are suffering in Lebanon in Palestinian camps. So all focus was how to promote health of Palestinians in camps, how to provide relief activities and relief work, how to improve relief work to Syrian refugees. So I didn't find there is a lot focus on what's happening in the original countries of conflicts, and this is what Dr. Justin have mentioned. So what's happening in Syria, what is happening in Palestine? And so I think that the curriculum should address uncertainty contexts in different areas, in different countries, Yemen, for example, Tunisia, Libya, and also different uncertainty contexts. Now, the area here in the Arab Peninsula, maybe it's war context, like Syria, like what's happening in Palestine. But in Yemen, it's really a different uncertainty context. It's political transition. And I like what Dr. Rita said early morning, that is it uncertainty or ambiguity? I think in Yemen, it is no more uncertainty. I think it's ambiguity. We no more know what's happening or what's going to happen in Yemen. So I'll go back to the point of political transition. Let's at least stick to the period between 2011 until now, because Yemen is really living in a continuous conflicts. So talking about this last period that we are experiencing in Yemen from 2011 to 2014, it was a political transition process that has affected the life of people. During the political transition, all political forces they were brought into the political scene, and they were all sharing the same government, and this really has affected the work in ministries. There is a lot of competition in public institution, a lot of chaos, which was reflected at the life of people. For example, electricity station was frequently bombed in Yemen, and in the news it was always said about Yemen, Sana'a, the capital, is sinking in darkness for weeks and weeks. And okay, if you have no electricity, you want to run your generator, you want to have petrol. From where to get the petrol? Again, there is no petrol. And suddenly petrol disappeared. Where is petrol? They are taking the petrol, those people who are controlling the petrol market in Yemen, and sell it to the international market. And then we don't have petrol to run our generators at home. Hospitals can no more operate because there is no more petrol to run the generators. In the incidents, one of the incidents in Taiz is that a patient would go to the public hospital. Any patient who want to do renal dialysis, for example, would bring the liters of petrol along with his patient to do the renal dialysis. And this is really sad and messy at the same time. At the same time, suddenly, municipality want to strike. They don't want, for example, to do their task, which is cleaning the cities, cleaning the provinces. And so how do people can get rid of the domestic solid wastes? Municipality no more want to function because they belong to certain political party, or they want to fail the government, the transitional government. And so suddenly all provinces are like open dumping or open dumps. And
just allow me to see if Mariana or Teresa would like to add to the first question, so we move to the second, if you may.
Just so my last comment is that I think if we want to address uncertainty context, we should involve different contexts, political transition, wars, and different countries, Yemen, Tunisia, countries outside the Middle East. Okay.
Mariana?
So in the Palestinian context, as Dr. Naveen said, that we live in a chronic situation of uncertainty, and what we need to react to are the peaks of uncertainty that we face. So I think the curriculum at Birzeit University at the Institute of Community and Public Health, they have taught us to react and always be good observers and critical readers, so that so in the curriculum that we should always be reactive and learn how to react quickly to those peaks of uncertainty and apply it through research, which is one of the goals of the center, to also be involved in research. So I think the curriculum should address being prepared to respond to emergencies, as we discussed in the sessions yesterday, just to be prepared and be able to respond quickly and effectively.
Teresa, would you like to? Okay, so we move on to the second question. Yes, but quickly, please.
So just one thing that I would like to add, and how this program has changed my expectation also, because before coming to AUB and getting my MPH degree, I worked a lot with the elites of the community in Taiz. And my expectation is that they know the interests of people. But after getting the knowledge from AUB and getting the FHS degree, I found that no, I think my reference should be the people who know what they want, and not the elites or what you call nukhab in Yemen. And I think we should no more trust nukhab, and people should be our reference.
That's making things social. So going into context with people, seeing what they want, and then we'll deliberate what is best with them, of course. Second question, could any one of you describe a particular incident that you felt that the context of uncertainty in the environment was brought into classroom effectively? So who would like to start? Mariana?
One incident happened last year. The Israeli soldiers came to the university. We weren't at the university at that time, but they came at the university. And Dr. Rita immediately sent an email to the MPH students and asked everyone to respond to the event and how it made them feel that the soldiers, just invaded the university. And so many students replied to the email, and Dr. Rita put all the responses of the students in a letter, and then she submitted it to the Lancet. So I think that's promoting. So I think that taps into both being involved in research and actually getting the experiences of students out in
a journal, and at the same time to a collective reflection of the students, of their experiences, and how it means to learn and in a context of uncertainty.
Okay, so it's really interesting because how you can bring the context of uncertainty into your classroom, or you can do the other way around. You can take the classroom into the field. And that's what our MPH program is doing. We have 16 modules, and every module have separate field work. And it's a very, very experiential learning program. So if you have chronic, if you're learning about chronic disease, you are going to the hospice. If you're performing the, if you are going through the monitoring evaluation program, you are collaborating with UNICEF to go to the hard-to-reach area and actually performing a Tanahashi framework evaluation of the MNCH program. So that's really interesting, because I think for our School of Public Health, it's the other way around. We are not bringing the context into our classroom. Of course, we are actually giving the student preconceived idea. It's not like that we are just sending the student in the field. Whatever amount of knowledge they they have to receive as a theory, they're receiving it through case-based, case study-based lectures. Then they are directly going to the field and try to see that whatever the case-based lecture is delivering it, is there any contrast between the actual environment in the field and what they learned in the classroom. So I will just give you one example that I just talk about. We went to a 2-week field visit during, in a hard-to-reach area. It's far east in Bangladesh, and 8 months of the year the place is submerged because it's a really, really lowland area. And we learned about uncertainty, and uncertainty in a way, it's not political, it's not financial, it's just environmental. So I was talking with one mother. She had to walk 2 hours. She was 9 months pregnant. She had to walk 2 hours to reach the nearest market. To just from there, she can actually have a transportation, and she's in labor pain. So this is a continuous uncertainty because the environment is not enabling enough to reach the health system. It's not you cannot change that. So what you can do, you can bring the health system towards them and what they're doing. So every month when the health workers goes to that village, how you can collect the people. So they talk with the imam in the masjid, and they announce that, okay, health worker is coming to your place, please, whoever is interested, come to the mosque and you can receive healthcare. So this is something interesting, and this is I think the innovativeness, and bringing those innovativeness and learning about those innovativeness from the field and coming to the school and analyzing those events and make you inspired, make you want to change whatever is right or whatever is wrong towards something good. And that's, I think, that's how the context of uncertainty is. We are taking the classroom into the context of uncertainty, maybe. Okay, thank you.
Of course. Teresa, would you like to add?
Sure. I think that what you said really captures the way that our generation, you might say, thinks about uncertainty, which was already voiced, I think, by Farah when she asked, why are we addressing uncertainty as if it's something we're afraid of? Actually, I don't know about people who started their public health career or education 60 years ago if they felt that they were learning and working in a context of certainty. But for us, uncertainty is all we know. It's like asking, oh, how are we going to do public health under a blue sky? I mean, of course, we're working in uncertainty. That's the world, and that's the only way we know how to think. So to answer your question about how to bring it into the classroom, or even further, how to bring it into people's practice and careers, It's about learning to think outside of the box, like you said. It's about learning to assimilate information when you go into the unknown. It's a bit redundant in this generation to function within the known context because you don't need training. You can just Google something if it's already known. Information is out there. What you need to do is learn how to think on your feet and make things up as you go along and really see what works where no one has ever been there before. And that's what we need to be training public health professionals in.
Fatima Ahlam?
So concerning the incident, the particular incident where I felt that the context of uncertainty was really brought up to the classroom, there are many incidences that were not really structured but very useful. But one particular incident is the environmental health course, because there was something different about that course. Well, I'm not sure that everyone would understand it, but at least FHS people would understand that course. There is something different about it, it's that the integration of the context and advocacy initiatives related to environmental issues in Lebanon were very structured in every single lecture. It was systematic, and the most interesting part of it is that the person who is teaching us is the same person who has been involved in the initiatives. That in and of itself is very much linked to the vision that I was talking about the first question. It is empowering for me as a student that the instructor who's teaching me is the same one who has been involved. That's empowering in and of itself, particularly in a context of uncertainty that systematically makes you feel disempowered, if there's a word, disempowered. So the link between that course and what I talked about the faculty is that empowering the faculty as an institution will trickle down to me as a student and to other students to be empowered to act in context of uncertainty. And I think that particular course, the fact that it integrated real life initiatives in every single lecture, in every single topic, and then linking all of those topics together and linking them to regional issues and Lebanese issues was particularly very interesting, as opposed to other courses which gave examples about multiple issues and initiatives that were done, but not necessarily in a systematic manner. Yeah, that's just.
Of course.
I will share two incidents that addressed uncertainty in class. First was one class or one session was dedicated to the Syrian refugees in the class of migration and health, where guest speakers had to come to class. These are people who work with Syrian refugees. I benefited a lot from that session because the guests, they told us what they do with Syrian refugees, what challenges they really face, and what international organizations, how they coordinate among themselves. And really yesterday's session and the panelists talking from international NGOs talking about coordination and coordination among international NGOs. And this was really raised strongly in one of the sessions that was discussing Syrian refugees. And that was one of the challenges faced by people who are doing the relief work for Syrian refugees. And the second incident was I visited the Palestinian camp in Al-Bas. So we had a field visit where we were introduced to the problems of Palestinians in that camp. I had a more clear picture on how Palestinians suffer. I had a chance to talk with Palestinian refugees and with social workers, people who provide services for them in those camps. So,
would you like to add anything, Mariana, or we move to the third question? You'll add one more? Okay. But briefly, please.
Well, aside from the Lancet incident thing, Fatma talked about the informal curriculum. So we have at the Institute, we have public lectures where the Institute brings in guest speakers to talk about their experiences in research and the challenges they face conducting research in context of uncertainty. So I think that as emerging public health professionals, I think it gives us perspective on the challenges that we might face when we conduct research in context of uncertainty.
Great. So due to time, the third question, if you could limit yourselves to 1 minute, what are some innovative ways in which this context can be part of the learning experience of students?
Do you want to start? Can I start?
You could start.
Okay. So I have a couple of points. I'll be very, very brief as compared to my previous answers. So again, I'm going to link what I'm going to answer to that to this question to what I've been talking about: advocacy, health communication, media studies, so that it makes sense. So I believe that students, one innovative way of integrating the context is teaching media studies for public health professionals, so that they can have an additional tool through which they can communicate their issues. So as an MPH student, I would like to have, and not only to know how to write a policy brief or a report or a research paper, but maybe to communicate a certain issue through a video, through which I interview people, through which I talk the same language of the public. I believe that media studies and providing such visual tools can disseminate public health issues much faster than the typical tools that we use to communicate our issues. The second thing that I want to say, and maybe it will link to what Marina is going to say, is the necessity of public health students to open some form of opportunity in the curriculum for public health students to design their own course, their own educational initiative. It really links a lot to what I have been learning throughout the past few years regarding listening to the community and listening to what they want and working accordingly. Well, if I take the students as a community in an educational setting, if you leave that room for them to create their own educational initiative, that would become also interesting.
We'll keep it at that. Mariana, would you like to add?
Yes. So I think students should, since students, and at least in my MPH program, they come from different backgrounds and they have different practical experiences in doing in health, either doctors or nurses or occupational therapists or biologists. So I think giving them the opportunity to maybe design the syllabus for the course and incorporating some of their experiences, I think that would be effective. And I think, as Dr. Rita always says, we need to also encourage students to deconstruct and then construct new ideas, so that so they can learn more effectively in context of uncertainty.
Great. Zabir, Teresa, or Ahlam?
So I will not go into details, but for me, I think innovative ways are divided into three broad categories. The first one is just innovation that can be critical thinking, that can be a new ways of teaching, that can be case-based teaching or field work. So that's a very, very important component, and we are pragmatically changing the curriculum. So whenever we are facing a problem, we are trying to solve it with whatever resources that we have. The second thing is resilience. We have talked about resilience so many times, but when for the last 1 year the political instability is going on, what you do? You cannot shift classes because the faculty coming from the University of Columbia will not be here next week. What you do? You actually take a shift class from Friday or Saturday, or start in the 6 in the evening and go till middle of the night. That's you do, because that's the resilience. That's what we did. And the third and final thing is good practice. Without good practice, resilience and innovation is nothing. And good practice in the means of ethics, justice, and equity. Another thing is actually collaboration with those centers or those organizations who advocate good practice. So that can be ICDDRB, that can be BRAC as an organization, that can be UN organizations. Those people who are actually working in the field. So you collaborate with them, you learn what they're doing, and you actually practice that when you are going in the field as a professional. So those are the three innovative ways.
Great.
So I just thought of something, because you guys are so inspiring and you're making the wheels turn. What if an innovative way to teach functioning in public health as in the context of uncertainty would be to do live case studies where there is no answer? So the case method is being practiced today and everybody wants to transfer it to public health, but in the case method, you know what happens. You do stop for a good 70 minutes and discuss what might have happened or what you would have done, but in the end, it's a real case that really happened and we know how it ended. What if we actually did a real life case study in the classroom where you have a setting out in the world that hasn't been solved yet. You know what some people have tried, what has worked and what doesn't, but you can use approaches that honestly they've been using in the private sector for decades, such as human-centered design. When you think about what we know in this context, go through some brainstorming activities, tell the stories of the people facing these problems, and then get together and create and do rapid prototyping and do testing and see what you can figure out. And then the professor can throw a curveball at you and say, well, what you've done now has introduced an unintended consequences. What are you going to do about that? Or, hey, guess what? The minister just came up with a policy and he's sabotaging your method. So I think that doing these kinds of exercises based on real world information, but where we don't know the answer yet, might be an innovative way to teach uncertainty.
Ahlam, and I'll move to questions from the audience.
Well, I think my colleagues have captured everything. Yeah, we should reinforce these examples, whether bringing stories into class through case studies, sharing stories from different countries, bringing guest speakers, or taking students out to see the stories of people outside through field visits. Basically, this only.
Thank you. Before moving to the audience, I would just like to sum up what the fellow panelists have said, that proactive authority figures always enable students with knowledge and skills, such as the example that Fatima gave, and Bazir by saying taking classroom in the field. This reminded me of yesterday of what Dr. Walid Ammar said, that he was pushing in Lebanon to have decentralized municipalities in times of crisis. But what I can gather up from Ahlam, maybe in Yemen it wouldn't work. So always studying and tailoring every solution for every country. No, we'll move to the general discussion, or, oh, okay. Great. So, the gentleman right there.
So I'm Bashara Shayer, and I work for the Chicago Department of Public Health, a significant employer for public health graduates and the government sector in Chicago. For the students, how prepared do you think you are to jump into a government role? And for those who just graduated, how prepared do you think you are in your roles right now based on the educations that you've gotten?
Okay, so another two questions. Come on, they're the students. Right over there, please.
Hi, I'm Catherine Stank-Iglesias, and I started studying not 60 years ago, but I started studying public health in 1990 at Johns Hopkins. And now they have this tagline for the campaign, I think it is, that says saving lives millions at a time, as opposed to say, individual healthcare. And one of the things that I remember as far as what I felt uncertain about in 1990, and probably still, is this idea about saving the world and what does it mean and how do we use our education to benefit the most people. And I like what you're mentioning with media studies, because I do think messages getting out through mass media, you can influence a lot of people, but we can't discount the importance of policy and funding through government agencies, which really do affect a lot of people locally. So I want to add on to the previous question, which is, where do you see yourself going? When people talk about saving the world, is that intimidating as it was to me in 1990? and how do you feel that you are preparing yourself and linking yourself with future employers?
Other questions? The lady? Sorry.
Helen Schneider, University of the Western Cape, South Africa. Thanks for a very inspiring set of discussions and inputs, very thought-provoking. So one of the thoughts I had is, and we've been involved in teaching MPH students and postgraduates in public health for many years, is these frameworks that give people insight into context, structural determinants, the political economy of health, can be quite paralyzing. And at the same time, all of you have a tremendous expectation of being change agents in the world, and you really are grappling with that expectation. And the question is what's going to happen once you go out there and you experience terrible failure? You have your advocacy, communication, policy briefs, and actually they go nowhere. You go into a very static environment. And what is it about the training and the curriculum that gives people agency and empowerment in the face of that. And it's partly about resilience, but I think the Marina's example of a creative act of freedom in the face of the most extreme repression is an example, I think, of the kinds of creative acts in small everyday ways that are required to build resilience and to stay the course, actually, and not give up after a few years. And what is it about the curriculum? And I think Teresa was beginning to point to some examples. Case studies and practice-based and learning about project planning, all of those can give people tools and techniques, but finally, I think they don't necessarily give people the creative edge that's needed to navigate complex environments.
Shall we start with the questions? You'd like to start with the first question?
Yeah, for the first question, how much are we prepared? I was also worried how much I am prepared and if I'll be able to succeed while working in Yemen. But I found that it was the opposite. They are not prepared in Yemen. At least I'm living in Taiz, and I feel that local people in Yemen, or specifically talking about Taiz and not the capital, Sana'a, the public health is not recognized as important, or they don't recognize how important it is to work in public health, to work preventive, and to do all this work. And mainly only people who are really working in public health are international NGOs. And as your question, how are we prepared to work in the government, if this was your question, there is no way to work in the government, at least, especially at this moment, with all this ambiguity and all this chaos and transition. There is no way to work in the government, and it is very difficult to find opportunity in public health, especially, again, in Taiz I'm talking, to the extent that sometimes I think to create job opportunities for myself rather than looking for job opportunities. And this is what I was discussing with my professors about some of the projects with some of private universities in Taiz, going to them and telling them, okay, let's start working in public health and teach public health to university students. At least first, let's integrate public health teaching for students in the Faculty of Medical Sciences who take pharmacy, who take medicine or dental medicine. At least let's give them something in public health and put the foundation public health. And this should be, for example, students who take pharmacy. They should know when they graduate how they should rationalize the use of drugs by taking the education in public health. And so another project, this didn't work. And so I have to go to another institution and try to create some opportunities for public health so that other people can work in it, in addition to me.
Would anyone want to add to the first question before moving to the second?
Well, the three questions are very much linked, so I'm just going to answer everyone with one question. So I'll start with the part with Dr. Shair. How prepared I am? I'm not sure whether I'm prepared. And I think I have talked to my professors multiple times that I don't feel prepared. And, to feel unprepared. Okay, بس بدي إياك ترجع تحكي بعد ما أخلص، بدي إياك تقلي عن self-confidence. So I decided once I felt that I'm not sure whether I'm prepared to reframe the whole thing in my head so that I don't focus whether I'm prepared or not, to focus on what I know. So I know that anything in public health, whether I'm in a context of conflict or not, there are a lot of things that are uncertain. So I don't want to focus on whether I'm prepared. I want to focus on the soft skills that I have, which are self-reflection, and self-reflection. And then an ability to communicate multiple times and multiple perspectives with the people around me. So you said you talked specifically about the government, and I think what I'm saying is very much related to that. To be able to talk to people and to listen to them and to negotiate back and forth while maintaining my own values and my own goals and what I think public health should be heading to. So for me, I'm focused on that framework, and I think eventually it would get me prepared, whether for a government position or a non-government position, regardless, anything that is related to public health. Then the lady asked, what do you feel about whether it's intimidating, talking to future employers, right? It's definitely intimidating. It's definitely intimidating, but again, it's also related to how I frame the whole issue in my head. It's not really about saving the world for me anymore. It's about a personal choice and what my values are and what I want to do throughout my lifetime that are related to public health. So once I think that way, I would really discard all of those other things that would get me anxious and intimidated by a public health problem. So I'd get focused on problem solving and what I want as a person to do. And what the third question regarding the what are components of the curriculum that can promote agency? I think that skills of reflection and that the institution that you studied in to be empowered and really present in the context you're in can transfer that empowerment to you as a student. Having role models in that institution and to have an alignment between those role models and the values that they teach us is very important. Consistency is very important. I think one of the problems in our society, or at least my experience, is the inconsistencies that we have and the mixed messages that we get. An institution that sends consistent messages is very important for me as a public health professional going into the world. And then to have a lot of soft skills, negotiation skills, and lobbying and advocacy, and knowing how to communicate.
Could you wrap up?
All of those are very important. Anyway, I got too excited.
Okay, so please, guys, 1 minute each, and we'll move to the general discussion. So, 1 minute, Mariana, Zabir, and.
Okay, so briefly, I will talk about the preparedness. If I am prepared, the thing is, it's working in public health is a team effort. So even if you are not prepared, you can find someone who are prepared and advocate your skills or your agenda to him and make something happen. Ultimately, if the work is done, you are getting the prize. So I think I know where to find those people. I know who to talk to, and even if I don't speak Arabic, I can find who is bilingual, and you know what I want to say. The second thing is about the challenges and the failures. If we are prepared, so I think it's depend on honest evaluation from the faculty that and also critical evaluation from whenever you are going through the whole process. So I think the teacher should not glorify a project, or students should not glorify the project. So if you are asking question, if the student cannot perform, if students are not clear enough, you have to deliver the messages that yes, you are not, this is something wrong. So I think in our School of Public Health, we strictly do that. And another thing is, every experience is a good experience. What I think, even if I am facing some failure, if my proposal is not accepted, I can put it in a separate folder and modify it in another time and send it for another funding, right? So that's I think that's also a part of resilience, how to accept failure and convert into your strength so that you can go forward.
Okay, Teresa, Mariana.
I think what you just said was that we want to train public health professionals in failure. We want to teach them that, yes, you're going to fail and you should expect to, and you're going to have to fail 9 times before you succeed. So when you fail, you don't give up or get frustrated or feel anxiety. You say, yes, I have a failure under my belt, and now I'm this much closer to success.
Yeah, I think the my MPH program has prepared me with the skills needed to go out to the field. And I think, as Abir said, health requires teamwork. So I think finding the right team and the right group of people to work with will help you be more prepared and more effective in your work.
Thank you.
Now 10 minutes to just, if all of the faculty members would come back and either sit on stage if you're okay with that, or there's one chair that somebody. It's okay, it's okay. Just sit. You sit. It's okay. I don't think any of these faculty mind sitting on stage. We have one chair for whoever would like to sit on there. And Naveen is refusing to even come up, but she will answer questions. So we have 10 minutes before we go to the closing
Would
session.
you mind sitting on this?
To answer questions, and Peggy will moderate again.
Can I say something? Just the university elevator. I'd like to say something in favor of our students of public health. They seem to forget sometimes that if they're here, it's not by coincidence. There's something in them that has brought them to a place where they know they're going to be dedicating their life for future good. And that therefore, they are atypical, and they sometimes drive us to do more than we would want to do because we're getting old and tired. And I know that from my own experience in 2006, I decided to go home and depress. And the students called up and said, where do we get this? Where do we get that? Where do we do this and that? And so you had to come out and be there. And so thank you for keeping us on the narrow track.
I just want to say one small comment. I was really impressed by the student. I got almost confused about who was from the faculty and who was from the student. So we're leaving the floor for questions that could be for either the faculty or the students. Everybody is tired? Okay, over there. You're entitled to answer, not to question. Why don't you go over there? Yeah.
I have a comment, and
Yes, come on.
if I may, I would just like to, since it's the end of the day, to congratulate Dean Wahid and Rima Afifi and the entire FHS community, faculty, students, staff, for putting out this extraordinary conference, and then getting so many great minds to interact on such a great topic and important and timely topic. I just want to have a final comment, which transpired actually in the last comment of the distinguished guests from Bangladesh. I don't think it's fair to leave this session without saying that dealing with uncertainty mostly calls for values. And what I've seen transpire in these 2 days are the values of trust, justice, you mentioned, justice, fairness, and compassion. And that's my comment.
Thank you. Any other comments? Sure. Which sequence? Can we start?
Yeah.
We can hear you very well.
Thank you very much. I think the students were inspirational and really quite perceptive. But I want to really address my question to representatives of the faculty. So each of the schools that have been presented are what you might call elite schools. They're all extremely well resourced. They all are much better equipped than schools in their other schools in their respective countries. They all are residential, which means students need to pay to get there, accommodate themselves and so on, which makes them much more expensive. So how does this excellence get massified? How does it get to the huge numbers of public health professionals that we really need? I mean, the fact is that whereas public health back in the day used to be taught only to senior policymakers sitting at the top of government, now we know with decentralization there need to be public health skills at all levels and different public health skills. They're not exactly the same for a district health officer as they are for a health economist in the top of the ministry. So we need to differentiate and we need to massify. So how do your schools, which in a way occupy a very privileged position and are only accessible to a very privileged few, notwithstanding some of the small scholarship schemes you have to fund the disadvantaged, how do you massify?
Who would like to answer? Okay, go ahead, Sabina. Can we have a microphone?
So just to clarify, yes, there are some elite students, but a lot of our very elite actually go abroad. They don't even study in Bangladesh. They go to Europe and the North, and sometimes they just don't come back. So what's been good is we've got some more now sort of well-off children of well-off families who are now studying in our programs, and they're staying on. One thing we've decided to do is sustainability is an issue, resources are an issue, granted. We have some scholarships for disadvantaged students or candidates, is we've set up, in 2007, we set up a continuing education program for health professionals, which is to have short courses in Bangla, not only just English, but also now we're setting up online courses, which are heavily subsidized by our own resources from research, but also funding from development partners that reach out to different categories, as you rightly pointed out, doctors and health upazillas, community health workers, frontline managers. So different kinds of courses we're trying to do, we are doing quite successfully since 2007. Resources remain ongoing, but that's one way of addressing it. We've just started through funding doing some online courses so we can have access beyond Dhaka and even in the remote areas, and trying to reach some of the more marginalized communities. So it's an ongoing process, but we do have a view to saying, okay, not everyone can afford to do an MPH, nor can everybody take a year off to do an MPH. These are the other ways that they can at least get some quality short courses and some basic training.
Thank you, Sabina. Any other questions over there?
Professor de Jong, you mentioned, you talked about, here.
Yeah, can you introduce yourself, please?
Unni Karunakara from Yale University. I'm from India. And you talked about career paths. So in India, you may know that there's the Public Health Foundation of India, which has been mandated by the government to set up 7 Indian institutes of public health, which are fashioned along the lines of Indian Institutes of Technology, Indian Institutes of Management, premier schools. Last year, they got, for all of the centers, they got 200 applications. This is India we're talking about, a country with 1.3 billion people, only 200 applications for a discipline, for a field of study that is of critical importance to India. And there, the question of, or the issue of career path becomes very important. India has a public service administration for everything. Indian Administrative Service, Indian Railway Service, Indian Revenue Service, Indian Forest Service, but there is no Indian Public Health Service in India. So how do we go about getting countries and also, you know, in the region, but also other countries taking public health seriously and building in the expertise and the thinking and the multidisciplinary approaches as part of the decentralized thing, all the way from the grassroots up to the decision-making levels. It's in India, it's a huge problem.
Okay. Excuse me, can I just ask for the questions to be sure to give the opportunity to have the answers also?
I have to lay the context to ask the question.
Sure. Martine, you had a question behind you? We're going to take 2 more questions and then have a consolidated answer if possible.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. I'd like to address both faculty and students or recent graduates to reflect on whether the existing curricula include or miss some kind of training related to dealing with other people out there. The discussion went a little bit as if we're the only people working in the field, but actually what we do eventually is work with people from various backgrounds and disciplines that do not necessarily share our values or our vision of doing public health business in the context of uncertainty. Do you think we are preparing our students, or are the students prepared to deal with that and not being driven into something that they don't believe in, but rather being in the driver's seat and actually changing other people's way of doing things?
Thank you. One last question over there, and then, yes.
Thank you. Anthony Zwe.
Can you just introduce yourself, please?
First of all, I also wanted to congratulate all the students. I think very impressive group of students and set of issues that you've raised and tackled, and it's a credit both to you and your institutions. I wanted to ask you what you felt, and maybe staff members as well, about the
We can't hear you well. Can you just raise your voice?
What the views are about engaging with social media, which people haven't really spoken about. You've spoken about communication and the importance of engaging with ideas, communicating them well. In today's world, with social media, as you said, you can find ideas everywhere. Multiple questions. First of all, how important is it to be able to communicate in these variety of different platforms, Twitter, through Facebook, through a variety blogs, those sorts of skills? Secondly, how does one evaluate the quality of the wealth of information that's available? What skills do you learn about looking critically at the trustworthiness of information and insights that are being made available to you? And thirdly, we've had here...
These are 3 questions. You're entitled to 1.
All right, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks. Who would like to answer? Jocelyn?
So there's so many questions. I just want to pick up David's question, and is it, sorry, Uri's question? Okay, because there's just so many questions. So I don't have an answer, and I think this is something that we can all struggle with. This is an elite institution, it's an expensive institution, and we spend a lot of energy and resources providing quality education. So your question is absolutely valid. What we try to do is to partner with public institutions around the region to strengthen capacity in a number of areas. We do provide short courses. We reach out as much as we can, but we have huge limitations in that, and I think you're absolutely right to point that out. Scholarships only go so far, and most people who really want this training or this education based in poor countries of the region, other countries of the region, can't get here. So it's absolutely, I think that's a key problem. We haven't tried to get onto online education for various reasons, and as you know, that has many problems of non-completion, etc. On the question about the public health trajectories, I wanted to make this point earlier that most public health training in this region is in the context of medical schools. So a unique feature of FHS is that it is independent, and we heard the history of that yesterday at the lunch, that the arguments of the dean that it had to maintain its independence. So at the level of the university, I think it's very important that a dean of public health sits with a dean of medicine, with a dean of engineering, and has equal footing in terms of debating the issues of the university. And I think we have to think about that beyond the university. It's still, the university may be 60 years old as a faculty, but the field of public health is still very young and unrecognized in the region. And we heard Tariq Mithri yesterday talking about Libya and how none of the NGOs addressed health. So people do not feel empowered outside the medical field to address these vital issues of health and well-being, even though we all could, everyone has a stake. So I think it's building up the legitimacy of the field that we all have to work on, because there are no, as you say, there aren't any clear paths.
The issue of diversity raised by Martine, who would like to answer? Okay,
I thought it wasn't about diversity, right? It was about whether we are prepared. Yes, other institutions or civil society organizations, right? Yeah. Doing public health.
Diversity of profile, yeah.
Okay. So personally, no, I don't feel that the curriculum, regardless of, I don't feel that the curriculum prepares you for that, despite the fact that there is in FHS the Outreach and Practice Unit, which has its own network to partner and to talk and to link to other people doing public health in Lebanon and the region. And there's something else that I wanted to say. Just a second.
Can we stick to just the questions for now? Then, if you want to elaborate,
yeah,
we can go
okay,
about
fine.
it.
Can I? I just want to. I will have another answer because I already graduated from AUB, from FHS, and I think I am well prepared, and I thank God. I feel sometimes over prepared, and even every day we learn something new. And if I face any problem, I directly send emails to my faculty. Just before 2 weeks, I sent an email to Cynthia, and then she connected me to Dr. Abla Sibai. Dr. Abla Sibai connected me to Dr. Salim Adib, and then we are going on to, if I have any questions and if we want to learn something new. So I think there are a lot of people who can support us if we are exposed to something new that, for example, emerged suddenly according to the need of our communities.
Thank you. You had an answer yourself, yeah?
Well, I just wanted to say that Martine really hit the nail on the head in terms of not preaching to the choir. I mean, we all know what we need to do, but the point is that we're working within our own silo, and we need to really work across silos and across sectors and communicate with non-public health professionals, not only different kinds of people working in public health, but people who are not working in public health per se and who don't realize that everything they do is related to public health. So I think that breaking the silos is key.
Thank you. The issue of social media was not answered yet. Just one question. Would anybody would like to answer the question about social media?
I can answer you, but it's a very short answer. I may not have mentioned social media or like Facebook and Twitter and other things, but in the back of my head, I also meant social media and the fact that it is very important in disseminating messages, particularly that it would get to a portion of society, the youth, the adolescents, and everyone who are using it. How to evaluate the trustworthiness of the information that's disseminated. Well, I think it depends if a certain institution or a certain has a reputation of research and academic integrity. That would help in the dissemination. It has to do with the reputation and the history of who is disseminating that kind of info. And at least in my institution, I think FHS has a rooted history in that and can actually start disseminating through social media and be trusted for that information.
Thank you. Would you like Ayan to answer?
Sure. I think the social media question is a really good one, and it brings us back to the larger theme that both the student panel and the faculty panel spoke to, and that's reimagining our curriculum. I think the students spoke a lot about the value of communication skills. I think that's something that's really lost in most of our curriculum, and I would add social media to that. As we've observed today with people asking questions, we might have wanted to limit it to 40 characters or less. The idea here to be succinct and powerful in our messages is one of the lasting skill sets that both our students as well as our faculty can have, so that we can instill population-based frameworks into every discussion. And so I think that's quite key.
We have just one comment left, and we will be closing the discussion.
I'm Maha Rabbat, and I was at one time the chairperson of the faculty of the public health
I can't hear you well. I'm sorry. Can you?
I was at one point the chairperson, so we were dealing with the curricula and everything, the curriculum development. And from the uncertainties that we have been faced with in Egypt in the past 3 or 4 years, now we know that we need to develop our curriculum in a way that would support the movements and the experience that has been gained during this period. So one way of addressing it is that we're introducing the mass gathering effects and response to the public health students. We're addressing it in terms of the curriculum itself and in the practical part, which has added a lot to their experience and added as well a reflection to the people carrying out the mass gathering effects. We had two mass gathering or two movements, people movements in the recent era. So we had one in January, 25th of January, and we had the second one in June, the 30th of 2013. Yesterday, Dr. Yassin was mentioning 1919. I wasn't there to vow for it. So I know of other two movements that we can learn from it, and we have introduced this into the curricula, and I think they were very well accepted by the students themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have the bad rule, but you have to stop. Otherwise, Rima will start getting upset. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that was a great session. So we are at our closing session, and we had an hour for 3 people that had 15 minutes. So we should be only about 15 minutes late if each of us, including myself, sticks to 15 minutes. So we're going to try to do that. And of course, at the last session, I've all of a sudden lost my papers. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to read off my laptop for a second just to introduce Dr. Sheir and then Dr. Sanders. But I'll do them, or maybe can I introduce you both now? And then Dr. Sheir will come up, followed by Dr. Sanders. Okay. Okay, all right. So Dr. Sheir is a family physician. He served as commissioner of the Chicago Department of Public Health since November 2009. He earned both his bachelor's and medical degrees from the American University of Beirut and a master's degree in healthcare management from the University of Texas at Dallas. He completed his family residency at the Baylor College of Medicine in Houston. From 2001 to 2005, he served as medical director of Crusader Community Health in Rockford, Illinois. In 2005, he moved to Chicago as executive director of Heartland Health Centers until his appointment as at the Chicago Department of Public Health as a commissioner. In 2011, Dr. Sheir launched Healthy Chicago, the first comprehensive public health agenda for the city of Chicago, providing 200 action items for the city to improve the overall health and well-being of residents. Since its launch, the Chicago Department of Public Health, the last time I introduced him, I also got stuck at the same place. So the Chicago Department of Public Health has reported historic lows in childhood obesity rates and both teen and adult smoking rates, as well as significant increases in overall life expectancy. Under his leadership, the Chicago Department of Public Health became the first big city public health agency to be awarded national accreditation in 2013. In 2014, the Chicago Department of Public Health was honored as the Local Health Department of the Year by the National Association of County and City Health Officials. In addition to a number of local and national awards, he was named one of Chicago's 40 under 40 by Crane's Chicago Business in 2012. David Sanders is an emeritus professor and founding director of the School of Public Health at the University of Western Cape in South Africa. He's a pediatrician qualified in public health. He's a visiting professor at the Center for International Health at the University of Bergen in Norway, an honorary professor in the School of Medicine at the Flinders University of South Australia, and in the Department of Pediatrics and Child Health at the University of Cape Town. Dr. Sanders has over 30 years' experience of university teaching and health policy development in Zimbabwe and South Africa, having advised governments, NGOs, and several UN agencies on the political economy of health, primary health care, child health and nutrition, and health human resources. He's published extensively in these areas. In 2012, he was awarded an honorary degree by the University of Cape Town in recognition of his contribution to the development of the global policy of primary health care. And in 2014, he received the Public Health Innovation and Lifetime Achievement Award of the Public Health Association of South Africa. He has served on the steering committee of the United Nations Committee on Nutrition, and he is a founder of the Global Steering Council of the People's Health Movement. So please join me in welcoming them both.
All right. How's everybody feeling for the last 45 minutes of those 2 days conference? Excited? All right. So thank you, everybody, for joining us and for staying here for the 2 full days. And thank you so much, Rima and Iman, for inviting me to be here today. And it's great to celebrate. Oh, that's true. Hence the very tall person. So thank you so much for inviting me to celebrate 60 years of really transforming public health in the region here. It's a great honor to be here. I want to start by giving a disclaimer. Even though I'm born and raised in Lebanon, even though I went to AUB for my undergrad and for my medical school, I've been in the United States for almost 17 years right now. And really my experience as a public health practitioner has been outside of the region, except for a couple of small stints immediately after the Israeli war in Lebanon in 2006 and the US invasion of Iraq. So outside these 2 stints, my experience has really been in the United States. So please take whatever I say with a grain of salt and feel free not to believe anything I say or challenge everything I say. Over the last 5 years, I had the privilege and the opportunity to serve as the commissioner for the Chicago Department of Public Health, which is one of the largest and oldest government agencies dealing with public health in the United States. And it's been a really great honor and a great experience. So my role is to really reflect on the last 2 days of great speakers, great debates, great panel discussions. And if I reflect on what I heard over the last 2 days, there were 3 common themes that I felt that were coming regularly throughout these sessions. 1 overarching approach and 1 tactical strategy. So I'm going to summarize what I heard and give you my reflections on these. So the first I'm going to talk about the 3 common themes. The first one is the importance of doubling down on the focus on policy systems and environmental change. So I'll talk about that a little bit. The second common theme is the importance of the intersection between public health and the healthcare system. And the third common theme that I heard about is the importance of branching out beyond public health and breaking that silo and thinking about other sectors beyond public health and the healthcare system. So on the first common theme, I think traditionally, and even though for this group, we really think of public health as a focus on policy systems and environmental change, the reality is the public and the rest of the sectors don't necessarily view us with that lens on a regular basis. So it's really important for us to continue to push for that focus on policy systems and environmental changes. You know, when we started talking about tobacco in Chicago, a lot of people were expecting that we're going to be only focusing on smoking cessation efforts, on classes to talk about education around smoking. Those are important, but in reality, to really move the needle on things like smoking, we had to focus on policies. We had to focus on taxation specifically. You know, during my tenure in the last 5 years at the Chicago Department of Public Health, we've raised the cigarette tax year after year after year. And every pack of cigarette today that's sold in Chicago, there's a combined tax of $7.17. In tax alone. So you cannot find a pack of cigarette in Chicago that's sold for less than $10 to $12 a pack. And that is really how we change the environment. We change the policy to allow people, especially young people, from picking up this deadly habit. And we know that 90% of adult smokers started smoking as kids. So as we play with that policy, as we move that policy forward, we know we can make a difference. And today, we have the lowest smoking rates for youth ever in our city. We're 5 percentage points less than the national average when it comes to smoking in Chicago. And you know what? Back in 2001, 1 in 4 kids in Chicago smoked. Today, it's 1 in 10. That is really good progress. And taxation, that policy around taxation is a key strategy to help us lead to that. We're also pulling all flavored tobacco from within 500 feet of schools. And a lot of people were thinking this is bad for the economy, this is bad for business. But we knew that these flavored tobacco products that are proven starter products for kids simply don't belong near schools. So by pushing that policy, we really made a difference. So that common theme around policy systems and environmental change, I've heard repetitively through the last 2 days, and I really encourage us all to continue doubling down on that important public health approach. The second common theme that I've heard is really that interface between public health and the healthcare sector. And I think we've heard from Mrs. Rabat talking a lot about the importance of preparedness, the importance of interacting with the hospital system, the importance of interacting with the doctors, the importance of interacting with the ambulances, the response, the way we respond to emergencies, and I think the resilience concept. All those are extremely important, but I'm going to challenge us to think one step forward on that interface. You know, our healthcare system is a lot smarter today than what it was a few years ago, at least in the United States, in the context that I'm very familiar with. You know, we have electronic health records in a large number, in a growing number of healthcare institutions. And in Chicago, we were able to connect electronic medical records, de-identified clinical data for over 3 million residents from 5 major institutions into one big data set. This, my friend, is really an important aspect for us in the public health field, to be sitting around the table with the healthcare system to try to figure out how can we really think about interventions that improve population health in that interface. Because we have access to better data, and I think you've also, Mrs. Rabat mentioned the importance of surveillance and data, and we are very data rich. We need to be able to know how to transform this richness in data into information and intervention that improve population health. So there's really no reason why we can't predict in Chicago who are the 5,000 Chicagoans who are going to have a heart attack this coming year, and design very specific, laser-focused interventions to those 5,000 people and reach out to them, do the interventions that we need to do to them so that we can work with them to improve their population health outcome. So that type of interface with the public health system is really critical for the future of public health. And I heard that repetitively through the many sessions that I've attended over the last 2 days. The third common theme that I've heard, and I think we've heard it also from the students and some of the faculty in the last session, is the importance of breaking the silos and really thinking more aggressively about other sectors. And you know, in local government, and I worked for the local government in Chicago, public health is never really at the top of the priorities. The role of government, at least local government in the United States, is ensuring public safety, ensuring education, and ensuring economic development. And if you think about it, all these 3 priorities, they're all what public health is all about. So how do we really bring and elevate the value of public health by thinking about these priorities, by kind of breaking our silo and being uncomfortably uncomfortable in an environment that we're not used to, I think is critical. So we've reached out to transportation. We've been very, very involved in Chicago, the public health department, on building hundreds of miles of bike lanes, of protected bike lanes, so that our residents feel comfortable hopping on a bike and biking to work. So instead of just having to take a car or taking public transportation, we're very critical in building bike sharing programs. We have over literally millions of rides in our bike sharing programs in Chicago. This is a transportation initiative, but at the bottom of it, Really, it's a public health initiative. So how do we bridge that gap with other disciplines is extremely important. The agriculture folks, we've engaged them in trying to think about what kind of urban agriculture policies and zoning policies we want to see in Chicago. So some of our land inside the urban environment, in the core of the city, can be used for urban agriculture. The education sector, huge importance for intersection there between the education sector and the public health sector. We've looked at food policies of what's being served for the 404,000 students in our Chicago public schools. We've looked at the PE policies, the physical education policies at the public schools. We've revamped the sex ed policies at the public schools. So all those thinking, all these areas of all these sectors that we've traditionally might not have felt comfortable with, we really have to push ourselves to get ourselves to be comfortable there. And that brings me to the concept of health in all policies. And I know that it's very, very difficult to try to see and be pragmatic in implementing concepts around health in all policies, but we have to learn how to do that. And we're learning how to do it in Chicago. We're not experts at it by any means, but we're really trying to elevate the value of health in all policies concepts. So those were the three common themes that I've heard over the last 3 days, things that I'm very interested in Chicago. So how do we double down on the focus on policy systems and environmental changes? How do we really kind of maximize or optimize the interface between public health and the healthcare sector? And the third common theme is really how do we take our work, cross-sectoral work, to the next level? The overarching strategy or overarching approach that I heard throughout the last 2 days, and I wholeheartedly agree with, is the importance of focusing on innovation and technology. And we cannot be doing public health the way we've done it decades ago or 5 years ago or 3 years ago. We have to be constantly thinking about innovation, and not just innovation, really disruptive innovation. Let's look at a public health issue and not just say, how can we improve it a little bit? We have to do that on a lot of our public health issues, but let's pick 2 or 3 and just do disruptive innovation on it. Go to that issue and just start from scratch. We do, and I know in Lebanon, this is now a big deal. I've been kind of following in the news from Chicago about the food safety issue. So in Chicago, my department is responsible for the food safety in over 18,000 food establishments in the city of Chicago. We inspect them regularly. And what we've realized is actually most people who get foodborne illnesses or food poisoning never really pick up the phone and call the health department to report it. We hear about a few of them. But what we've heard, and I know you've mentioned social media earlier, we know that people actually are going on Twitter to say, I ate at McDonald's on Wabash and Madison, and I'm throwing up this morning. So what we worked with people in the IT sector to develop an app that sifts through tens of thousands of tweets from Chicago every day, picks up the tweets that might be related to somebody getting food poisoning in Chicago, goes through a machine learning process, artificial intelligence, and identify that tweets that, yes, this person probably got sick from eating out. And then we reach out to that individual via Twitter and say, hey, this is the health department. We're sorry you're sick. If you answer these 4 questions, we're going to send an inspector and do an investigation about this. And guess what? 87% of these people click on that link, answer these 4 questions. We send an inspectors, do an inspection, post the result of the inspection online, and circle back with that person on Twitter and say, we hope you're feeling better. It's been 2 days. If you want to learn about the outcome of this investigation, click on this link and you'll read the result of that investigation online. Those are the types of disruptive innovation that our public health system needs. Another example also, since this is hot in Lebanon around food poisoning and food safety. So we traditionally, we have 18,000 restaurants that we inspect on a regular basis. And like most government agencies, we divide the city into different districts, and every district is assigned a supervising sanitarian. Every supervising sanitarian has 6 or 7 sanitarians, and we randomly select the restaurants to go and inspect unless we have a complaint. So we figured out, isn't there a better way to think about how do we do this business? We should be able to predict the restaurants that are going to be failing their inspection. So we engaged the industry, the insurance industry, and we asked them, Allstate Insurance, can you help us predict which are the restaurants that are going to fail their inspections. You know, the insurance people, when I was sitting with them, they said, you mean you don't already do that? You don't predict which restaurants are going to fail so you can focus your resources to those restaurants? And I said, no, we don't actually. We don't even know how to do that. So they brought a bunch of mathematicians, very, very smart mathematicians, and they looked at all kind of different data sets. They looked at previous restaurant inspection, which we post online. They've looked at weather data. They've looked at the way the sewage lines in the city are set up. They looked at 20 different big data sets, and they developed an algorithm that helps us predict which are the restaurants that are going to fail their inspection. And guess what? When we piloted that very first month, we shut down 20 restaurants in the first month of that project. So now that pilot, that disruptive innovation of how we do operation, has really reshaped the way we think about some of our roles, some of our public health practice as a department. So as we think about innovation and technology, I really encourage us to think about big data. I encourage us to think about the use of social media. And I really encourage us to think about people who might not have been our regular public health people thinking about this. The last thing I want to mention, so there are these three common themes, this one overarching approach. And I think what I've heard from a lot of people, what I've heard from Maha, what I've heard from Waleed, what I've heard from Adnan, there's a tactical strategy in the minds of all these leaders in public health that it came through. It seems like there are three steps that are important in improving public health in our environments. The first one is we have to have the courage to challenge the status quo. We love in general talking about change and the importance of change and how we all love change, but in reality, we all love the status quo because we have financial interest, we have some type of connection to the status quo, and we really talk about change, but we don't want to do it. So public health leaders who are making a difference have the courage to change the status quo. But you don't do that in a vacuum. You have to do that by building coalitions, by engaging the community, by engaging these civil service organizations, by engaging the not-for-profit sector, by engaging mobilizers in the community organizing organizations. We have to build a community coalition when we're challenging the status quo. So when you have the courage to stand up and challenge that status quo, you have to have a lot of support around you. And from everybody I heard to over the last few days, they've challenged the status quo, but they've built that community support. I think Nasser Yassin explained the role of these agencies and these organizations and supporting these courageous public health leaders and challenging the status quo. And the other theme that I've heard in that tactical strategy is you have to tell the story. You cannot go and do a lot of public health work. And I think we've heard it also from the students. We have to tell the story, and people love success stories. So if we don't go out and tell our stories, we're going to be the good old public health people who are sitting in their offices talking about educating people about healthy eating and smoking cessations. And that, my friend, is not enough. So that tactical strategy about challenging the status quo, building enough momentum in the community so you can be supported when you're challenging the status quo and telling the story is something I heard repetitively over the last 2 days. And I think at the end of the day, what we heard very clearly from almost everybody who spoke over the last 2 days, what's really important about public health, what's really important at the end of the day is getting us to where we believe we're achieving health equity. I think the equity concept, I've heard it repetitively. I've heard it from Abbas Zain. We've heard it from Kamal. We've heard it from many of the speakers. As a public health practitioner, my goal at the end of the day is to really achieve that equity lens, or looking at things with an equity lens. And we have to be able to empower individuals to achieve their human rights. We have to be able to empower communities to achieve their human rights. We will get healthier communities the day we have less poverty, the day we have more education, and the day we have better jobs. So thank you for inviting me. Thank you for great 2 days of engaging conversations, and let's continue changing the world.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Hope you're all still awake. First of all, I'd like to thank those who invited me, and in particular, Iman and Rima. Thank you very much. It's a privilege for me. As you know, I attended the 50th anniversary 10 years ago, and I have some wonderful memories of that, especially the dancing, which I'm looking forward to tonight. Although I have to say, I've only just recovered from the dancing 10 years ago. So I'm going to, it's very difficult to follow the previous speaker, who truly is inspiring. So I'm hoping I can keep up. So I missed Iman's presentation yesterday, but he kindly sent it to me. And I picked up an important passage in that. He said, uncertainty is in fact the defining feature of our globe and a clear reflection of global inequalities and the imbalance in global powers. And that is, in a sense, quite correct, and I'm going to focus on that. But I believe that the term uncertainty can, in a way, paralyze us. It can make us feel, well, you know, everything's so uncertain, we simply can't do anything about it. And I think a student, very perspicaciously today, raised this from the floor, suggesting that in a way, the use of this term is disempowering. Should we not be seeing inherent uncertainty as a challenge that we need to address? So I think we know much more than ever before about our situation, about how to understand this uncertainty. And in public health, of course, we have at our disposal historical epidemiology, the seminal work by McEwen, who showed that infectious diseases, both water-related as well as airborne, declined very substantially, almost to nothing, before any effective medical care interventions were available. Came about by socio-environmental improvements. In fact, that is our passport as public health practitioners. We have at our disposal more and more elegant tools of epidemiology and, of course, now social epidemiology. So Michael Marmot, the Commission on Social Determinants of Health, and many other recent publications tell us much more about how to understand our situation. We know the insights that anthropology, social research methods can give us. And of course, we recognize that political economy underpins much of our analysis. So I don't think things are so uncertain. I think we have a deep understanding of what public health urges us to do. So I want to show a few slides very quickly and then try and summarize what I learned best, but my slides in a way will implicitly address that. So we know, as people have said, including the last speaker, that health inequities are huge and really a disgrace. So World Mapper depicts, in this case, young child mortality, and you can see by the size of the territory, the proportion of all children between 1 and 5 who are dying. So on this map, Nigeria is huge, so is India, so is Congo, and countries of the global north are tiny, hardly visible. A child born in sub-Saharan Africa in 1970 had a 9 times greater risk of dying before the age of 5 than a child born in an industrialized country. But by 2006, it was 27 times greater, even though young child mortality has declined. In the global south, it's declined faster in the richer countries. TB. This is the distribution of TB. Where I live, TB is rampant. You can see South Africa here is much bigger than in reality. And we know that TB is in part driven by immunodeficiency, the AIDS crisis. We know more and more about the epidemiology of inequality. Richard Wilkinson and others show that more equal societies are healthier for everyone, not just the poor. Social cohesion results in better health outcomes. Crime is an obvious public health problem, much worse in unequal societies. As far as HIV is concerned, in our setting, and I don't expect you to read everything on this slide, these are just some studies that talk about the underlying factors, risk factors for HIV, transactional sex in exchange for material goods or money, intimate partner violence relating to substance abuse, urban residence, substandard housing, and so on. And all of this in Southern Africa is underpinned by, amongst other things, our migrant labor system, where people come from other countries to work in South Africa, a little like what we heard about yesterday with respect to Qatar. So this is an interesting map. Sub-Saharan Africa by colonial power on the left. The ones in pink are British colonies. And on the right, a map of Sub-Saharan Africa by distribution of peak HIV prevalence. Those in pink, over 12% prevalence. Isn't it interesting how nearly every one of them is a former British colony? Why is that? Well, it's because migrant labor was much more structured in former British colony, amongst other reasons. Migrant labor was much more structured in British colonies than it was in others. You could not move in South Africa or in Zimbabwe into town to work unless you could demonstrate that you had a job there. You were confined to rural areas. So I'm trying to show that these problems, just these two, are underpinned by political and economic factors, as Rita reminded us yesterday. So we've talked about Ebola here, and there have been some really excellent comments on Ebola. Vin Kim talked about this, Anthony Zwi talked about this, and I mentioned this morning. You know, while Ebola was going on, actually, there were many, many more deaths from endemic infections which afflict the populations of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and others all the time. No drama about this. Of course, I'm not diminishing the terrible nature of Ebola. But let's face it, we've got excited about Ebola because it poses a threat to countries outside of West Africa. So People's Health Movement, of which I'm a member, recently published a position paper on Ebola. I encourage you to go onto our website, phmovement.org. And we note that Liberia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone amongst the 10 poorest countries in the world. I should rephrase that. Amongst 10 countries with the lowest development index. However, Sierra Leone happens to have had last year the world's highest economic growth, 20% economic growth rate. It's the fastest growing economy in Africa. mostly due to mining. The mining industry contributes almost 60% of exports in value, but only 8% of government revenue, not paying their taxes. It was mentioned today, but not gone into. Deforestation through logging, again, foreign logging companies into previously remote forest areas have opened up these areas and probably have resulted in severe ecological changes that may have promoted this epidemic. And then there are weak health systems, amongst which is brain drain. There are more Liberian and Sierra Leonean doctors working in Europe than there are, Europe and America, than there are in Sierra Leone and Liberia. And then we know double standards for treatment of expatriates and nationals. Health workers, more than 300 of them have died in these countries. And yet we see when a health worker comes back to the US, quite rightly, they get the best possible treatment. So all of this is embedded in an unfair global political economy. And I think we need to remind ourselves of this. Last example about this, and then I'll get on to very quickly commenting on other things. So this was a report in the Wall Street Journal. Rubber gloves were nearly as scarce as doctors in this part of rural Liberia. So Melvin Korkor would swaddle his hands in plastic grocery bags to deliver babies. His staff didn't bother when a woman in her 30s stopped by complaining of a headache. 5 nurses, a lab technician, and a local woman were helping out. They cared for her with their bare hands. Within weeks, all of them died. The woman with the headache, they learned too late, had Ebola. So this is in Liberia, which is the world's biggest exporter of rubber. It has the largest single rubber operation in the world, Firestone Natural Rubber Company, yet there are no rubber gloves in Liberia. They have to be imported from outside. I think this is emblematic, in a way, of the problem. So we have the obverse to health, GDP wealth. We've talked about structural adjustment during the course of this week. A study I and colleagues did in Zimbabwe in the 90s, we published these results, following 300 urban and rural households, showed that between 1995 and 1998, that the poorest households, those in the left bars, most of them reported decrease in income from the previous year, whereas on the right, the richest households, a much smaller percentage, reported a decrease in income. And a reported increase in income was the opposite. The richest households reported an increase, and very few of the poorest reported a decrease. So a widening gap was happening under our eyes. Taking it to a regional level, in Latin America and the Caribbean, in the 1990s, you see that with very few exceptions, Brazil being one of them, really through government intervention, all of the countries experienced increases in income inequality. And actually, this is what globalization is about. Henry Kissinger says, the basic challenge is that what is called globalization is really another name for the dominant role of the United States. The process of development begins by widening the gap between the rich and the poor in each country. And Joseph Stiglitz, who was one of the architects, resigned from the World Bank because he saw that actually globalization was having a devastating effect. And the result has been, between 1990 and 2005, if you look in the circle, the ratio of income between the richest and the poorest countries, of GNI, GDP, has doubled. And at the same time, as Dr. Mahana said yesterday, there are more and more billionaires. 8.5 million people now 0.1% of the population, own 84%